Chapter 1348. Li Yizhou's mind buzzed and his vision turned black. The first thought that came to his mind was, "How dare you tease me?" He was clear about General Hu Xiao's strength. As a general of the Western Desolate Army, his cultivation was definitely at the peak of the true divine realm. Although his strength would be greatly reduced in the Zeroth world, everyone would be reduced together. Who would be able to scare him away in such a short period of time? And most importantly, there was no need for General Hu Xiao to escape. Although the puppet body was precious, it wasn't worth it for him to offend Li Yizhou. Taking a deep breath, Li Yizhou looked at his subordinates that were filled with fear. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Speak, what happened?" The dark cultivator's face paled. "Your Highness, the reason General Hu Xiao escaped is because the enemy came from the Western Desolate." His complexion changed. Li Yizhou was filled with shock and anger. He had made an error in judgment. The one who attacked wasn't from that race, but from behind. Damn it, how dare they? Weren't they afraid that His Majesty would investigate this matter and consign them all to eternal damnation? No, things couldn't be so simple. This could be seen from General Hu Xiao's pitiful escape. If it wasn't for the fact that the enemy had a powerful background, how could the dignified General Hu Xiao's residents be so frightened that they would flee without a fight? Who was it? Just who was it? Suddenly, Li Yizhou froze in place. Fear appeared in his eyes. To dare act without fear of the aftermath and even scare off the General Hu Xiao's residents, could this be the will of His Majesty the Desolate Emperor? The cold and indifferent face behind the throne appeared in Li Yizhou's mind, and he shuddered. Although he was his father, he didn't know why he had been cold to him since he was young. If it wasn't for the previous Desolate Emperor's declaration, he wouldn't have been able to obtain the quota to control the everlasting flames. Li Yizhou knew that this matter would make His Majesty the Desolate Emperor unhappy, but he still firmly grasped this opportunity. If he could make a great contribution, then even if His Majesty the Desolate Emperor didn't like him, he would still be recognized. Otherwise, he would have no hope of ascending the throne. But no matter what, Li Yizhou never imagined that His Majesty the Desolate Emperor would dislike him to such a degree. They were both his sons and the same blood flowed through their veins, so why did His Majesty favor his third brother? "I can't accept this, I can't accept this." Li Yizhou's breathing grew heavier and heavier. He slowly raised his head. His lips were bleeding from his bite. "Get out. Do whatever it takes to block the enemy for me. If you succeed, this prince will reward you handsomely in the future. If you fail, none of you will live." Of course, it was not worth it to descend into the World Zeroth's puppet body. The messenger cultivator's face paled even further. His mouth moved, but before he could say anything, he was interrupted by Li Yizhou's roar. "Go immediately." "Yes, yes." He struggled to his feet, turned around, and rushed out of the cave. Huchia Li Yizhou gasped for breath as more blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were cold and ruthless. "I won't admit defeat. I won't admit defeat so easily. Even if His Majesty the Desolate Emperor makes a move, I will still fight for it." There was no need to mention the responsibility of losing the inextinguishable flame. Just this alone was enough to consign him to eternal damnation. There was no way out. He could only brace himself and give it his all. Outside the cave, Qin Yu was like a hot knife through butter. The Dark World cultivators who were caught off guard and injured simply couldn't stop him. If these people hadn't cheated, then there would have been mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The pungent smell of blood would have been like an azure battlefield. The Dark World cultivators who had been beaten to the point of moaning in pain and struggling for their lives finally waited for their companions to return. But the first words they spoke caused everyone's complexions to change. "His Highness ordered us to stop this person at all costs, otherwise, both you and I will die." Those who were still alive suddenly began to envy their companions who had been beaten to pieces and had disappeared. Stop him? How could they stop him? The dignified General Howling Tiger had nearly been killed on the spot by a few punches and kicks. If it wasn't for the fact that he had run away as fast as he could, he would have already died. Even if all of them rushed forwards, they would be nothing more than cabbages. Being crushed to pieces was something that could happen in minutes. "Everyone, let's go all out." A Dark World cultivator gloomily said. If we use the forbidden technique, we might still have a chance to live. Otherwise, with His Highness's character, you and I have followed him for so many years. He will definitely do what he says. There was also a deeper meaning that wasn't clearly stated. Once they succeeded, they would have accomplished a great merit and His Highness would surely reward them. Hearing the words forbidden technique, everyone paled. As they thought through the twists and turns of the situation, their eyes filled with madness. There was no way out. Then, even if there was a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames in front of them, they could only brace themselves and walk through it. That's right. Fight him to the death. Kill this person and everything we gave up today, we can get back twice as much. Qin Yu lifted a hand and swept out, smashing apart a Dark World cultivator. His body disintegrated into darkness aura and vanished. Then, he discovered that there was nothing in front of him. The Dark World cultivators that had crazily rushed towards him without fear of death had all retreated and gathered in front of the cave. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows but didn't think too much about it. He stepped forwards and howled forwards. In truth, he really didn't have much interest in killing these people that couldn't be killed. But, they were like shrubs in front of him. If he wanted to pass them without cutting his leg, he could only swing his saber and chop them to the ground. Luckily, there was a time limit. Qin Yu glanced at the cave entrance, a cold light surging in his eyes. His true goal was there. His mind suddenly felt dizzy, as if something had suddenly stabbed into it. Pain erupted like a volcano, wanting to tear apart Qin Yu's consciousness. But in the next moment it came to an abrupt stop, as if it had been isolated by something. A purple mark appeared between his eyebrows. Across from him, the Dark World cultivators gathered outside the cave entrance began to cry out in pain. Large patches of black spots appeared on the surface of their bodies. Then, their flesh and blood rapidly decayed, turning into a viscous goo that gushed out. The decay didn't stop here. Rather, it continued to penetrate deeper, penetrating through their flesh and blood, touching their bones and then their organs. The scene in front of him could be seen as a group of dark practitioners being thrown into a cauldron full of strong acid. Then, he witnessed them being corroded by the strong acid bit by bit, like snowmen, quickly dissolving and disappearing. Even if he hadn't personally experienced this, just looking at it made his scalp tingle and his hairs stand on end. Ah, how could this be? Save me, Your Highness, save us. No, no. My body is rotting away. Sad and shrill cries caused one's scalp to tingle. The power of curses. Before, it was said that the rules of the Zeroth world were broken and there were great restrictions on all sorts of supernatural powers. Besides absolute strength and treasures, there were all sorts of unorthodox methods that didn't need to borrow the power of the rules. These were the most suitable methods to kill people here. Curses were one of them. The Dark World had swept through the Zeroth world for many years, so they certainly had a deep understanding of this. Every cultivator that came here would learn a terrifying method of sacrificing their own lifespan in exchange for a powerful curse. And, the most terrifying thing was that this curse could be superimposed. Simply put, the more participants there were, the more lifespan they could sacrifice and the more terrifying its power would be. This was what Qin Yu experienced just now. Catcher, a faint sound echoed in his ears. Qin Yu knew that it came from the curse mark between his eyebrows that he had obtained from the Endless Sea. Just a little bit more, and he wouldn't have been able to resist it. So, at the very start, Qin Yu felt a sharp pain. This was the reason why the power of the curse was about to break through the blockade. A trace of fear rose in his heart. Just by looking at the pitiful state of these Dark World cultivators, he knew how terrifying this curse was. If he couldn't successfully resist it, then Qin Yu would have suffered a great loss. Let alone killing his way into the cave to seize the undying flames, it would already be good if he could escape. This time, it wasn't that Qin Yu was careless. In fact, even if he had prepared himself, he still didn't have any good methods. In this world, curses were one of the most mysterious and inexplicable forces. He had to thank the sea spirit that cursed him before he died, he had to thank the furnace with astonishing defensive capabilities, and he had to thank the sea beasts in the endless sea that died wave after wave. If it weren't for them, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to obtain this curse mark. Indeed, everything was predestined by the heavens. If it weren't for the suffering he had suffered in the past, he wouldn't have been safe and sound today. In the past, Qin Yu always thought that all the hardships and tribulations he suffered today, as long as he persevered, would become his greatest wealth and harvest in the future. All of these chicken soup phrases were nothing but bullshit. But looking at it today, it seemed there was some truth to it. The Dark World cultivators fell to the ground one after another, their bodies rapidly decaying and melting away. This time, they didn't turn into a dark aura and disappear. Rather, they were like true living beings, leaving behind their corpses as they screamed in pain. Qin Yu immediately understood. These people had truly died and there was no chance for them to be resurrected. It was impossible for him to sympathize with them. You bastards wanted to mess with me, but the result was that you suffered a backlash. If I don't chase after them and stomp on them, no, I absolutely can't do it. This mucus is bleeding everywhere, it's just too disgusting. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. Qin Yu leapt up and landed in front of the cave entrance. Without hesitation, he rushed in. Soon, an enchantment appeared in front of him. With so many people guarding outside, you actually laid down an enchantment. You little bastard, you're quite cautious, but you're too bad you ran into me. Consider yourself unlucky. He punched out. Li Yizhou was certainly aware of the Dark World's forbidden arts. Moreover, he knew that when he said he didn't hesitate to pay any price, the cultivators under him would surely understand what he meant. They didn't dare to not understand. If they pretended to be confused, then they would definitely die. If they risked their lives, they might have a chance to survive, perhaps even a better life than before. Did they even need to think about how to choose? Calculating the time, the forbidden arts should have already been used. With so many people joining forces to sacrifice their lifespans, even a true saint might not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the great Tao within the World Zeros couldn't be used. The killing might of the curse could be released to the greatest degree. It would be best if he could kill the enemy, but the possibility of this wasn't high. Since His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign was taking action, he must have made all the necessary preparations. But that didn't matter. Li Yizhou didn't have too much hope in this to begin with. He didn't hope to kill the enemy. As long as he could block them for a moment, he would be able to complete the refinement. Of course, in order to do this and increase the speed of the refinement, Li Yizhou had paid a great price. At this time, his complexion was increasingly pale and his eyes were dim. As he gasped for breath, he couldn't conceal his exhaustion. At this time, there was a deep sound like a thunderclap. It exploded in his ears and the entire cave violently shook. Dust and rubble fell down. Li Yizhou fiercely turned his head to look at the entrance. Damn it, what a bunch of useless trash. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Just a little bit more and the object he was refining would lose its ability to resist at any moment. Perhaps he would be able to succeed in the next breath of time. After several breaths of time, there was a second loud sound. More dust and rubble fell down. Then, there was a third and fourth loud sound. There was almost no pause in between. His feet landed on the ground, emitting a crisp sound. He stared at the deepest part of the cave where Li Yizhou was sitting cross-legged. He paused for a moment and then coldly said, "I thought your highness was living a careful life, but I never thought you would be even more careful than I imagined. But what a pity, I was a step faster. Then, I won't be polite." The moment his voice fell, he lifted a hand and punched out. Chapter 1349. My name is Li Yizhou. I am from the Western Desolation royal family. I have the noblest bloodline in the entire Great Wilderness. I have excellent talent in all aspects. But I do not know why, from a young age, I could not obtain my father's favor. No matter how hard I tried, it was useless. Everyone said that the Third Highness was the most valued junior of His Majesty, and was also the destined successor of the Desolation Emperor. I really tried my best, but all my attempts ended in failure. Every time, what welcomed me was His Majesty's cold and indifferent eyes. I had thought of giving up, and I had indeed tried to do so. However, the response I got was that third brother's constant aggression. I endured and endured, until one day, I suddenly realized that there were only two outcomes in a fight for the throne. One was to ride the storm and transform into a dragon, and the other was to fall into the abyss and never be able to rise again. I did not want to die, so I could only start again. I spent countless efforts and methods, and finally obtained the recognition of the previous Desolation Emperor. That was how I was able to obtain the most important secret of the Western Desolation, the Eternal Flame. I do not know how much it involves, but there is one thing that is without a doubt. As long as I can completely control it, I can use it to find the item left behind by the ruler of the Blazing Mountain. At that time, even if His Majesty does not like it, I can still obtain the recognition of everyone and become the successor of the throne. After spending countless efforts and preparing for a long time, I finally captured the item in the cave. The refinement was at a critical moment, and I was about to succeed. But at this moment, the enchantment that was set up inside the cave was broken by a powerful force. The enemy was already in front of me. The other party addressed me as Your Highness and did not hide anything from me. This behavior of not being worried that I would find out undoubtedly verified my previous conjecture. Your Majesty, I am also your son, your closest bloodline. Why? Why do you have to do this to me? My name is Liajo. In order to get to where I am today, no one knows how much I have endured other than myself. I know the pain I have suffered, I know my efforts, and I know what will happen if I fail. So I cannot lose. The final step. Refine, refine. Catcher. At this moment, there was a light sound that sounded like heavenly music. Perhaps the heavens felt my hard work and perseverance, and were finally moved to give me a chance. The item in the cave was finally refined. Then, the mysterious Western Desolation expert that followed the will of the Desolation Emperor to the Zeroth world, are you prepared to be killed by me and buried here forever? Qin Yu had never been a talkative person, especially at such a critical moment. For him to suddenly speak so much nonsense in such a cold and aloof manner, there had to be a reason for this. And the reason for this was that when Shatar broke through the barrier and stepped into the deepest part of the cave, the instant he saw Liajo, Shatar recognized the item that was being refined within the everlasting flames. Fire Spirit. It was a special spiritual body that was born from flames and could control all flames in the world. It was classified as a special type of spiritual body. It couldn't be considered a true life form. It often only had a basic consciousness. Simply speaking, it could be seen as a collective of flame rules that had obtained the recognition of a portion of the world's will. The specific cause was unknown, but there was no doubt that as long as one could successfully refine the fire spirit, their ability to control flames would instantly skyrocket. This was the reason why Liajo stayed here and refused to move. Once he finished refining it, he would be able to truly control the everlasting flame. In normal circumstances, if Qin Yu knew of this and saw the scene before him, the first thing he would do would be to kill him without hesitation. This was indeed what he was thinking, and he was about to do so. But before he could do anything, Shatar called out to him. It quickly spoke a great deal, and the general meaning was that the fire spirit was born from flames. If its consciousness was refined, it would be the same as death, and this could lead to sorrow of fire. He didn't say what sorrow of fire was, and Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to ask. The general meaning was that in a state of sorrow of fire, he had a way to suppress the everlasting flame so that it was in a weakened state. Then, he could use the great furnace to suppress it and sever its connection with its original master. And what Qin Yu needed to do was kill Liajo as quickly as possible while he was suppressing it. If he succeeded, he could smoothly obtain this everlasting flame that had been refined from the fire spirit. This was the same as plucking a sweet and ripe peach. Fail. The everlasting flame was controlled once more and Liajo's strength had risen dramatically. Wanting to kill him now was basically impossible. Qin Yu estimated that he would immediately flee for his life. In truth, this was indeed a difficult choice to make. But, Qin Yu used less than the blink of an eye to make his decision. He had to wait. He had to wait for Liajo to finish refining it. He chose to take this risk. It wasn't that Qin Yu had masochistic tendencies or that he didn't want to take a good path and instead chose the difficult one. In truth, the answer was simple. The world of darkness had already obtained the everlasting flame, but they still had to expend so much effort to refine the fire spirit. There had to be another reason for this. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this was also very important to him. He had broken through the enchantment and entered in a single breath of time. There was simply no time to weigh the pros and cons, he could only rely on his instincts and intuition to make a judgment. And now, the refinement had been completed. Stone pagoda. Qin Yu shouted out loud. There was a humming sound in the void in front of him, and the phantom of the stone pagoda instantly descended. It appeared deep within the cave, right above the peacefully burning everlasting flame. Then, with a flick of his sleeves, the great furnace howled out. It was like a hungry demon. It didn't need to be stimulated at all before it pounced forward. Of course, the best result would be that the cauldron would be able to absorb the everlasting flame, just like when it swallowed the flame of eternal night. However, with a muffled bang, the cauldron that was rapidly approaching was kicked away like a rubber ball. If it had a mouth full of good teeth, they would have been broken by that kick. And indeed, before the stone pagoda made this suggestion, it seemed to already know that the everlasting flame wouldn't be easily subdued. Was this an extension of the Encyclopedia of Answers to 100,000 Whys? Or, was this fellow hiding something? This thought flashed in his mind. Of course, this wasn't the time to think about these things. He stepped forwards and leapt forwards. Li Yizhou's face was filled with anger. Just a second ago, he thought that he had finally moved the heavens, thus he was able to complete the refinement of the fire spirit at the critical moment. But then, in just half a breath of time, reality taught him a vivid lesson, allowing him to understand what it meant to be unpredictable in the world. The everlasting flame had been suppressed. The phantom of a stone pagoda and a cauldron of unknown uses were actually able to suppress the eternal inextinguishable flame. It had to be known that in order to obtain this flame, a half-step sovereign-level existence had personally taken action at a critical moment. In the end, he had been severely wounded and nearly died. The Western Wasteland's royal family was shaken. The everlasting flame could burn all. Everything it touched would be thoroughly reduced to ashes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and if the everlasting flame was within his control, Li Yizhou would never have believed it. But as he thought about how this was the will of the desolate sovereign, everything seemed to have a reasonable explanation. After all, he was the supreme ruler of the desolate sovereign, the endless blazing sun that the trillions of lives in the great desolate world looked up to. No, I will not give up. With the terrifying might of the everlasting flame, it was impossible to suppress it for a long time. It would soon break free and return to his control. That's right, that was it. And what he needed to do now was to last until the everlasting flame broke free from its suppression. He didn't want his puppet body to be destroyed before then. And more importantly, he wasn't completely helpless right now. Ah! Li Yizhou roared out loud. Endless darkness gushed out from his body, endless and endless. It was like raging waves that layered over each other, protecting him within. In the next moment, Qin Yu arrived. Dong, there was a loud sound, deep and heavy. It was like a boulder had smashed into a thick pile of leather cushions. The layers of darkness fiercely shook. A wild strength broke into it, causing it to cave in and distort on both sides. Qin Yu frowned. This power of darkness was like a part of the swamp. When he punched in, his strength was instantly scattered. As his strength was consumed, the sunken power of darkness began to rapidly recover. This highness was indeed not easy to kill. His eyes swept over the layers of darkness. Li Yizhou was sitting down cross-legged. He was currently in a weakened state and couldn't resist Qin Yu's attacks. The only thing he could do was summon the everlasting flame with all his strength and have it break free from its suppression as soon as possible. Master, there isn't much time left. You must hurry. The stone pagoda's nervous voice sounded out in his mind. It seemed that it could already feel the pressure. Hum, this was the great furnace urging him to hurry. Qin Yu took a deep breath. The pre-celestial spiritual strength in his body crazily combusted and a cold light burst out from his eyes. If one punch couldn't break it open, then 10 punches. If 10 punches weren't enough, then 100 punches. He wanted to see just how long this tortoise shell formed from the power of darkness could last. Bang! He punched out a second time. The darkness that had yet to recover began to rapidly sink in, and the distortion became even more exaggerated. Following that was a third punch, a fourth punch, a fifth punch. Bang, bang, deep and heavy explosions rang out, like thunder exploding deep underground. They came one after another, almost without pause. The entire power of darkness condensed into layers of protective strength. Facing Qin Yu's barrage of attacks, it was like a roaring sea in an earthquake, the billowing waves shaking endlessly. Li Yizhou, who had been summoning the everlasting flame with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu, who was punching out again and again without pause, his face filled with disbelief. It was normal to erupt with such a high intensity of strength 3 or 5 times in a row, but 10 or more times was already rare. But now, Qin Yu's fists didn't stop. In a short period of time, he had punched out dozens of times, and the strength of each punch hadn't diminished at all. No, it wasn't that it hadn't diminished. Rather, as time passed and the number of punches increased, it was slowly becoming stronger. It was like Qin Yu was gradually adapting and increasing the limits of the strength he could erupt with. Impossible. How was this possible? Even the peak body transformation superpowerhouses of the Western Desolate Army wouldn't be able to maintain such a high-frequency output of strength. Even if the supply of strength was sufficient, their mortal bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the continuous impacts of strength, eruptions, and vibrations. In normal circumstances, after punching out dozens of times in a row, let alone whether or not the Dark Guardian would shatter, Qin Yu's fists should have already been broken. But now, it was clear that he wasn't injured at all. It seemed that even if he punched out dozens of times in a row, there wouldn't be any problems. And the Dark Guardian's defense still had a limit. Li Yizhou could feel that it wouldn't be able to resist much longer. A bitter and self-deprecating smile appeared on his lips. In order to suppress him, His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign had truly spent a great deal of effort. He had actually found such a terrifying killing machine. So what if he wasn't willing? In the next moment, the wildly twisting and shaking Dark Guardian froze for a moment before collapsing and vanishing. Bang! The final punch struck Li Yizhou's chest. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, as if he wanted to engrave him in his heart. Then, his entire body exploded, turning into a mass of dark strength that scattered in all directions. The moment that Li Yizhou was killed, the stone pagoda phantom shattered. The fragments tumbled away and the array spirit fell out. Master, I need to temporarily rest. The weak voice faded away. Then, in the next moment, a swallowing strength arrived without warning, directly wrapping around the array spirit. Without giving it any time to react, it was pulled into the ever-burning flame. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He had spent so much effort to kill Li Yizhou and was just about to obtain the ever-burning flame. He didn't want any accidents to occur again. He furrowed his eyebrows and a gloomy look appeared in his eyes. He stared at the ever-burning flame, and in the next moment, it seemed to give up all resistance and was instantly absorbed by the furnace. The furnace trembled and motes of light began to appear. They rapidly brightened, condensed, and then disappeared. The feeling it gave off was as if the furnace had just finished charging up all of its energy. It wasn't enough at all. Moreover, the array spirit had been perfectly fine, so how could it have fused into the ever-burning flame? Qin Yu closed his eyes and began to communicate with the furnace. After several breaths of time, he opened his eyes. There was joy on his face, but there was also a strange emotion. He was happy because the furnace had smoothly swallowed up the ever-burning flame and produced a faint response. Although it wasn't clear, Qin Yu was able to use the 4 eyes of darkness to carry out directional transmission. Finding the true location of the ever-burning flame was only a matter of time. As for what was strange, the array spirit had actually fused together with the fire spirit. Or, it could be said that it had replaced the refined consciousness of the fire spirit, becoming the new fire spirit. Chapter 1350. His Highness's puppet body was destroyed. His Majesty was enraged and sent people to question him 3 times. Everyone in the mansion was in a state of panic and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. When the Imperial Army surrounded the mansion and announced that the Emperor's order was temporarily sealed, no one was allowed to enter or leave as they wished. Everyone was crying. Although it was said to be a temporary ban, Everyone knew that what would happen next would be a series of crimes. Finally, he would be imprisoned forever. This was because similar things had happened many times in the Western wasteland. The tragic and terrifying ending made people's hearts tremble. Li Yizhou coldly accepted the emperor's order and returned to his room. He hugged his head and cried. But no matter how scared he was, he couldn't show it. He could only bear it alone. As a member of the Western wasteland, the most noble bloodline flowed in his body. Li Yizhou had great ambitions. He absolutely could not accept such an ending. Wiping away his tears, other than his slightly red eyes, Li Yizhou's expression was calm. But hidden beneath his calmness was a heart that had gone completely mad and was willing to disregard everything else. In the current situation, he had become a useless chess piece. The only way to turn things around was to mess up the situation and seek change in the chaos. And it just so happened that Li Yizhou still had one step to take. This step would definitely harm the interests of Western Wasteland. But if I am imprisoned, what does Western Wasteland have to do with me? If I can turn things around, the losses suffered by Western Wasteland today will be compensated 10 times, 100 times. Your Majesty, you forced me to do this. That night, His Highness, who had locked himself in his room for a day, finally walked out. He ordered a banquet and summoned all the concubines and dancers in the mansion. Before the emperor's order was truly issued, he was still the Western Wasteland's prince, the noble Sixth Highness. No one dared to defy his will. But whether it was the servants preparing the banquet or the concubines and dancers forcing themselves to smile, their eyes were filled with despair. His Highness had already given up and chose to numb himself with alcohol. Their fates could be imagined. Just as everyone thought, Li Yizhou drank himself into oblivion. He dragged more than 10 women to sleep with him until dawn. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. The eternal flame is mine. It should have been mine. As he muttered and roared, his speed suddenly increased. Then, as if all the strength in his body had been sucked out, he collapsed heavily on the woman's snow-white body and fell into a deep sleep. Someone came in to clean up. Li Yizhou was carried away and cleaned up. The women were all fed medicine before they were taken away. The Emperor clan bloodline obviously wasn't something anyone could give birth to. A group of lowly women could only be used as playthings. Shuaru bid farewell to a group of weary and fearful sisters and returned to her room. She started to boil water and soaked herself in the bucket. Her skin turned red from the heat. It had been a habit for many years. Only then did she feel that she could be slightly cleaner. But this time, it was different. When she was soaking in the water, she touched the bucket with her fingers a few times and took out a thin, almost transparent piece of jade from somewhere. Its surface was engraved with shallow patterns. Looking at the jade piece in her hand, Shuaru's eyes were dazed for a moment. So many years had passed and she had never thought that there would be a time when she would have a use for it. After a brief silence, she pursed her lips and revealed a smile with some difficulty. After all the humiliation and torture she had endured over the years hadn't been in vain. With a determined look in her eyes, she raised her hand and bit her finger, letting the blood drip onto the jade piece. Then, the blood fell from the jade piece and fell into the water, forming a faint red circle. Blood dripped down. The hot water was constantly dyed red until her face paled. Finally, the jade piece seemed to have been activated and began to absorb the blood. In almost an instant, it turned from transparent to crimson red. Shuaru pressed the jade piece against her forehead. After several breaths of time, with a light crack, the entire jade piece turned to powder. She closed her eyes and let out a light sigh. There was satisfaction and unwillingness, scenes of her childhood appearing in her mind. The green mountains, the great trees, the flock of ducks raised by her mother, and her young little sister. She smiled happily, as if warm sunlight was sprinkling down on her body. All these years, she had been holding back, not daring to think about these things. She felt that she didn't deserve it and was afraid that she would taint her memories. Now, she could finally think about it without any scruples. There is one more thing. I am not called Shuaru, I am called Arsang. Leaning against the bucket, she slowly closed her eyes, her expression peaceful and calm. The hot water in the bucket was becoming redder and redder, like a flame, wrapping around her gradually paling body. Late at night, the door opened from the outside and the sound of footsteps approached. Liajo stood in front of the wooden bucket, looking at the already cold woman, his expression indifferent. Take her away, erase all traces of her in the mansion. Behind him, several people stood silently. 2 people were sent to deal with the body in the bucket, while more people rushed out the door. His Highness' meaning was very clear. To erase all traces of this woman in the mansion, everyone who knew her or had seen her would be included in the scope of elimination. Ah! Help! Don't kill me! Screams of fear, accompanied by the despair of death, constantly echoed in the air. The smell of blood became thicker. Liajo stared at the blood in the bucket, a fierce expression gradually appearing on his indifferent face. This world is filled with hardships and dangers, everyone is struggling to survive. Everything I do is to protect myself. If you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck. In the dim and depressing underground palace, there was only a single candle burning, illuminating a figure writing on a desk. He had an extremely old face, and every wrinkle on his face hid the aura of the passing of time. Suddenly, a lantern exploded. In the quiet underground palace, the sound was particularly clear. The hand holding the pen was covered with old age spots. It was extremely thin, as if there was only a thin layer of dry skin wrapped around his bones. Hearing the sound of the lantern exploding, he slowly put down the pen. He turned to look at the burning candle, a trace of sorrow appearing in the depths of his cloudy eyes. Perhaps it was because he had lived for far too long and had seen many deaths, but the old man's eyes soon returned to tranquility. He stood up and bowed towards the candle. After several breaths of silence, he reached out and grasped the air. Between his fingers, specks of light appeared, gradually condensing into a thin piece of jade. It was dark red, as if it had eaten its fill of blood. Closing his eyes, the old man carefully sensed the information within the jade slip. In the next moment, his eyes flashed open, bursting with a brilliant light. His cloudy eyes erupted with a terrifying light. He turned and sat down, quickly flipping through the unfinished book. Countless words appeared and disappeared at an astonishing speed on the paper. After a few breaths, with a light purr sound, the old man closed the book. Without any hesitation, he stretched out his hand and pulled on an inconspicuous bell that was hanging under the candlestick. The clear and urgent sound of the bell rang out in the underground palace. For a time, shadows flickered in the darkness, as if countless dormant existences were awakening. The old man loosened the finger that pulled on the bell. His eyes looked around and he let out a low and hoarse voice. Perhaps it was because he hadn't spoken for a long time, so his voice was hoarse, filled with difficulty and repression. The Western Wasteland has obtained the everlasting flame. For some reason, it was left in the southwestern wasteland region's broken world. 327's expression was gloomy and his mood wasn't too good. They still hadn't found a suitable array spirit, so they hadn't been able to proceed to the next step. Originally, there was an array spirit that had triggered the energy fluctuations of the array, so it was highly possible that it could satisfy the requirements. It was right beside them, clearly within reach, but in the end, they had missed it, and because of this, they had waited at the entrance for a full 7 days. Every time he thought of this, 327's mood would worsen. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. That person had acted tough in front of them, but in reality, he was a coward who put on a strong front. He had actually escaped without a trace. I have already remembered your aura. It is best if you never step into the world Zeroth land, otherwise I can guarantee that you will regret it. At this moment, 327's expression changed. He opened his hand, and light spots appeared between his fingers. A jade slip gradually condensed. He closed his eyes and sensed it. After several breaths of time, he suddenly opened his eyes. His face was filled with anger and his forehead was instantly covered with sweat. Damn it! Western Wilderness had actually been one step ahead of them and had successfully obtained the eternal flame. If it wasn't for Western Wilderness Prince Li Juyi, who had met with an accident after descending into the world Zeroth land, and the clan had received this news, they would still be in the dark. Once they used the eternal flame to successfully enter the Flame Mountain and discover what was inside, without any hesitation, 327 raised his hand and pointed out. A light arrow shot into the sky, exploding into a lotus. Very quickly, the sound of air breaking came from all directions. Figures in green robes flew over. 418 was holding a strange beast in his hand. It had a small half of its body destroyed, but it still hadn't died. It was still roaring and struggling. 327, what happened? 327 waved his sleeves. The information he had obtained from the jade slip instantly turned into light spots that fell in front of everyone. Western Wilderness has obtained the Eternal Flame. It is now in the World Zeroth land. The clan's order has been passed. They order us to obtain the Eternal Flame at all cost. Everyone's expression changed. They raised their hands and pointed at the light spots. After confirming that the order was correct, their faces were filled with shock and anger. They were still searching for the array spirit that could control the array and try to open up a path, but Western Wilderness had already obtained the Eternal Flame. This was no different from a resounding slap in the face. At the same time, they all thought of a certain cowardly bastard. If they hadn't wasted 7 days for him, they might have already found an array spirit that could support the operation of the array formation. And it just so happened that the array spirit in that bastard's hand was what they wanted. The more they thought about it, the angrier they became. The strange beast that 418 was holding in his hand screamed out in pain. The remaining half of its body withstood the wild impact of strength and directly exploded into pieces, dying a cold death. His entire body was splashed with blood and his eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. The things in the Flame Mountain are destined to belong to my clan. Anyone that dares to fight for them will die. Seize the Eternal Flame. Find it. 327 took a deep breath. He lifted a hand. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh, a group of cultivators shot into the skies with boiling killing intent. And at the same time, a similar scene repeated itself many times throughout the entire World Zeroth land. The mysterious clan had learned of the matter of the Eternal Flame and had officially entered the game. Chapter 1351. As mentioned before, the underworld camp and the mysterious race feared each other. They viewed each other as their greatest opponents and closely monitored each other's actions. Thus, when the mysterious race made a move in World Zeroth, the underworld camp immediately received the news and quickly confirmed that the mysterious race's actions were related to the Eternal Flame. The news was quickly transmitted to the Western Desolate. The Desolate Emperor was enraged and the Imperial army broke into the palace and took Liajo away. Before long, the previous Desolate Emperor left seclusion and came to the palace to talk with the current Desolate Emperor. Half a day later, led by 2 princes, a team of 10 true sages appeared in the palace array. They would use this array to condense puppet bodies and enter the broken world of the Southwest Desolate region. They would take back the Eternal Flame at all costs. Third Highness Li Qingze smiled. He cupped his hands together and said in a voice that only the 2 brothers could hear, "Sixth brother's methods are truly good. I admire you." Li Ajo smiled and returned the greeting. "What is third brother saying? Little brother doesn't understand." Li Qingze's smile widened. "It doesn't matter if you don't understand. As long as the life and death contract sixth brother signed isn't fake. You must do your best. If you can't find the Eternal Flame, no one will be able to save you." Li Ajo's breathing paused. He looked up and said, "Third brother, rest assured that little brother will do his best." The sound of the array activating rang out. Everyone entered their respective stone houses and sat down cross-legged. Surrounding the array were layers upon layers of stone houses of different sizes. The inner stone houses were the largest and the smaller they became. Although they were outside the array, they were also a part of it. The broken world of the Southwest Desolate region was in a semi-detached state from the Great Desolate. Only true sages and below were allowed to enter, and the number was greatly limited. 2 princes and 10 true sages were far from the true strength of the Western Desolate region, but this was the limit that the array could withstand. The stone door closed and darkness flooded in, submerging Li Ajo within. The calm expression on his face instantly shattered. He clenched his fists and revealed a fierce expression. There was one thing that Li Qingze was right about. In order to obtain this opportunity, he had gambled everything he had. If he didn't succeed, he would die. Thus, he absolutely could not fail. Whoever dared to stop him would die. His ears started ringing, and Liajo's consciousness blurred for a moment. The ferocious expression on his face instantly disappeared, and he lowered his head as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. At this moment, his consciousness felt like it was sitting on an extremely bumpy roller coaster. After a crazy sprint, there was a rapid descent. Down, down, all the way down. The stifling feeling, the lack of oxygen, and the inability to breathe kept assaulting his mind. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. In the next moment, it was as if he was suddenly pulled out of the water, and his first reaction was to gasp for air. Hoochie in the darkness, Liajo opened his eyes and got up to get used to this new puppet body. Then, he pushed open the door and strode out. Out of the 10 true divines, only 3 appeared in front of him. At this moment, their expressions weren't too good. Seeing him, they clasped their hands. Your Highness. Liajo frowned for a moment before calming down. He turned his head and looked at the stone door behind him that was still closed. He waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." Whoosh, whoosh, the 4 of them soared into the sky and flew out of the spotless main hall. They flew over the tall black earth mountain and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. After they left, the other stone doors opened one after another. Li Qingze was the first to walk to the window of the main hall. He looked in the direction that Liajo and the others disappeared in, a mocking smile on his face. Your Highness, if we refuse to cooperate and Sixth Highness reports this to His Majesty, will there be trouble? A true sage frowned. Li Qingze waved his hand. Don't worry, Sixth Brother is a smart person. When His Majesty ordered me to descend to the broken world of the southwest desolate region with him, he already understood. He won't waste time on this. And this was the main reason he had mocked Qin Yu earlier. He had already been abandoned. If he continued to struggle, besides annoying others, was there any other use? Why couldn't he just honestly accept his fate? Another true sage said, Your Highness, what should we do now? Li Qingze smiled. I'm not doing anything. I have long been curious about the broken world of the southwest desolate region. Since we're here, let's take a look around first. After a pause, his smile became wider. Sixth Brother is in a hurry. Let him go first. Since that clan has received the news, they definitely won't give up so easily. He walked out. Let's go. I hope that we can meet a beautiful lady here and something that should happen will happen. Qin Yu was trying to lock onto the location of the everlasting flame. Originally, he thought that since he had already obtained a portion of the everlasting flame, it wouldn't be a difficult task. However, Qin Yu soon discovered that he was too optimistic. The furnace could indeed sense the existence of the everlasting flame. However, it could only sense a vague direction. It was as if its aura was being intentionally concealed by some kind of power. This was a little troublesome. The fragment of the small world in the world zeroth was already in a state of disorder. In addition, with the interference of the chaotic space flow, it was constantly shifting. It was impossible to lock onto the exact location. If too much time was wasted, the fragment of the small world that the everlasting flame was in would have moved very far away. This caused all the effort he had put into locating it to be in vain. The situation was slightly better than before. At least, Qin Yu could confirm that the everlasting flame really existed. Moreover, it could help the furnace to transform. This was good news. However, if he wanted to use a stupid method to find it, it would be a very difficult task. Qin Yu scratched his head. He thought that he had spent so much effort and tossed around for so long. He couldn't possibly just take a bite, right? However, it wasn't that he didn't have a way. Since the underworld camp could obtain the everlasting flame, they would definitely be able to lock onto its location. Qin Yu had absolute confidence in them who were able to forcibly build 4 eyes of darkness at the edge of the world zeroth. Since he couldn't do it by himself, finding a way from the underworld camp seemed to be a good choice. However, there was another problem. As a group of people who cheated and could not be truly killed, it was obviously a difficult task to force information out of their mouths. Unless he could truly endanger the other party's life and death. Curse! Qin Yu had seen many of these things. He had suffered many of them. Currently, there was a high-quality curse mark on his body. However, it mainly focused on defense and counterattack. It didn't seem to have the ability to actively give people fun. Moreover, Qin Yu didn't have much research on curses. If there was something he couldn't do, he would ask the stone tower. With the complete collection of answers to 100,000 whys and a mysterious aura on his body, Qin Yu had high hopes for it. As it turned out, the stone tower rarely disappointed. According to what it said, during the long period of darkness, it happened to have done a little research on puppets. The stone tower said a lot. The general conclusion was that it did have a method that could pass through a puppet body and directly attack the main body. It was called the Forgotten Seal. This was a kind of hand seal combined with the body's cultivation to form a tracing power. It wasn't too difficult to learn. At least, this was what Qin Yu thought. But the stone tower seemed to be a little surprised. This could be felt from its tone. Qin Yu should have been proud, but in the current situation, he wasn't in the mood. After trying several times and confirming that he could smoothly form the Forgotten Seal, a light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. Now, he just needed to find a few cultivators from the underworld to test it out. But this time, before Qin Yu could take the initiative to attack, someone had already come to find him. When the spatial fluctuations appeared, he had sensed them ahead of time and restrained his aura to avoid them. This was what Qin Yu had done before. He avoided meeting other cultivators in order to reduce trouble as much as possible. But soon, the hidden Qin Yu's complexion changed. This was because the cultivators that appeared on this small world fragment didn't hesitate to rush straight towards his position. They were coming for him. Qin Yu's first thought was that these were Dark World cultivators. His Highness' puppet body had been destroyed and countless others had died. They definitely wouldn't give up. And as someone who had once captured the eternal flame, it was normal for them to have some methods to lock onto its aura. Well, in truth, Qin Yu thought that after the furnace swallowed the eternal flame, it could hide its aura. But now, it seemed that reality wasn't what he had imagined. He didn't have time to feel helpless or regret. Since these people had come to find him, he might as well take the initiative and finish them off. Bang! The ground rumbled. Qin Yu shot into the skies and punched out. Then, he discovered that he was wrong. These weren't Dark World cultivators. This aura was a bit familiar, a mysterious race. That's right, it was them. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He couldn't figure out why the mysterious race cultivators would interfere in this matter. Not to mention that they were hostile to the Dark faction. Could it be that they had joined forces to deal with him? Seeing the pleasant surprise on the faces of the two people across from him, Qin Yu determined that this wasn't a misunderstanding. They were indeed coming for him. If he couldn't figure it out, then he wouldn't think about it. Since they had come knocking on his door, did he really need to figure out why they were here? Who cared about the consequences? He would fight them first. Bang air bang with two loud explosions, the happy expressions on the faces of the two blue-robed mysterious race cultivators froze. Then, they turned into endless anger and alarm. They spat out a mouthful of blood. Like kites with their strings cut, they were sent flying far away. The smell of blood appeared in the air. A gust of wind blew into Qin Yu's nose and he subconsciously sucked in a deep breath. Then, his complexion changed. A wild killing intent erupted like a volcano, gushing out from the depths of his heart. It nearly submerged his heart in an instant. Above his eyes, tiny blood vessels began to rapidly pump, causing his eyes to turn blood red, as if they would soon flow out tears of blood. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, Qin Yu was gasping for breath. The killing intent in his chest boiled like a tide, wanting to swallow up all of his consciousness. All that remained was an unsuppressible instinct, to kill them and burn their bones to ashes. Chapter 1352. Even if the entire world was destroyed, it wouldn't be able to erase this hatred in the slightest. Damn it, they all deserved to die. They had to be completely annihilated, without a single trace left behind. Qin Yu's consciousness that was struggling in the wild killing intent was suddenly filled with confusion. He had encountered countless enemies in his life, but he had never felt such an intense killing intent towards any one of them. Compared to the dark world that could be seen as a shadow of vast Yang, the mysterious race had gathered all of their strength in the World Zero land. There was almost no news of them in the outside world. Qin Yu was certain that before the two of them came into contact with the World Zeroth land, they hadn't interacted at all. The only conflict they had was when they entered the World Zeroth land. It was impossible for him to develop this sort of endless killing intent that came from his soul and marrow. What was the reason? Qin Yu didn't have time to think about it. His struggling consciousness was completely swallowed up by the wild killing intent. With a loud roar, his eyes turned red and he rushed towards the two mysterious race cultivators. "Hurry, ask for help from the clan," a person screamed in anger. At this moment, as he felt the terrifying killing intent that Qin Yu released, he instinctively felt endless fear. Ever since he arrived in the southwest desolate region's broken world, in order to explore the World Zero land, he had experienced countless deaths, but this was the first time he had experienced such fear. An arrow of light howled into the skies, exploding into a dazzling lotus. The summoning signal had already been sent out and a massive number of reinforcements would soon arrive. But in reality, it seemed they wouldn't be able to wait. Bang! With a loud explosion, the mysterious race cultivator that withstood the strength of Qin Yu's fist had his eyes widen. Countless tiny blood vessels burst open on his face, causing blood to flow out from the corners of his eyes. As he tumbled in the air, he exploded into pieces. Beads of blood howled into the air, gathering together. In normal circumstances, the mysterious race that possessed an undying body would condense all the blood in their body after their clansmen were killed. Then, they would borrow the power of their clan's supreme treasure to escape. But at this time, just as the blood in the dead person's body condensed, it collapsed without warning, as if it were withstanding a terrifyingly high temperature. Massive amounts of blood mist evaporated. A twisted face appeared in the blood mist. It was the mysterious race cultivator who had been killed. He stared at Qin Yu with a look of panic and horror. Then, with a loud cracking sound, he vanished along with the blood mist. Less than half of his blood remained, but it vanished into nothingness. Impossible. That's impossible. There's no reason for you to be able to inflict fatal damage on our race. The cultivator from the other mysterious race was filled with disbelief. It didn't matter if he didn't believe him, because Qin Yu would soon send him to accompany his fellow clansmen so that he could personally experience this feeling. Killing intent drowned out his consciousness. After being dominated by a terrifying killing intent, the strength he erupted with was far greater than when he was awake. It was almost as if he had lost control of himself. When he attacked, he would not hold back at all. With the strength that he could erupt with now, killing people was a very simple matter. The cultivators of the mysterious race who were still alive were crushed by a powerful force with a loud bang. They had already followed in the footsteps of their companions. Their fates were not much different. Only a small part of their blood managed to escape, while the rest evaporated into a bloody mist and dissipated. The blood-red color in Qin Yu's eyes rapidly faded and the rise and fall of his chest slowed down. His heavy breathing slowly subsided. After killing the two mysterious race members, that wild killing intent vanished, as if it had never existed in the first place. But the aftershock in the air and the smell of blood that had yet to completely disperse, Qin Yu immediately held his breath, his complexion extremely gloomy. He turned and left. After killing off two strange beasts that had been attracted by the sounds of battle, Qin Yu rushed out of the small world fragment without hesitation. This time, he didn't use the Eye of Darkness to determine where he was. Instead, he allowed himself to be wrapped up in the turbulent space flows and vanished from sight. In a situation where he was likely being tracked and the cultivators chasing him could arrive at any moment, this was undoubtedly the best choice. Qin Yu didn't know where he would appear next, so there was no one that could lock onto him ahead of time. In the shaking and bumping, he furrowed his eyebrows, his eyes cloudy and uncertain. There was a problem. There had to be some connection between him and the mysterious race. Or, to be more precise, there was an irreconcilable enmity between them that he didn't know about. Who were they? They were his enemies. Why didn't he know what had happened? Sure, the turbulent space flows opened up and Qin Yu was thrown out. The disorderly transmission had ended. There was someone. Alarm bells rang out, constantly echoing in the air of the main hall. Everyone who had gathered here was shocked and angry. The reason was very simple. 2 of their clansmen had been killed in the World Zeroth. Although this wasn't rare, in order to carefully explore the World Zeroth and not miss any corner, death was a very common thing. But this time was different. The life force of the 2 clansmen who were killed had mostly collapsed, and they were still in the process of being rescued. They hadn't woken up yet, so they didn't know what had happened. They only knew that before they died, they had sent out a distress signal. After knowing that the eternal flame immortal flame was lost in the World Zeroth, the entire clan had mobilized all of their forces to search for it at all costs. But now, such a thing had suddenly happened. This was tantamount to a wake-up call, causing the hearts of the mysterious clan's higher-ups to tremble. The alarm bells had stopped ringing, but the complexions of everyone in the main hall didn't ease at all. Instead, they became even more gloomy. The head officiator had been in there for a long time. Personally presiding over the resurrection ceremony should have been a simple matter, but the longer it dragged on, the more complicated it became. Finally, the sound of footsteps echoed out from the inner hall. The head officiator had a heavy expression as he walked out. He looked at everyone and nodded. The life force of the 2 clansmen has been consumed too much. Next, they will enter the rebirth spring to recover, so we have no idea what happened. Everyone in the main hall revealed sad expressions. The rebirth spring could indeed save lives. By restoring their life force bit by bit, they would be reborn, but they would be different people. The head officiator swept his eyes over everyone in the hall. He paused for a moment before continuing. In addition, in order to preserve the life force of the 2 clansmen, the power of the treasure has been greatly consumed. Such a thing cannot happen again. So, pass down my orders. We must find out who injured them as soon as possible. Yes, head officiator. Everyone bowed. As the only person in the clan that could communicate with the treasure, he was the key to the undying attribute of the entire clan. Although he wasn't the strongest, his status was incomparably respected. The patriarch's true body hadn't arrived yet. Right now, he was only a projection. After a moment of thought, he said, "Head officiator, the only thing that can truly harm my clan is the power of our bloodline. Many years ago, I sensed an aura that belonged to my clan's bloodline, but in the clan records, there is no information about this person." The main hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone frowned, revealing thoughtful expressions. Regarding what happened in the past, most of those that personally experienced it had already entered the rebirth spring. Even now, there were very few who knew. Most of them had only vaguely heard about it. As a secret scandal of the clan, no one dared to casually mention it. Today, in the main hall, almost all the powerhouses of the clan had gathered. When the patriarch asked the head officiator about it in the past, no matter how one looked at it, it was unusual. But unexpectedly, the head officiator's expression was calm. Facing the patriarch's question in front of everyone, he didn't seem to feel anything wrong. He paused for a moment and then lightly said, "Since the day my clan was born, the number of clansmen has been determined by the heavens and earth. It will not decrease, nor will it increase. What happened in the past was an escape from the heavens, an accident that cannot be calculated. Even the will of the Great Desolate was unable to predict it. In order to ensure that the fate of my clan doesn't suffer any twists and turns or bring disaster to the entire clan, I have already withdrawn my bloodline and erased all traces, so, what the patriarch worries about will never happen." The patriarch's projection glanced at the head officiator and bowed. "I hope everything is as the head officiator says." He turned and stepped away, vanishing from sight. Everyone bowed. "We will take our leave." They filed out. Soon, in the great hall, only the head officiator was left. He lowered his head, his eyelids drooping down, completely covering his eyes. No one knew just what he was thinking right now. An escape from the heavens would be the bane of the entire clan. It would bring destruction and calamity, finally burying everything. This was a warning given by the will of the Great Desolate. There was absolutely no way it could go wrong. So, everything he did was for the sake of the entire clan. After a long time, the head officiator slowly looked up. In his wise and bright eyes, there was a trace of confusion. Could he really have been resurrected? If there was something he couldn't figure out, then he shouldn't think about it for the time being. Otherwise, besides wasting energy, there was no use at all. Qin Yu understood this reasoning. But this time, in order to calm the tumbling thoughts in his heart, he had tried many times before he was able to do so with great difficulty. This had nothing to do with how strong his will was or how decisive his temperament was. It was likely an indescribably strong intuition that was causing mischief. Qin Yu believed that for a long time in the future, his fate would be intertwined with the mysterious clan that occupied the World Zeroes. Either he was destroyed, or they were destroyed. As long as one had enough strength, killing someone was a simple matter. And a clan was only made up of many people. As long as one was willing to spend time and energy, it was only a matter of time before they were all killed. As for killing, although Qin Yu didn't like it, he was already used to it. So towards killing, he didn't feel or find it hard to accept. Now, the more intense thought in his heart was that he had to figure out just what connection he had with the mysterious clan. Before Qin Yu could figure out why he suddenly had a group of powerful life and death enemies, the stone pagoda chose to reveal the secret it had always been hiding. This was because it was certain that there was no need for any other reason. The facts had already proven that Qin Yu was its best companion. The difference was that it knew why it wanted to take revenge, but Qin Yu was still in a state of confusion. He hadn't found the truth yet. Master, in the past, the ones that destroyed the holy land I lived in and killed everyone around me, causing me to be sealed in eternal darkness, were the mysterious clan that you encountered before. Since he wanted to say it, he didn't hide anything. The stone pagoda only used a few words to clearly explain the entire matter. Chapter 1353. A long time ago, Qin Yu knew that there was a great secret hidden within the stone pagoda. He also guessed that the reason it was willing to submit to him and help him grow was because it wanted to borrow his strength in the future to fulfill some unfulfilled wish. This was a normal matter and Qin Yu didn't dislike it at all. He had already prepared himself. As long as it was within his ability, he would agree to the stone pagoda's request. After all, the tag complete collection of answers to 100,000 whys was very useful to Qin Yu. It had helped him a lot. But Qin Yu never imagined that the stone pagoda's enemy would be the mysterious race he had just decided to fight to the death with. Of course, strictly speaking, this was a good thing. Since they had the same enemy, they could work together and avoid a great deal of trouble. Qin Yu rubbed his temples and thought for a moment before asking, "What's the general situation? Can you explain it more clearly?" When it came to gossip, Qin Yu had to admit that he was a human. He would naturally be curious about it, but at this time, he really wasn't in the mood. The reason why he asked these questions was very simple. He wanted to learn more about the mysterious tribe through what the stone tower had said. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Since you have already confirmed that the other party will become a great enemy that you will not rest until you die, it is of course very necessary to understand the other party's depth and make corresponding preparations. That is, if you haven't lived long enough and don't want to send the other party's head to you. The stone pagoda said, "Of course, even if Master didn't say it, I would have told you everything so that Master would have a clear idea of what's going on." It paused for a moment, as if recalling a long time ago, a past that it did not really want to remember. A long time ago, in the vast young world, there existed a holy land for cultivation. Its name was White Tower. Regarding the story of the White Tower, the stone tower told many, many stories. Suddenly, it was like an old man who loved to nag, talking endlessly about the past. Qin Yu didn't interrupt it. He quietly listened for a long time. His summary was as follows: in the past, Haoyang World had a holy land called White Pagoda. It was very strong, much stronger than the current Peach Garden and Western Mountain. Then, one day, a calamity suddenly descended. A group of mysterious and powerful cultivators brazenly launched an attack on the White Tower. The battle had ended, and the White Tower Holy Land had been destroyed in a single day. Then, those mysterious cultivators had summoned darkness to engulf everything. The White Tower became in history. There was only one person who was as timid as a mouse. He tried his best to restrain his aura and relied on powerful concealment methods to survive. However, Through the stone tower's bitter tone and the emotional fluctuations in its voice, Qin Yu could tell that the matter of the stone tower surviving was not as simple as it had said. However, that was the gist of the matter. There was no need to delve too deeply into the details. Shatar naturally had his own difficulties when he didn't speak in detail. There was no need to rub salt on someone's wounds. It was obvious that the terrifying cultivators who had caused this catastrophe and destroyed a powerful holy land in a single day were the mysterious people of today. There wasn't much useful information, but it wasn't as if he didn't gain anything. For example, why did the mysterious race suddenly attack and destroy the White Tower Holy Land? Qin Yu had inquired about it. According to what the stone pagoda said, they only killed for the sake of killing and didn't occupy anything. His intuition told him that there was definitely a problem here. It seems that Master has found the key. For a long time, I wasn't able to figure out what the mysterious race's motive was. But after I came to World Zero, I determined that the mysterious race had always been entrenched here, confronting the dark world. I suddenly had a guess. The stone pagoda paused for a moment and its voice became solemn. World Zero is the place where a ruler perished. 99% of the cultivators that brave the dangers to enter do so in order to search for the things left behind by the ruler and then obtain a turning point to make a breakthrough and complete the vast young world. But the ruler didn't. The mysterious race and the dark world didn't spend so much time and energy here because they liked the scenery here. And a long, long time ago, the master of the White Tower Holy Land was recognized by the world as a nearly invincible existence amongst saints. He was the true saint powerhouse with the highest chance of breaking through the limit and becoming a ruler. There were even rumors at the time that he would be able to cross boundaries within 1,000 years and become a supreme ruler. Perhaps it was because he was so powerful that he provoked a calamity. A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. You mean to say that the mysterious race's sword is aimed at the vacant position of ruler, and they are attacking the White Tower Holy Lands in order to eliminate those that can threaten their goal ahead of time? Shatar replied, "The evidence isn't sufficient, so I don't have much confidence. However, this conjecture is indeed possible." It paused for a moment, then continued, "If that's really the case, Master, with your goal of becoming a ruler, even if you don't do so today, it's only a matter of time before you do." This explanation was very convincing. The reason for the destruction of the White Tower Holy Land might really be as the Stone Tower had said. Mystery race. Dark world. Each of them was mysterious. Where did they come from? Why did they have such great power? According to what the Stone Tower had said, the master of the White Tower Holy Land already had the strength of a ruler. Such a peerless powerhouse was actually killed. One could only imagine the true strength of the mysterious clan. How could the Dark World, which could confront them in the Zeroth World and obtain the title of Big and Little King, be weak? It was definitely not normal for these two forces to exist in the vast young world in a nearly invisible state. Qin Yu had a faint intuition that perhaps they didn't come from the vast young world at all. Since the abyss existed, why was it impossible for there to be another world outside of it? From this perspective, everything could be explained. Taking the Dark World as an example, why was the number of true saint powerhouses constantly changing, and why was the status of a resident true saint so important? It was clear that there were enormous restrictions placed on true saints from the outside world entering the vast young world. Or perhaps they could only stay for a short period of time before being forced to leave. It was because of this that the Dark World was so eager to help the powerful native cultivators of the vast young world transform into darkness, allowing them to become resident true saints in order to stabilize their status in the Dark World. For instance, the Dark World and the mysterious race cultivators all had a nearly undying attribute within the Zeroth World. This was likely because the world they came from had a formidable attribute supporting them. If it was really as Qin Yu thought, then why would a group of cultivators who weren't from the vast young world plot to occupy the vacant position of a ruler? There had to be another reason for this. Qin Yu suddenly realized that he had inadvertently come into contact with a very, very great secret. The rulers definitely knew of this, but since they tacitly allowed the existence of the Dark World and the mysterious race, it definitely wasn't out of hospitality. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the tumbling thoughts in his chest. He forced himself not to think too much about this. Right now, All of this was just a guess. Even if it was true, it wouldn't help the current situation. The most important thing right now was to find a way to obtain the ever-burning flame. But before that, it was clear he still had a considerable amount of trouble ahead. The mysterious race had already interfered and the dark world wouldn't fall behind. In other words, if there wasn't an accident, he would soon have to face the combined attacks of the Little and Little Kings. Chapter 1354. He did not panic and carefully thought about the current situation. The reason why Qin Yu was being chased was because he had taken the immortal flame from Li Yizhou. Judging from the situation, it was obvious that both the mysterious race and the dark camp were determined to obtain the immortal flame. It was also because of the existence of the immortal flame that the two sides could use some unknown method to lock onto Qin Yu's location. If he wanted to get rid of the two sides, he needed to conceal the aura of the immortal flame. But the furnace had obviously failed in this aspect. The good news was that besides the furnace, Qin Yu had also obtained a fire spirit. Now the array spirit had replaced his consciousness and entered it in a dormant state. According to the stone tower, as long as the new array spirit awakened the fire spirit, it would not be difficult to conceal its aura with its ability to control the flames of the world. In other words, as long as Qin Yu could hold on until the fire spirit awakened, he would be able to get rid of the greatest danger and enter the invisible state again. Of course, entering the invisible state did not mean that Qin Yu had to stay as far away from the two sides as possible. On the contrary, with Qin Yu's current strength, the possibility of finding the immortal flame alone was very small. To solve this problem and smoothly obtain the immortal flame, the best way was to start from the dark camp. The reason was mentioned before. Since they could divide a part of the immortal flame, the dark world could certainly lock onto its main body. He took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. It was useless to think too much about what would happen next. He had to survive until the fire spirit awakened. It was not that Qin Yu did not have confidence. It was because after the stone tower's confession, Qin Yu estimated that the strength of the two sides had soared by several levels. If a true divine entered World Zeroth, it would not be a threat to Qin Yu. Even if 3 to 5 of them joined hands, it would not be a problem. Even if they could not win, they could run away. But what if it was a true divine? This was not impossible. Qin Yu only had one life, so he could not take the risk. What should he do? Moving continuously was certainly a good method. He could use the turbulence inside World Zeroth to make himself in a disorderly state. However, this was clearly not enough. Who knew what kind of tricks the mysterious dark world and the mysterious race had up their sleeves? The stone tower said, Master can create a doppelganger that carries a part of the immortal flame's aura to attract their attention and create an illusion to ensure your own safety. A thought fluctuation spread into Qin Yu's mind, immediately releasing a great deal of information. This is a simple puppet creation method. Master can try it. After looking through it several times and asking the stone pagoda about it, Qin Yu determined that he hadn't missed anything. He felt that this puppet creation method wasn't too difficult. After trying twice, he successfully condensed a fireball in his hand, which contained a small amount of eternal flame. Although creating puppets would definitely exhaust the eternal flame in his hands, he couldn't care too much about it at this time. First of all, the consumption wasn't too great. Qin Yu had activated it with the puppet technique, so the aura it released was very strong and gave off a false impression. Secondly, there was no practical use in keeping such a tiny bit of the ever-burning flame in his hands. Only by waiting for the fire spirit to awaken would he have a chance to take another step forward and find the main body of the ever-burning flame. Thirdly, of course, it was to ensure his own safety. This was also the most important point. When you're alive, everything you own is yours. If you're dead, sorry, everything you own will have nothing to do with you. Treasuring treasures and sacrificing one's life was a foolish thing. Qin Yu couldn't do it. After creating the puppet with the ever-burning flame aura, he still had to find a suitable carrier for it. In this aspect, Qin Yu was already prepared. The various strange beasts that lived in the world Zeroth were mostly violent due to the fact that the laws here were broken and the space was chaotic. However, there was a type of bird-type strange beast that Qin Yu had encountered a few times before, which left a very deep impression on him. Oh. As mentioned before, the strange beasts in the world Zeroth looked very strange. Qin Yu named them bullying the weak and fearing the strong bird. The reason for this name was very simple. This type of bird-type strange beast was the same as other strange beasts. They all had a fiery temper. When they encountered an intruder, they would not care about anything else. They would go up and fight head-on with the intruder. If they successfully killed the opponent, there was nothing much to say. Of course, it would be a full meal after the hunt. However, if they failed and discovered that the opponent was too strong, the ferocious and terrifying bird that was overflowing with killing intent would turn around and escape without any hesitation. Moreover, once they escaped, it would be very difficult to stop. They would keep escaping, perhaps because they wanted to escape from danger as much as possible. One of the reasons why Qin Yu had such a deep impression of this bird-type beast was that it fled as quickly as it could when the situation turned bad. More importantly, he had coincidentally encountered another bird that he had beaten away. More than a day had passed, and it was still running for its life. It flapped its wings with all its might and let out a strange and urgent scream. It was as if it was being chased by 100 wild beasts. It desperately flew across the sky and then rushed out of the small world fragment, disappearing into the turbulent space. It was exactly the same as when it first escaped. That scene left Qin Yu speechless. His lips twitched and there was only one thought in his mind: this fellow really cherished its life. So although the description of bullying the weak and fearing the strong was appropriate, if you wanted to call it a fearing deathbird, there was no problem at all. That's right, the puppet carrier that Qin Yu had chosen was them. After being frightened, they would frantically escape. Moreover, once they started escaping, they wouldn't be able to stop. Of course, this was the best choice. If the dark faction and the mysterious race were really fooled and chased after them, haha, then it would be very busy. Let's do it. Qin Yu turned around and left. He began to search for this type of bird-type strange beast. Perhaps it was because they didn't like cleanliness and didn't bathe even once in a few years, so their feathers emitted a faint fishy smell. And Qin Yu was a dignified body of rules, so his sense of smell was very sharp. In addition, this type of strange beast had a tactful nature. There were many of them in the inner part of World Zero and they were a very common type of bird type. After walking through 2 small world fragments, Qin Yu successfully found them. His luck was relatively good as he encountered a pair of birds on the first time. Looking at the situation, the 2 in front of him seemed to have hooked up not too long ago. If Qin Yu didn't jump out and disturb them, they would soon be doing some activities that would make the birds happy, such as creating a few eggs and hatching a few chicks. Therefore, the 2 birds that bully the weak and fear the strong were extremely angry at Qin Yu who had ruined their fun. They joined hands and rushed over, determined to teach Qin Yu a ruthless lesson. But it was clear that they had overestimated their strength. And Qin Yu was not a soft persimmon that was easy to bully. As the saying goes, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Moreover, the pair in front of him wasn't a decent couple. Seeing that they couldn't deal with this troublesome matter, how could they have the mood to do anything else? They quickly spread their wings and flew away. Male and female, it was impossible to tell from their appearance. Qin Yu was too lazy to care about this. He grabbed one of the eternal fire puppets and directly threw it into the body of one of the birds. Although he couldn't truly understand what this birds that bully the weak and fear the strong was feeling right now, he could see that its eyes were wide open, its feathers were standing up, and its body was twitching. It was obvious that it was scared by the aura of the eternal fire puppets. He released his hand and in the blink of an eye, the frightened bird disappeared without a trace. Its speed was at least twice as fast as Qin Yu remembered. TSK, its potential was amazing. The effect was better than he had imagined. Qin Yu was extremely satisfied with his choice. But now was not the time to indulge in his own self-satisfaction. There was still another birds that bully the weak and fear the strong trying to escape. Since he needed to scatter his line of sight and hide his whereabouts, it was necessary to make several more targets. Of course, the main reason was that it wasn't too difficult to make these targets. The reason he let these birds that bully the weak and fear the strong go was because he didn't want to waste time. If Qin Yu had chased after them seriously, they certainly wouldn't have been able to escape. For instance, the one in front of him that he didn't know whether it was male or female. It flapped its wings so fast that it left behind after images, but it still wasn't able to avoid being caught behind it. Its neck was almost broken. Qin Yu smiled. Don't struggle, otherwise if your neck really breaks, it will be you seeking death. I won't take any responsibility. Just as his voice fell, the bird immediately became obedient. It stared at Qin Yu with a pleading look in its eyes. His small appearance made him look rather pitiful. What an actor. Stay there and don't move. After throwing down these words, Qin Yu loosened his grip and his fingers rapidly formed a law formula. The moment he loosened his grip, the birds that bully the weak and fear the strong shook its wings. But in the next moment, it forcefully restrained its urge to escape. This was because it knew just how terrifying the human in front of it was. It simply had no chance of escaping. Soon, a flame appeared in Qin Yu's hand. He looked at the shivering bird and his lips curved up. You are very smart, but all I can do is wish you good luck. The puppet only contained an extremely small amount of inextinguishable flames. In addition, it had been deliberately activated to release its aura, so its strength would soon be exhausted. If it wasn't found before then, it would naturally be able to escape. Thus, Qin Yu felt that he was actually very benevolent and gave them a slim chance of survival. He waved his hand. Without needing to say anything, the large bird spread its wings and flew away, disappearing without a trace. 2 avatars were completed. Qin Yu turned and left. In his opinion, this wasn't enough at all. At the very least, he needed to multiply it several times. After all, the more avatars he had, the safer he would be. Half a day later, Qin Yu waved his hand and sent away the birds that bully the weak and fear the strong. Then, he let out a long breath. The 21st one. Nearly half of the inextinguishable flames within the furnace had been used up. No matter what Qin Yu said, it wasn't willing to spit out any more. Thinking about it, having 21 avatars was already an exaggeration. If this could be locked onto, then his luck would be off the charts. Even if he created several dozen more, he would still be found. Whatever. What he needed to do next was to be like the avatars and constantly move around, waiting for the fire spirit to awaken. According to the senses of the furnace, this wouldn't take too long. Sure, Qin Yu's figure moved and he rushed towards the edge of the small world fragment. Chapter 1355. Bang! The teacup in Liuzhou's hand was crushed to pieces. The boiling hot tea splashed onto his ashen face. The cultivator who came to report shrunk his neck, his face filled with sorrow. If he had a choice, he would not have come here. However, his luck did not allow him to stand out from the crowd and draw the only bad luck card. Everyone already knew of the Sixth Highness' current situation. Simply put, it was either succeed or die trying. Who knew how twisted his heart was? If he did not think things through and wanted to drag someone down with him, then no matter how you looked at it, he was a very good choice. Thinking of this, the cultivator's expression became even more bitter and he almost cried. But fortunately, Liuzhou had not lost his reason. He was well aware of his current situation. If he wanted to take back the eternal flame, it was not enough for him to rely on himself. He had to rely on the strength of the cultivators under him. Although venting his anger could give him a moment of pleasure, it would only cause him to be isolated and his life force to be cut off. Taking a deep breath and then slowly exhaling, Liuzhou's expression became calm again. He said, "I understand. You may leave." The cultivator who came to report felt as if he had just passed through the gates of hell, did not dare to delay any longer. He hurriedly bowed and left. 22 disorderly moving imperishable fire auras were clearly a deceptive formation, and only one of them was real. Liuzhou did not care how the other party did this, but there was one thing he knew: his third brother definitely knew where the real eternal flame was. In other words, as long as he wanted to, he could find it at any time and make a great contribution in recovering the eternal flame. With this contribution, the next person to control the eternal flame would naturally be the Third Highness. He could even be confirmed as the true successor to the throne of the Desolate Emperor. As for why the Third Highness had not entered the Zeroth Land, to avoid arousing suspicion, our desolate emperor had always cherished his reputation. Even though he had done some disgraceful things, he did not want to leave a stain on his reputation. After all, the dignified lord of the Western Desolate had actually schemed against his own son. This was truly a shameful thing to say. They had to put on enough of a show. Even when the situation had become extremely dangerous, they would let the third prince stand up and turn the tide, leaving everyone speechless. Liuzhou's heart was cold. He was filled with hatred for this, but he knew very well that it was because His Majesty cherished his feathers that he had a chance to turn things around. As long as Xiao Chen could retrieve the everlasting flame in the shortest time possible, Old Third would have no chance to turn the tide. That was the original plan. But now, he actually sensed 22 moving inextinguishable auras. Wanting to lock onto the true body was naturally a very difficult matter. But no matter how difficult it was, he had to brace himself and continue forward. The opportunity to survive would not fall from the sky. He could only rely on himself to fight for it. Shuo Liuzhou stood up and strode out. Gather everyone and pass down my orders. Split up and pursue. Find the eternal flame in the shortest time possible. The first to determine the location of the eternal flame will be heavily rewarded. Yes, Your Highness. Groups of Dark World cultivators shot into the skies. 3 true saints appeared beside Liuzhou. One of them frowned. Your Highness, I fear that the strength of the Eye of Darkness will not be able to support such a large number of transmissions in a short period of time. Once it surpasses its limits, it will suffer irreparable damage. Liuzhou had a calm expression. So what? This person wanted to say something but was interrupted by a wave of his hand. 3 saints, please rest assured. After we descend into the southwest desolate region's broken world, I will bear all responsibility. The Eye of Darkness involved a great deal. Once it was damaged, the western desolate region would inevitably hold it accountable. Since Liuzhou was willing to bear all the consequences, there was nothing to worry about. The 3 true saints had a bit of praise in their eyes. The reason they agreed to help was because of the will of the previous desolate emperor. But looking at it now, this 6th highness that didn't seem too outstanding before was actually a talent that could be molded. At least in this crisis, the cold and decisive nature he displayed was extremely rare. Of course, praise was just praise. They were well aware of the current situation. Unless Liuzhou had a chance to turn things around, they would have to hold back. Liuzhou's eyes swept over the 3 true saints. His expression was calm, but he could roughly guess what they were thinking. There was nothing to complain about. This was the reality of the world. He was struggling to survive, so there was no reason for others to gamble everything to help him. 3 saints, let's go. Shuo Liuzhou shot into the sky. His eyes were filled with determination. He didn't believe that he would be defeated here. As long as there was a chance, he would give it his all. Perhaps the turning point would be in the next moment. A similar situation occurred on the side of the mysterious tribe. After discovering 22 traces of the inextinguishable flames, they immediately responded. The tribe members scattered in all directions to search for them. Although there were 22 traces of the inextinguishable flames, from another perspective, one of them was definitely real. As long as they were lucky enough or fast enough, they would definitely be able to find it. As a result, the entire world Zeroth land suddenly became lively. The individual cultivators from Haoyang world quickly noticed the unusual movements of the Little King and Little King's forces. These people were like red hounds, as if they were looking for something. There was no need to use their brains. Even if they used their knees to think, they would know that something big had happened. Could it be that they had found the key to finding the Dominator's relic in the world Zeroth? Thinking of this, no matter how calm and composed the cultivators were, they couldn't help but feel excited. Hurry, hurry, hurry. This news must be passed on immediately to inform the big shots behind them so that they could send reinforcements in time to avoid missing this opportunity. The result was that the inconspicuous inn in the mysterious cave city suddenly had a huge increase in guests, and many of them had great backgrounds. This made the innkeeper unable to contain his excitement. Could it be that the day that he had waited for so many years was finally coming? Just as everyone was incomparably excited, but in reality, They were all completely confused about what had really happened. Only Ling Xiao vaguely guessed at some of the truth, and his heart was instantly filled with emotion. As expected of Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden. He was like the sun in the sky. Even after entering the world zeroth, he was still like a dragon swimming in the sea, able to set off waves at any time. Ling Xiao's intuition told him that the key to the movements of the dark world and the mysterious race was likely the flame he had inadvertently seen. He wasn't stupid. On the contrary, beneath his cold and indifferent face was a clever heart, otherwise it would have been impossible for him to have his current cultivation. When the dark world cultivators chased him down and Qin Yu rescued him, in the end, it was all because of that flame. Just what was it? Ling Xiao had to admit that at this moment, his heart was stirred. This was an instinct that no one could avoid when facing a lucky chance or good fortune. But soon, he suppressed this impulse and his eyes became calm once more. Although lucky chances and good fortune were good, it also depended on whether or not he had the ability to eat them. The Heavenly Sword sect wasn't a great tree, and his own strength wasn't at the peak of the world zeroth. The reason he broke into this place was first out of curiosity, and second was because he wanted to use the dangerous environment here to temper his own sword will in order to take a step further. Before Qin Yu's senses weren't wrong. Ling Xiao had arrived at the edge of the sea of bitterness. The reason he resisted the temptation and didn't step into the Saint realm was because he wanted to consolidate his foundation and enhance his growth potential. Half-step Saint wasn't Ling Xiao's goal from the start. He wanted to go further. Somewhere in a small world fragment, the Great King and Little King clashed. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme and the air was filled with sharp killing intent. And in his senses, he could feel the aura of the ever-burning flame rapidly approaching from afar. It would soon arrive here. The ever-burning flame belongs to my western wasteland. If you want to interfere, you are going too far. The dark world cultivators roared. Someone from the mysterious race sneered. The southwest wasteland's broken world is my race's territory. I fear the one who is going too far is your western wasteland. Cut the crap. Are you going to leave or not? Humph, impossible. The dark world cultivators roared. The ever-burning flame belongs to my western wasteland. Even if only one of us is left, we cannot allow it to be taken away by others. The mysterious race cultivators responded with equal harshness. We will fight to the death. Whoever dares to stop us will be killed without mercy. A great battle was about to erupt. Then, in the next moment, a sharp cry that could only be made after an extreme shock was transmitted into everyone's ears. It approached from afar, accompanied by the sound of its wings flapping with all its might, as well as wisps of a fishy stench spreading in the air. Just like this, the first greedy and fearful bird was exposed. Its luck was really bad. It was actually surrounded by the Great King and Little King. Being caught off guard, it encountered the two opposing sides. Feeling the other party's powerful aura, the large bird's trembling liver almost exploded. The dark faction and the mysterious race. Not only did the vast young world cultivators call them the Great King and Little King, even the mutated beast groups in the world zeroth already knew how terrifying they were. The greedy and fearful bird abruptly turned around. Its neck was almost broken as it desperately flapped its wings in a different direction. No, to be exact, it was even more desperate. Because it could clearly feel that those people's eyes were all on it. What are they looking at me for? I am just a passerby. If you want to fight or kill, please continue. There is no need to look at me so passionately. At this moment, the large bird really wanted to cry, but what it didn't know was that everyone present, whether they were from the dark faction or the mysterious race, when they saw it, their hearts also collapsed. The aura of the inextinguishable fire actually came from the body of the large bird. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe. How did they do it? But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that they all had a deep understanding of strange creatures like the greedy and fearful bird. If the other party chose them as a vessel, then that was truly sinister. Bang! With a loud bang, the fleeing greedy and fearful bird was smashed into pieces in midair. Watching the unflaming fire puppet fly out, spin around, shatter and vanish, everyone was stupefied. The worst-case scenario had already come true. A group of cowardly birds that had been frightened would not stop at all. They only knew how to flee and flee desperately. No wonder the 22 inextinguishable fire auras had been crazily moving without any pattern. Now, everything had an explanation. What was the point of confronting them? What was the point of fighting? What was the most important thing now was to quickly report this matter. A moment ago, the terrifying atmosphere of black clouds pressing down on the city disappeared without a trace. The dark faction and the mysterious race turned around and left. Chapter 1356. The first unlucky person had appeared. As he rushed forward, Chinyu suddenly felt something and turned his head to look at a direction behind him. The inextinguishable fire puppet was personally made by him. There was a small back door in it that allowed him to sense the status of the puppet. Now that one had suddenly disappeared, it was obviously destroyed. The reaction speed and tracking efficiency of the Dark World and the mysterious tribe was much faster than Chinyu had imagined. But it didn't matter. Unless his luck was too bad, the chances of him escaping safely was very high. This was because according to the furnace's response, the formation spirit had completely fused with the fire spirit and would soon wake up. At that time, he would conceal the aura of the inextinguishable fire and enter stealth mode again. Then, he would be able to get closer to the dark faction. Of course, he couldn't be careless. As long as the fire spirit hadn't woken up, he had to continue being careful. Otherwise, once he was surrounded by the big and little kings, he didn't think that he could escape safely. Because the beasts in World Zeroth had no names, they were temporarily called the cowardly birds. When the Dark World and the mysterious races learned of this grievous news, they gnashed their teeth at Chinyu. He cursed this bastard in his heart. This bastard is truly treacherous and cunning. To think that he could think of such a maddening method. The mysterious tribe felt a headache coming on. After confirming that finding the inextinguishable fire was indeed a time-consuming and laborious project, Li Yizhou sneered in his heart. He knew the power of the inextinguishable fire better than anyone else. It wasn't a simple task to make a puppet to confuse the enemy. Unless one had a deep understanding of the inextinguishable fire and was prepared beforehand. Your Majesty, you are a person who cherishes your reputation. Did you not realize that this was a huge flaw? In this world, besides the West Wilderness, who else had such a method? Li Yizhou could feel the pity in the eyes of the three true saints. It was obvious that they had realized something. Haha, this could be considered as an unexpected harvest. Even if he were to fail this time around, there would likely be some voices in the western desolate lands that would cause our desolate emperor to be extremely furious. It doesn't matter. No matter how fast these birds fly, no matter how erratic they are, one of them is real. So, what we need now is enough patience. That's all. To be honest, after hearing Li Yizhou's words, the three true sages who had already changed their opinion of him were even more surprised. This Sixth Highness seemed to be even more outstanding than they had imagined. Patience. This word sounded simple, but in today's situation, it wasn't something that anyone could achieve. Even if his heart was filled with anxiety and unease, it was already very commendable for him to calmly say these words and make such a gesture. The great bird hunting operation had officially begun. When the Dark Faction joined hands with the mysterious tribe, the combined power of both sides was unbelievably terrifying. In such a difficult situation, there were still craven and cowardly birds being captured one after another. Unfortunately, they spent so much time and effort that they wanted to vomit blood, but there was not even a hair of spoils of war. The remaining 17 inextinguishable flame auras. There were 14 places left. There were 9 remaining places. There were 7 remaining places. As time passed, the battle to capture the birds was fruitful, and the scope of the target continued to shrink. No matter how lucky the person holding the ever-burning flame was, the space left for him to maneuver was becoming less and less. There was only the aura of the 5th Legion's eternal flame. In other words, there was a 1 in 5 chance of encountering the true master of any hunt. After being tossed about, the exhausted Dark Faction and mysterious tribe cultivators began to cheer up. A sharp light shined in their eyes once more. Soon. We'll find him soon. This bastard, once he falls into our hands, will make him understand what it means to wish for death, what it means to live a life worse than death. At the same time, the smell of gunpowder between the great and little kings became increasingly thick. In order to track down the remaining inextinguishable flame auras, many small and large conflicts erupted, with both sides suffering casualties. There was nothing they could do. Even if they didn't want to fight, they had to fight. Now, every single inextinguishable flame aura had a chance of being the true master, so how could they just give it up to others? But in truth, not long after the great bird hunting operation began, when there were only 15 puppets remaining, the array spirit version of the fire spirit had already smoothly awakened. It was very smart and didn't reveal the least bit of resistance. It obediently joined forces with the great furnace and completely covered up the inextinguishable flame aura. In other words, the inextinguishable flame aura on Qin Yu's body had long since disappeared. Of course, in order to prevent the number of puppets from being exposed, he had sneakily caught another greedy and cowardly bird and placed the inextinguishable flame puppet inside. Thus, whether it was the dark faction or the mysterious tribe, none of them discovered that the person they were desperately searching for and chasing had already concealed his aura and easily left. Thus, everything they were doing now, or rather, everything they had been doing since a long time ago, was completely meaningless. If they fought each other, the injuries they caused would be even more meaningless. The only one who knew everything was Qin Yu. But, would he choose to learn from Lei Feng and tell them the truth? Haha, there was no need to even think about it. These two groups of bastards, each one of them wants to kill me. It would be best if they could fight each other and all of them died. Tell them. Haha, I won't say anything even if I choke myself to death. Was there anything more comfortable than watching tigers fight in this world? Qin Yu felt that there was. This was a play that he had designed himself and the two tigers didn't even know about it, continuing to fight each other like idiots. It was extremely comfortable to watch, simply delighting in both body and mind. That's right, Qin Yu had changed his face and pretended to be a rogue cultivator from the vast young world to watch the show. He had already encountered the dark faction and the mysterious tribe 4 times. The closest one was a cultivator from the mysterious tribe who was only about 100 meters away from him. Unfortunately, no one had discovered that the person they were desperately searching for was right under their noses. If the truth was revealed, a group of people would probably spit out 70 to 80 mouthfuls of depressed blood on the spot. The 5th aura of the inextinguishable flame was a battle between the dark faction and the mysterious tribe. In the end, they captured a large bird, but it was torn to pieces by both sides in anger. It was said that its death was extremely miserable. 1 second of silence. The 4th aura of the inextinguishable flame was a replica of the previous one. The difference was that the battle between the dark faction and the mysterious tribe was even more intense, and both sides suffered more casualties. The 3rd aura was a replica of the previous 2. The casualties were even higher, and the little kings and little kings camps were about to go crazy. If they weren't certain that the method they used to lock onto the inextinguishable flame aura could not be wrong, and the inextinguishable flame could not be hidden, they would have already thought of a terrifying possibility. But now, they could only blame all of this on some sinister and cunning bastard. Their luck was too good, and they had managed to drag it out until now. There were only 2 auras of the inextinguishable flame. In fact, during the entire process, what worried the Little King and Little King's factions the most was that the other party would continue to make inextinguishable flame puppets. If that happened, it would be very troublesome. But perhaps there was a limit, or perhaps the puppet production had reached its limit, but the situation that they were most worried about did not happen. In other words, the probability of 2 against 1. Who would win the inextinguishable flame would soon be revealed. Li Izhou was puzzled. Why hadn't his 3rd brother entered the world zeroth land until now? Did he not know what was happening here? This thought flashed in his mind, and then he suppressed it. If it was said that there were no people planted by 3rd Highness in the world zeroth land, he absolutely would not believe it. He clearly knew all of this, but he still continued to watch. What was the reason? Was he not afraid that he would really take back the inextinguishable flame? If he could not figure it out, then he would not think about it. Li Izhou took a deep breath. His eyes swept across the surroundings and said coldly, The last 2 auras of the inextinguishable flame must not be obtained by that clan. Pass down my order, seize it at all costs. Even if only 1 person dies, seize it for me. Almost at the same time, the mysterious clan cultivators, including 327 and 418, also received a similar order. Hence, at the second last aura of the inextinguishable flame that was captured first, an unprecedented fierce battle erupted between the Little King and Little King. The 2 great forces gathered at least 500 cultivators and fought fiercely in a narrow area. The space was torn apart, the ground was collapsing, and the berserk energy wave was wantonly harvesting lives. Although they all possessed the undying attribute, in the world Zeroth land, 1 death meant 1 less. Even if they could revive and descend, it would be a matter for the future. The power of the Little King and Little King was currently consuming each other and being crazily weakened. The power that erupted from this battle was too strong. It was so strong that the spatial turbulence in the world Zeroth land was forcefully dispersed. As a result, this small world fragment that had suffered many disasters and suffered many hardships suddenly appeared in the perception of the many cultivators in the world Zeroth land. This hesitation only existed for a second before it was pressed into the depths of their hearts. No one was willing to give up this opportunity that had suddenly appeared in front of them. Why did the Dark World and the mysterious clan suddenly erupt in a war? What were they fighting for? Perhaps all the mysteries could be revealed. Let's go. Let's go and take a look. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. We might have a chance. Even if we can only watch a life and death battle between the Little King and Little King, it is still worth it. Whoosh, whoosh, 1 figure after another teleported to the battlefield, to the empty space that had been torn apart by the terrifying power. Ling Xiao covered his entire body in a black robe. His sword intent was completely restrained as he appeared in a humble corner. Behind him stood a tall and indifferent man with a tall and sturdy physique. His muscles bulged out and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. As Ling Xiao looked at him, the big man also looked at him. Ling Xiao subconsciously frowned. He felt that this gaze was a bit familiar. But before he could think too much about it, there was a sudden burst of shouts. On the small world fragment in front of him, the intensity of the battle between the Little King and Little King suddenly rose to another level. Ling Xiao faintly heard several shouts. Some said that the aura had disappeared, leaving behind only clouds and clouds in front of him. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. He thought that this would be much more lively. The other inextinguishable flame aura had suddenly disappeared. There were many possibilities for this, but in the opinion of the Little King and Little King, the greatest possibility was that the puppet had exhausted its strength. In other words, the inextinguishable flame aura in front of them was the last one. The master was here. Then what was there to hesitate about? Kill. Chapter 1357. My name is Cowardly Bird. I know that this name doesn't sound good, but I have no choice because I didn't give myself a chance to name myself. But that's not important. What's important is that I'm panicking right now because there are many people fighting. Actually, even if I'm just a big bird, I'm actually very passionate about watching a good show. If these people were in another place, I might happily flap my wings, find some nuts I like to eat, and sit down to watch. But why do these people have to fight around me? Who did I offend? Thinking about it, not long ago, I was ambushed by a shameless fellow who put something terrifying in my body. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for several days and nights, so I fled here. I didn't even have time to catch my breath before I encountered this kind of mess. I feel that my luck is really terrible. Why don't I escape? Nonsense, if I could escape, I would have already rushed out. But the problem is that there's no way out. There are too many bastards fighting. There are so many of them that the battlefield has sealed off all the exits. As long as I stick my head out, I will definitely be implicated. As for the consequences of being implicated, just by sensing the terrifying energy fluctuations from afar, it felt its scalp tingle. I can't go out. I definitely can't go out. My only choice now is to shrink my head and wait. Once these bastards finish fighting, I will quickly run away. Wait, damn it, what's going on? I actually laid an egg. And it's an egg that's emitting flames. It looks very powerful. Why don't I feel anything at all? This isn't normal. And most importantly, as a normal male, I actually laid an egg. This world must have gone crazy. With a light sound, the egg broke. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly quietened down. The terrifying sound waves that sounded like an Azura's battlefield completely disappeared. I'm called Cowardly Bird. I don't like this name, but what I want to know is, what happened? I feel like I'm finished. Behind Ling Xiao, the cold-faced and muscular man who exuded an unapproachable aura touched his chin and a strange look flashed in his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly had a thought. If everything went smoothly, today's commotion would become even bigger. That's right, this cultivator with bulging muscles that looked like a bodybuilder was none other than Qin Yu. It had to be said that a sword cultivator's senses were extremely sharp. Even a true sage would not be able to see through Qin Yu's body of laws and Xiantian's spiritual transformation technique. This kid has some skills. But now wasn't the time to consider these things. As the creator of the eternal flame puppet, not only could he feel the puppet's current state, but if he was close enough, he could even sense the specific situation of the eternal flame puppet. For instance, in this small world fragment in front of him, there was a cowardly bird that was shivering and hiding. Now, in Qin Yu's perception, it was like a lighthouse in the dark night, one that he could lock onto with a single glance. The manufacturing process of the inextinguishable fire puppets was the same, and the amount of inextinguishable fire contained within them was also about the same. At most, the only difference was that they existed for a different amount of time due to the order in which they were manufactured. The puppet that disappeared just now dissipated because its strength was exhausted. As for this one in front of him, it could last for half a day under normal circumstances. It seemed that it was one of the puppets that he had made later on. Qin Yu licked his lips, a sharp light exploding in his eyes. What he said just now was under normal circumstances, but as the creator of the puppet, he could certainly control it to a certain degree. This was especially true in a situation where the two sides were very close. For instance, if he controlled the inextinguishable fire puppet to shatter and disappear ahead of time, could you guess what sort of reaction the dark world and the mysterious race would have? Qin Yu didn't know, but he felt that it would be very interesting. Since he had a chance to try it, he definitely had to do it. Therefore, he quietly stretched out a finger and pointed at a certain part of the small world fragment in front of him and gently tapped it twice. Li Ju stood high in the air, his long hair swirling in the strong winds and his robes fluttering around him. His eyes were cold and sharp. As he looked at the cultivator of the other race, his face was cold and callous. Across from him were several people from the mysterious race. They all had similar expressions and a cold chill in their eyes. In short, everyone felt that the inextinguishable fire was theirs. Since the other side wanted to steal it, then they would send them on their way. Icy cold killing intent wove together, constantly colliding with each other. Deep banging sounds rang out in the air. It was like a pot of soup with a tightly closed lid that was filled to the brim with boiled soup. Large bubbles kept popping up one after another before bursting into pieces. The battle below was in full swing. The top masters of both sides confronted each other in the air. Although a battle hadn't erupted yet, everyone was well aware that a fierce battle was inevitable today. The inextinguishable fire was too important and could not be lost. Perhaps they would have to use some of their final trump cards. Li Ju didn't know what the three true saints behind him were thinking, but he had already decided to go all out. In this battle, he had no way to retreat. Rather than being defeated and brought back to the Western Desolate, accepting the ridicule of his opponents and the cruel punishment of His Majesty, he might as well go all out and fight. Even if he had to die in the end, Li Ju would rather die in the world zeroth. After he was prepared to go all out, his heart calmed down. He stared at the cultivators in front of him, waiting for the inextinguishable fire to be found. Then, he would start today's battle. Then, at the moment when Li Ju was prepared to go all out, the aura of the inextinguishable fire in the fragment of the small world below him disappeared like a candle that was blown out by the cold wind. How to describe this feeling? It was probably like you were desperately trying to increase your speed. Just as you were about to jump up, the road under your feet suddenly disappeared, That was a mixture of shock and anger. Li Ju's expression suddenly changed. He turned his head and looked at the direction of the inextinguishable fire. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! How could this happen? The inextinguishable fire was clearly there. It was just a few feet away from him. It was within his reach. But now, it had actually disappeared. Like a bubble, it disappeared with a pop. The icy coldness rose from his tailbone and instantly reached his heart. Following the circulation of his blood, it directly spread to every inch of his body. Of the 22 inextinguishable fire auras, this was the last one. If it also disappeared, didn't that mean that everything they had done up until now was a joke? No, this was impossible. The inextinguishable fire existed eternally and its aura pierced through the heavens and earth. Only by becoming its master and obtaining its recognition could it be hidden. But wanting to subdue the inextinguishable fire was a nearly impossible task. The Western wilderness had made countless attempts and all of them had ended in failure. This was the best example. Li Ju did not believe that someone could subdue the inextinguishable fire in such a short period of time. Secretly, could it be that the inextinguishable fire had secretly done this? Li Ju stared at the people in front of him. He found that they were also looking at him with almost the same expression. Shock, anger, and disbelief. His heart sank. Intuition told Li Ju that this was not done by that inextinguishable fire. A person's expression could be fake, but the reactions of the people in front of him were exactly the same. There was no flaw at all. Just what was going on? In the chaos, a thought flashed through Li Ju's mind. His body stiffened. Could it be that all of this was arranged by His Majesty? He wanted to use this matter to push him into the abyss. Wasting time, causing his subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. In the end, he was still unable to find the inextinguishable fire and even caused irreparable damage to the Eye of Darkness. All of these things piled up together was enough to make the previous desolate emperor shut his mouth and not interfere in this matter. From this point of view, the Third Highness had yet to step into the world's zeroth land. This could be explained. No wonder his third brother was not worried at all. For him to be able to successfully obtain the inextinguishable fire, it was obvious that he already knew that everything he did was useless. Some things were like this. One wrong thought would lead to many wrong steps. With a preconceived judgment, Li Ju ran wildly in his own world of schemes and deviated further and further. 3 seconds of silence for the desolate emperor. He clearly did not do anything, but his own son had continuously slandered him. Do I just accept my fate like this? No, I, Li Ju, will never accept it. Although the inextinguishable fire's aura had disappeared, the person holding it was definitely still in the fragment of the small world in front of him. With the terrifying attributes of the inextinguishable fire, it was difficult for it to be sealed or suppressed for a long period of time. As long as he could seal this place, he would definitely be able to find it. That's right, that was how it was. Li Ju took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "You and I will join forces and seal this fragment of the small world. Then, we will use our own methods to search for it. How about it?" Across from him, the mysterious race cultivators immediately understood his meaning. 327 took a step forward. Okay. Simple and decisive, without any hesitation at all. There were cultivators from large influences, as well as ignorant and incompetent playboys. But believe me, there were very few of them. They had a noble background and were carefully raised from a young age. In addition to being influenced by what they saw and heard, most of them were far more outstanding than ordinary people. Just a moment ago, they were enemies that were prepared to fight to the death. But after the situation changed, they immediately became allies that could be united. Li Ju was also like this. After receiving a response, he pointed a finger, "Expel them." The targets he pointed at were the cultivators of the vast young world that had gathered outside the fragment of the small world. Since they were going to fight behind closed doors, they naturally had to first drive away the bystanders so that they could not fish in troubled waters. This was a very simple reason. 327 turned around and cupped his hands together. "Fellow Taoists, my race has an important matter to conduct here today. I ask that you leave for now, Otherwise don't blame us for being rude. In comparison, they seemed more polite than Li Ju's, but in truth, their meaning was the same: hurry up and scram. If you dare stay here any longer, we will kill you. The wandering cultivators of vast young world revealed shocked and angry expressions. In truth, there were many people that had the idea of being the fishermen that would benefit from the conflict. So at this moment, besides being shocked and angry, there was also a bit of panic, as if their little thoughts had been seen through. In this situation, even if they didn't think with their knees, they could tell that what the great king and the little king were searching for was surely something incredible. Since they had already encountered it, who would be willing to give up? But if they didn't leave, the dark world and the mysterious race would definitely not be willing to do so. It was possible that a chaotic battle would ensue. Others didn't fear death, but they couldn't. This was a battle of life and death, and everyone wasn't fighting on a fair basis. Just thinking about it made them feel uncertain. Chapter 1358. Bullshit. Everyone can enter the World Zeroth land. Do the things inside belong to your family? If you want us to leave, then we'll leave. I won't leave. In this quiet environment, this shout was like a sudden clap of thunder. As it entered everyone's ears, they felt their chests relax. Good scolding, very good scolding. But at this time, was he really not afraid of death? Come, let's see just which hero it is. Let's take a look so that we can pay our respects in the future. Even though Ling Xiao was a calm and composed person with a strong mental fortitude, he was still stunned by all the messy gazes that had gathered on him. If it was really him, then that was fine. But the problem was that it had nothing to do with him. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Xiao retreated to the side in a flash, revealing a muscular man with his arms crossed and an unruly expression on his face. What are you looking at? That's right, it was your grandfather who said it. You bunch of bastards, if you have the ability then come bite me. Everyone's hearts tightened and their eyes subconsciously widened. There was only one thought left in their minds. Crazy, this fellow was definitely crazy. Then, they thought that he was finished. He was definitely finished. The king and little king had dominated World Zero and had never been humiliated like this before. Of course, there might have been many years ago, but the grass on those people's graves was already several meters deep. Ling Xiao looked at the large man sneering at him. Although this person's words were crude and his performance was arrogant, he couldn't help but feel a bit of admiration towards him. Not to mention anything else, but in this situation, although he was angry, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. This was truly a madman. Li Zhou pointed a finger. Saint Ju Yang, kill him. He could no longer care about his agreement with the broken world ruler. He had to decisively kill this person to establish his might. Otherwise, once there was a commotion, the cultivator with the ever-burning flame might escape. Bang! A wild strength instantly erupted. Nonsense, Junior, you are seeking death. One of the three saints lifted a hand and pressed down. Ling Xiao's eyebrows rose up. He was sure that everyone present was the same as him. They didn't expect this large man to have such a fast reaction and dodging speed. He stepped down and his figure dodged like a ghost, without the slightest bit of awkwardness. But the group of vast young rogue cultivators behind him were unlucky. They cried out in alarm as they were sent flying backwards. Ju Yang, at least you have some self-awareness. You know that you are as stupid as a rock, so you came up with this name. Come, your grandfather is right here. If you have the ability then hit me. If you can hit me then consider yourself amazing. Qin Yu turned his head and mercilessly taunted. Impudent. Sage Ju Yang, who had finally gotten the chance to make an official appearance, raised his eyebrows. As a sage of West Wilderness, it had been many years since someone dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Today, I'll let you know what it means to say that a loose tongue can cause trouble. Die. With a roar, he punched out. A saint who was enraged, even if it was inside the World Zeroth land, the power that erupted out was still extremely terrifying. Perhaps it was because of the cultivation method he cultivated, but when he punched out, a blood-red light appeared. It vaguely outlined a ghostly face that opened its mouth and swallowed at Qin Yu. It wasn't the power of a divine ability. Instead, it seemed to be the power of a certain body-refining technique that had been perfected, and one's qi and blood had been fused into one. A wong sound rang in Qin Yu's ears, and his consciousness blurred for a moment. This ghostly face that was outlined by the blood-red light actually had the ability to capture one's mind. Fortunately, his soul was strong enough, and he instantly broke free from it. His feet landed heavily on the ground, and he displayed the powerful physique that a body-refining cultivator should have. His figure explosively retreated, and he narrowly avoided it. The unlucky ones were still the people around him. With a loud peng sound, a few vast young rogue cultivators were enveloped by the blood-red light. They all screamed in shock and anger, and their exposed flesh seemed to have been splashed with strong acid, and they were violently corroded. "That's all you have? You can't hit me, so you only know how to vent your anger on others. What a joke." Qin Yu laughed crazily. Sage Juyang's face turned green, and his body trembled. "This bastard, it was clearly you who dodged, and that's why you injured others, and you actually said that I can't take it anymore to vent my anger. You should be cut into pieces." The cultivators of the broken world of the southwest desolate region all had a change in expression. Zhu Yang did not believe that they could not tell that it was an accident, and were clearly pretending to be ignorant. This meant that they really had the thought of interfering in today's matter. How daring! Li Yizhou's decisive decision to let him attack was to intimidate the rogue cultivators of the southwest desolate region, but it seemed like it had the opposite effect. Although Zhu Yang was not prepared to risk his life for Li Yizhou, at least he did not have such a thought now. He could not even do such a small thing. Did he really think that a sage was shameless? "I will kill you." With a roar, Sage Zhu Yang rushed out. He truly hated Qin Yu, who had made him lose face, and every move he made was ruthless and vicious. If it was in the outside world, Qin Yu would definitely not be able to dodge the attack of a true divine hatefully. But in the Zeroth world, it was a very easy matter for him to dodge. One chased and one escaped, and the surrounding area was turned upside down. Wherever Qin Yu passed, people would flee, afraid that they would be implicated by the Black Fist. But even so, there were still a few unlucky people who suffered greatly at the hands of Sage Zhu Yang. Qin Yu scolded as he fled. Not to mention that he did not repeat any of his words, Sage Zhu Yang was so angry that his face turned green, purple, and green. In the end, it turned bright red, and he looked like a ripe apple hanging on a branch. The only thing that ruined his beauty was the green veins on his forehead, which made people worry that they would explode in the next moment, and then all sorts of splashes could be heard. Wails could be heard, and there was chaos everywhere. Qin Yu's eyes swept across the surrounding vast young rogue cultivators, who had gloomy expressions after retreating. He felt that the time was right. Sage Zhu Yang attacked from behind again. Qin Yu pretended to dodge and took a punch that was neither light nor heavy. Instantly, he let out a groan and was sent flying. For the first time, panic appeared on his arrogant and egotistical face. "Fellow Taoists, the people from the underworld and the mysterious tribe do not dare to fight with us here. Otherwise, the people they want to capture will take advantage of the chaos to escape. We do not have to be afraid. Chimph, Grandpa is tired today. I will play with you again in the future. Goodbye." He turned and left, leaving behind a pile of chicken feathers. Sage Zhu Yang angrily roared, "You disgraceful thing, you cannot escape." At the start, he was only angry on the surface. But now, he was truly enraged. A solemn saint had actually been played around by a broken world junior. If he couldn't take off his opponent's head, he would truly become a joke. Now, his opponent had been struck by his fist and was bound to be injured. Where could he escape to? "Hand over your life." Whoosh! Li Yizhou raised his hand. But he could only watch helplessly on as Sage Zhu Yang was like a red-eyed bull. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Bastard! He dared to swear that while Zhu Yang's anger was true and he wanted to kill this person, he was also true that he was intentionally avoiding the following battle. Now that he had chased after Zhu Yang and tossed and turned for a bit, everything here would be over. Not only would he be able to avoid a dangerous battle, but he wouldn't have to shoulder any responsibility. At most, he would be judged as someone who was impulsive and didn't care about the bigger picture. But very quickly, Li Yizhou no longer had the mood to continue cursing. Yu's words before he left had completely woken everyone up. Under the restlessness in their hearts, their eyes instantly brightened. That's right, why didn't we think of that? With the style of the underworld and mysterious races, if they really wanted to chase them away, they would have done so long ago. Facing a group of enemies that wouldn't die, it was hard for them to put up any effective resistance. After all, everyone only had one life, so they had to cherish it. Now, the tougher the other party's attitude was, the emptier their hearts became. They were truly worried that once a large-scale battle broke out, they would be lost in the chaos. They wanted to seal the small world fragment to find the person they were searching for. 327 sighed in his heart. This Sixth Highness of Western Desolation, Li Izhou, was intelligent and decisive. However, he was still too inexperienced. Previously, if they wanted to join forces, couldn't they have done it secretly? Why did they have to shout it out so that everyone knew about it? Now, the situation he didn't want to see the most had occurred. The wandering cultivators of the broken world had already regained their composure. It would be difficult to chase them away. With a deep breath, 327 stepped forwards and said in a low voice, "Everyone, my race allows you to stay here, but no one is allowed to take half a step into this small world fragment. Otherwise, you will become my race's mortal enemy. My race would rather offend the ruler and tear up the previous agreement." After a brief pause, his tone relaxed. "Of course, as a concession, my race promises that if we cannot find the target in the end, or if they escape the range of the small world fragment, you can use your own methods to pursue them. My race guarantees that we will not interfere." This was drawing a circle. "We will search within the circle and you will wait outside. If the prey cannot be found or if they run out of the circle, only then can you intervene." In truth, these conditions weren't fair at all. But, in this world, there was no such thing as fairness. Everything was established on the basis of strength. Big and small kings were all kings, but from their names, one could see that they were also divided into big and small. As for the mysterious race, they were undoubtedly the kings. They had occupied World Zero for the longest time and had the most experts. Even if the Dark World fought against them, they were mostly at a disadvantage. Thus, this sentence carried a lot of weight. It was equivalent to a final declaration. Either accept their agreement, or completely fall out with them. No one wanted to completely offend the mysterious race. Because they could really do something like exterminating all their opponents, there were precedents for this in history, and it wasn't the first time. The restless wandering cultivators of the vast young world hesitated a few times before finally accepting this point. Of course, the key to such an easy compromise was that from their point of view, staying here was good enough. Although they still didn't know what the big and small kings were searching for, there was no doubt that once they found something, there would be a huge battle between the two sides. At that time, there would naturally be a chance. To fish in troubled waters, you had to first be at the riverside. Otherwise, by the time you came all the way here, the other side might have finished their fish soup. Thus, the wandering cultivators of the vast young world who could stay at the riverside felt that it was fine to accept the request and stay outside the circle. The wandering cultivators of the vast young world wanted to fish in troubled waters. Actually, Li Izhou had the same idea. 327 felt that he was still too inexperienced, but he didn't know that this Sixth Highness was actually a very qualified sly person. The difference between the big and small kings had already been explained earlier, so there was no need to repeat it here. That race was originally stronger. Now that Third Highness had brought the 7 sages and disappeared, the Western Desolate cultivators that stayed in World Zero might not be of the same mind as him. In terms of strength, Western Desolate was at an absolute disadvantage. According to this situation, if a fight really broke out, the chances of winning could only be described as slim. Thus, Li Izhou wanted to make the matter of finding people public. He wanted to wait for the wandering cultivators to come back to their senses and participate in the final fight. Only when the situation was chaotic enough and there were more people participating in the game, could he weaken the strength of that race as much as possible. Only then would he have the chance to take back the eternal flame. Placing a chess piece inadvertently and quietly changing his own disadvantage, without mentioning anything else, just this point alone was worth praising. 327, who had decided the situation with a few words, looked at Liajo and his eyes were naturally a bit cold. In addition, there was also a bit of disdain. His tone was particularly indifferent. "Let's do it." Liajo calmly nodded, as if he were angry in his heart but could only forcefully endure it. The cultivators of the dark world and the mysterious race scattered apart. Their auras erupted, forming a circle that sealed the small world fragment within. 327, I fear Liajo has deliberately leaked out information to draw the wandering cultivators of the broken world to intervene. Perhaps they will choose to join forces. 418 said in a low voice. At this time, he no longer had his previous impulsive and irritable appearance. Instead, his eyes flashed with wisdom. In this world, most people were multifaceted. You would never know if what you saw was the truth or not. 327 was silent for a moment. He nodded, "I understand." 418 smiled and retreated to the side. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. On one side, the big and small kings had joined forces. They prepared to conduct a carpet search, constantly shrinking the area of the circle. On the other side, Saint Ju Yang, who was truly angry and also wanted to take this chance to hide, finally caught up to the escaping Qin Yu. The chaotic spatial flows of World Zero were indeed very irritating. In the blink of an eye, one would be thrown to who knows where. But if one didn't care about the damage to the Eye of Darkness, they could accurately lock onto the target. In any case, the Eye of Darkness had already been damaged and Liajo was responsible for this, so Saint Ju Yang didn't need to worry too much. Seeing the shocked and angry expression on the boy's face, Saint Ju Yang's lips curled up in a diabolical smile. "Junior, why aren't you continuing to run? Your tongue is quite fierce. Continue cursing me." He lifted his hand and grasped forward. Boundless strength gushed out from the void. It was like invisible mountains that came from all directions, falling onto Qin Yu's body and suppressing him within. "Saint Ju Yang, the ruler of my vast young world, has an agreement with your dark world. If you dare to kill me, aren't you afraid of the ruler's anger?" Qin Yu loudly screamed. Ju Yang laughed. "The ruler of the vast young world? Ha ha, a bunch of people with incomplete cultivation can only run rampant in this trifling broken world land. Let alone the fact that you offended me today, even if I were to kill you, the ruler you speak of wouldn't be able to save me." Qin Yu roared. "Bullshit, what kind of realm is a ruler? It is the peak of my vast young world's cultivation. Killing you is simple." Ju Yang revealed a look of disdain. "How can a mere junior know the vastness of the world? A ruler is the peak of cultivation? What a joke. My western desolation." As he spoke to hear, he suddenly became alert. He looked at Qin Yu. "A dead person doesn't need to know too much. I will send you on your way." Qin Yu secretly sighed in pity. He was about to get more information. This fellow wasn't so stupid that he couldn't be saved. As for smart people, especially those who were considered enemies, they were the most hated. If he could kill them as soon as possible, he would kill them as soon as possible. "You want to go on your way? That's simple. I'll satisfy you." Bang! A wild strength surged forth. It was like a volcano erupting and Mount Tai collapsing. It came crashing down with unparalleled ruthlessness. Saint Ju Yang's eyes widened. His heart was filled with shock and disbelief. It was like a cute and harmless little rabbit in front of him had turned into a man-eating tiger. Even if the script was changed, it couldn't be played like this. Chapter 1359. The encirclement continued to shrink, and the closer they got to the center of the small world fragment, the smaller the area they needed to search. However, the speed of the search did not increase because of this. Instead, it slowed down significantly. The Dark World and the mysterious tribe worked together to seal off the entire small world fragment and started a carpet search. Of course, they believed that the possessor of the inextinguishable fire was here. Then, as time passed, the space left for him to hide was obviously getting smaller and smaller. As time passed, both sides would definitely become more cautious. In other words, as long as the other party was not stupid enough to hide in the center of the small world fragment, in fact, at this stage, he could break out of the encirclement at any time. As for hiding perfectly and avoiding the search of the dark world and the mysterious tribe, it was impossible. There was not even a crack in the window, let alone a door. Such a crazy search method was almost like digging 300 feet into the ground. If they could still avoid it, the cultivators of the Big King and Little King could buy a piece of soft tofu and kill themselves. Nothing, still nothing. Instead, many of the exotic beasts living in this small world fragment were very unlucky today. They were dragged out one by one and beaten up. Most of them died in extremely miserable ways. Apart from that, there was no movement at all. In order to prevent any side from deliberately hiding or attacking first, the order of the blockade was interspersed. After the cultivators of the dark world and the mysterious tribe disrupted the order, everyone supervised each other. So, they really did not find anything. Liuzhou took a deep breath and looked ahead. There was a low valley covered by a thin layer of fog. This was the center of the small world fragment. Could it be that the other party was hiding in it? Did this person not know that the longer time dragged on, the less likely it was for him to escape? Putting aside everything else, the size of a mere valley could be filled by the cultivators of the Big King and Little King. Once there was an accident, they would be able to react instantly. That would be a real trap. Escape. Don't even think about it. Would the person who could make 21 puppets to hide his aura and not be discovered until now be so stupid? Liuzhou felt uneasy. He subconsciously thought of the last inextinguishable fire aura that suddenly disappeared here not long ago. Would there be another surprise this time? Bah! Stop, hurry up and stop. There won't be any accidents, there definitely won't be. They had already sealed this place. The other party could not escape even if he had wings. He must be in this small world fragment. He must be here. Yes, I must not panic. Liuzhou, who told himself that he absolutely could not panic, could not help but panic as time passed. Because the valley was right in front of them, the thin layer of fog that had previously covered it had long been blown away by the sealing auras released by the kings of Great and Little. The situation inside the valley could be seen clearly. Apart from a few trees and patches of grass, there was nothing else, nothing at all. Liuzhou's vision darkened and he suddenly felt the world spinning around him. If it wasn't for his strong willpower, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could he have imagined that the wielder of the inextinguishable fire that he was looking for had already been hammered into minced meat not long after the great search had begun? That's right, the greedy and cowardly bird who had thought that he was done for. This proved that its intuition was still very sharp, and its premonition had already come true. Liuzhou's eyes darkened and he felt dizzy. Opposite him, 327's face was so gloomy that it looked like it was about to rain. This mighty commotion had caused quite a number of clan members to lose their lives. There were even 2 unlucky ones who had directly entered the spring of rebirth. In the end, all their efforts were in vain. How could they accept such a result? Go in and search carefully. Liuzhou gritted his teeth and held on. You guys go too. This was the last place, and also the last hope. The 2 groups of cultivators who had entered the valley to search could be said to be extremely meticulous. It was almost as if they were moving in a roundabout manner, using both methods to advance forward. But the valley was only so small, and there were many people who had entered. Very quickly, they had completely searched the entire place. The trees were uprooted, the grass was all turned over, and the ground was a mess as if it had been plowed 800 times. But the reality was just so cruel. Nothing at all. The air became quiet again. The mysterious clan felt that after going through so much trouble and losing their clansmen for nothing, the consequences were really unacceptable. Liuzhou, on the other hand, felt that his life was over. If he couldn't find the inextinguishable fire, in addition to all the things he had done before, once he returned to Western Wilderness, what awaited him would definitely be a tragic end. Here, I have to emphasize on praising our student Li's tenacious fighting spirit that couldn't be beaten or suppressed. Because very quickly, the eyes of Liuzhou, whose aura was dispirited and whose face was ashen, lit up again. Although the dark world and the mysterious clan had entered the valley to search, it didn't mean that no one was left outside. Firstly, It was to monitor the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realm. Secondly, they were worried that if someone escaped, they wouldn't be able to react in time. Until now, there was no movement at all. This meant that it was very quiet outside. In other words, no one had left. Not being able to find him didn't mean that he didn't exist. Perhaps he had some super strong concealment technique, or perhaps he was overlooked during the search, or perhaps he was purposely let out. After all, not everyone in the dark faction was of the same mind as him. Perhaps it wasn't the time to give up completely. That's right, it was like this. Taking a deep breath, Liajo roared in a deep voice, "Everyone, turn around and search outside. Search inch by inch. He must be here." Previously, everyone knew the Sixth Highness situation. If he couldn't find the inextinguishable fire, he was basically finished. Hence, right now, he was really like a wild beast that had been forced into a desperate situation. His heart was extremely violent and twisted. In this kind of situation, whatever the Sixth Highness said was the law. No one dared to go against him. Otherwise, they would be asking to hang themselves. They must be tired of living. There was a loud roar of agreement. The Dark World cultivators didn't hesitate at all. They turned around and searched outside. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of 327's eyes. The Sixth Highness of the Western Wilderness had a strong will. He was starting to believe what 418 had said before. Perhaps he had underestimated this person. Waving his hand, he said, "Continue searching." The circle went from big to small, then from small to big again. The process was even slower than before. Liajo floated in the air and roared. "Slow down, a little slower. There, search carefully, search carefully. Dig into the ground, all of you dig into the ground. Search inch by inch." He didn't believe that a living person could disappear into thin air. This was a funeral that was similar to combing one's hair. The mental maniac's great search had indeed yielded new results. A few extremely well-hidden mutated beasts had been forcefully discovered. Most of them were hidden deep underground and weren't very big. That was why they were lucky enough to escape the first round of sweeping. But unfortunately, they didn't manage to escape in the end. They were ganged up on and beaten to death. It was a pitiful outcome that made people cry, but the main culprit was still not found. When the search reached the edge of the fragment of the small world, Liajo, who had been trying to cheer himself up, was a little listless this time. It could be said that in the second round of sweeping, he had seen everything from start to finish. There was no mistake at all. Looking back at the small world that had almost been turned upside down, Liajo's heart was filled with despair. Did he have to do it again? But the truth was already clear. Even if he did it again, or twice, or even 100 times, there would probably be no change. The air was dead silent. Everyone could clearly feel the oppressive pressure released by the Sixth Highness of the Western Wilderness. It was under such circumstances that Sage Ju-Yang returned. That's right. Everyone could see that since there were double quotes, it meant that there was definitely a problem. The general situation was that the real Sage Ju-Yang had been caught off guard and was not strong enough, so he had been successfully sent away by Qin Yu. Now, the person who had changed his appearance and snuck in was Qin Yu. He had previously thought that once he concealed the inextinguishable aura on his body, he would think of a way to get close to the dark camp and obtain the method to search for the inextinguishable flames from them. He had already thought of this, and with such a good opportunity, he naturally could not miss it. Of course, opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. If not for this, Qin Yu would not have needed to take a punch from Sage Ju-Yang previously. Although it wasn't too heavy, it still hurt a little. At this moment, Qin Yu was holding a bloody head in his hand. The flesh and blood on the surface were badly mangled, and its appearance could not be seen clearly. But at this moment, Sage Ju-Yang had returned. It was obvious who else the head in his hand belonged to. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that the man would actually die. What a pity. He clenched his fist and crushed the head in his hand. It was like a ripe red persimmon. Qin Yu cupped his hands and bowed. "Your Highness, I have returned." Liajo didn't seem to hear it. Or perhaps he heard it, but he wasn't in the mood to say anything. He stared blankly at the fragment of the small world in front of him. He was like a withered plant that had lost all vitality and vitality. Qin Yu was instantly tempted. In this situation, if he were to attack, he would definitely be able to easily explode Li Yizhou's head. However, this thought only turned in his mind for a moment before he suppressed it without hesitation. Killing was never the goal, not to mention killing someone who couldn't be killed at all. What Qin Yu wanted was to obtain the method to search for the inextinguishable flames from the dark world. Although his thoughts were racing, he still had to continue acting. This was the most basic quality of a qualified actor. A dignified sage was directly ignored. Of course, it was a loss of face. Hence, in the eyes of everyone, Sage Ju Yang's face stiffened and his eyes revealed dissatisfaction. This was very normal. Even in the Western wilderness, sages were truly important figures. They even had a seat in front of the desolate emperor. The other two sages that had descended together hurriedly gave him a look, indicating for him to calm down. The Sixth Highness was now a barrel of gunpowder. Whoever touched it would definitely be unlucky. This person didn't seem to have much longer to live, so there was no need to stoop to his level. If things went awry, they would be stained with the stench of blood. Chapter 1360. At this time, Li Yizhou suddenly said, "Saint Ju Yang, if a person is about to die, do you still need to have any scruples?" Qin Yu was stunned. He thought that this tone, coupled with the words he said, sounded a little crazy. What? Could it be that he had provoked this highness too far and had gone crazy? It can't be. I have prepared many scenes for you. If you really have gone crazy, then the script will have to be redone. He cursed inwardly that his willpower was too weak. He wasn't worthy of the high and mighty title of Your Highness at all. But as he said before, in order to be a qualified actor, one had to have the necessary qualities. So, no matter what he thought, he had to answer what needed to be answered, and he had to answer appropriately. Thus, Saint Ju Yang frowned, a bit dissatisfied and hesitant. He looked at Li Yizhou and said, "If this person were me, I would have no scruples. When I was alive, I was already bound in 100 ways, so how could I care about what happens after death?" Li Yizhou was silent for several breaths of time. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Saint Ju Yang is right. I have learned much. He stood up and looked up at the skies. Then, he looked at the small world fragment in front of him and mumbled, "The ending has already collapsed. Even if there are more problems, what can I do? I have nothing to lose, so there is no need for scruples." He lifted his hand and opened his fingers, grasping at the skies. A powerful aura broke out from his body. A moment ago he was like a withered plant, but in the blink of an eye he was filled with arrogance and tyranny. Qin Yu took several steps back. He thought that he had underestimated Li Yizhou. This boy had suffered so many setbacks and yet he still had such vigor. It could be said that he was amazing and had the qualifications to receive a top nickname, Li Xiaoqiang. Not bad, not bad. Young people these days should have this sort of vigor. Only like this could one feel at ease using them as livestock, without worrying that they would break if they went too far. But, just what was he doing? Could this unknown world of the Western wilderness have a transformation skill similar to his deep Titan state? But even if there was, what could he do? Did he want to dismantle this small world fragment? It wasn't that Qin Yu was looking down on him, but that these small world fragments were, strictly speaking, massive pieces that were slowly worn away. During this process, they were constantly compressed in order to preserve themselves, otherwise it would have been impossible for them to resist the turbulent space flows outside. In short, they were incredibly hard. And the deeper they went, the harder it was. Otherwise, did they really think that the dark world and the mysterious tribe had never thought of dismembering this place? If you haven't thought of it, then you're still a distance away from the thought process of a high ability. Then, Qin Yu discovered that the thought that he had underestimated Li Yizhou just now was far too correct. He wasn't going to transform, but the commotion he'd make would be much greater than transforming. I, as the Western Wasteland Prince, use the highest authority in the broken world to summon your power. Now, descend. Li Yizhou's deep roar seemed to contain some strange rhythm. It exploded in everyone's minds, causing their souls to shake and feel dizzy. Your Highness, you can't. Stop. The two true sages were shocked. Qin Yu's reaction was slow by a beat. He realized that making up an expression before speaking was not something a qualified actor should do. Thus, after a moment of silence, he let out a light breath. Sure enough, I guessed it correctly. When the two true sages heard this, they nearly went crazy. Brother Jew, why didn't you stop His Highness? This isn't appropriate. Qin Yu was expressionless. Did the two of you not hear what His Highness said before? Unless you and I kill him, how else can we stop him? I don't know anything, but I can say it. I know everything and everything is within my control. This is what it means to have power. As expected, the two Western Wasteland true sages were stunned. Their mouths moved but no words came out. With a simple sentence, he had sent the two true sages away. If this matter were to spread out, it would be enough for them to brag about it for a year and a half. Boom, within World Zeroth, because of the turbulent space flows and the fact that the laws of the world were broken, everything was in a state of chaos. The sky was the same. It was a vast expanse of grey. Everywhere one looked, it gave off a chaotic and disorderly feeling. But now, this chaotic and turbulent sky that was like a raging river had suddenly turned dark. It was very abrupt. It was as if an endless amount of thick ink had been poured into the sky. In the blink of an eye, one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them. Qin Yu's complexion changed. At this moment, he felt an icy cold and powerful familiar aura. No, it was even colder and more powerful. If this was the true power of its peak state, then what he saw before was only half of its true power. The Eye of Eternal Night. The moment this name appeared in Qin Yu's mind, the pitch-black sky that seemed to be dyed with ink suddenly shattered. It gave people the feeling that a heavy stone had been thrown out and smashed into the surface of the mirror, instantly shattering it into pieces. Strong, ruthless, unstoppable. Although one couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, at this moment, everyone could clearly see the descending eye. It was incomparably black, as if there was an eternal night hidden within it. It was the source of all darkness in the world. An incomparably powerful energy fluctuation was like a raging wave, constantly blasting in all directions. Catcher, catcher, this sound was the sound of the sky shattering. At the same time, it was the incomplete rules that were cutting apart the Eye of Eternal Night, causing countless tiny cracks to appear on its surface. In the next moment, terrifying fluctuations of strength erupted from the Eye of Eternal Night, howling as they smashed into the small world fragment. What happened next could be described as cracking open a walnut. It was just that the strength used was a bit too great, causing the fragments to splatter in all directions. Explosion, rupture, disintegration. The entire fragment of the small world first broke into several pieces with a deafening bang, and then each piece continued to break, becoming smaller and smaller, until it turned into fine sand, turning into a screen of sand that blotted out the sky and the sun. It was swept up by the violent force, rumbling and flowing in all directions, like a broken dam of sand. The Eye of Eternal Night vanished from sight, its body covered in cracks. It had clearly arrived at World Zeroth and smashed apart the small world fragment, causing tremendous damage to it. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart raced. The might that erupted from the Eye of Eternal Night was even greater. But there was even more surprise in his heart, because the Eye of Eternal Night seemed to have sensed his existence. Or, to be more precise, the Eye of Eternal Night had seen through Qin Yu's disguise and recognized him. Although the Eye of Eternal Night's aura disappeared in a flash, Qin Yu was already wary when the Eye of Eternal Night descended upon him, and he was certain that he had not sensed wrongly. To be honest, Qin Yu had already prepared to fight to the death just a moment ago, but the Eye of Eternal Night did not expose him. After smashing apart the small world fragment, it directly retreated and disappeared. Could it be that the Eye of Eternal Night was so badly damaged that it could not stay any longer? No, no, no. Even if that was the case, it could still send a message to Li Izhou and the others to expose Qin Yu and ruin his plan. Why did it choose to hide it? Was it because the Eye of Eternal Night and the Dark World had something to do with him? When they first met in the East Sea, Qin Yu could not understand why the Eye of Eternal Night would choose to give up and retreat. Coupled with today's matter, Qin Yu felt that the second guess was more likely to be true. However, he had not even come into contact with the dark world for long. He had killed a few people, and all of them were heavyweights, but he did not have any friendship with them. The Eye of Eternal Night had no reason to help him. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. As usual, he would not think about it if he could not figure it out. However, he had to be even more careful in the future, in case the Eye of Eternal Night deliberately numbed him and turned around to attack him when he was unprepared. If even Qin Yu was shocked by the power of the Eye of Eternal Night, the others, including the mysterious race, could not help but widen their eyes, thinking that Liuzhou had really gone mad. He had actually dared to summon the Eye of Eternal Night to the critical Zero Land. The damage this time would take at least 100 years to recover. Most importantly, he had paid such a huge price, but he had not gained anything. Of course, the Eye of Eternal Night could not hide after being smashed into pieces. However, the aura of the Eternal Fire still did not appear. In other words, the other party was really not here. The two sides had worked together to seal the small world fragment, and searched twice like a carpet and combing one's hair, but in reality, it was all in vain. Or to put it more bluntly, both the dark world and the mysterious race had been completely fooled. What was even more embarrassing was that even now, they still did not know who had fooled them. Just thinking about it made them feel so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood. Thus, the faces of the mysterious race who had regained their senses instantly turned ashen. Their ferocious eyes swept the surroundings, wishing that they could immediately catch that person and cut him into pieces. However, if these people knew that Qin Yu, whom they wanted to tear into pieces, was now standing right in front of them, safely behind Liuzhou, how would they feel? It would probably not be so uncomfortable that they wanted to vomit blood, but that they really would not stop vomiting blood. Of course, the one who found it most difficult to accept was still Liuzhou. He was wrong from the beginning, completely wrong. Based on the current situation, if he continued to calculate, it was even possible that from the moment the aura of the Eternal Fire appeared on the 22 spots, he had already been tricked. That despicable villain hiding in the shadows must have been extremely pleased with himself right now. He had easily toyed with the dignified Sixth Highness of Western Wildness in the palm of his hand. But now, Liuzhou no longer had the mood to be angry or feel any shame or resentment, because he was completely finished. For the first time, Liuzhou felt resigned to his fate. He feared that he would never be able to find the Eternal Fire that he had lost. Looking at the dispirited back of the Sixth Highness of Western Wildness, Qin Yu coughed. He was sure that he had to step onto the stage, otherwise Liuzhou would really be played to death. He had to encourage him. Your Highness, no matter who obtained the Eternal Fire, you should know better than anyone what they want to do. Strictly speaking, this was nonsense. Liuzhou had controlled the Eternal Fire before, so he certainly knew what it was used for. But now, as these words fell into his ears, it was like a sweet rain falling from the heavens, nourishing Liuzhou's withered heart. It was like a cool breeze blowing away the dust that covered his heart, making him feel as if he had suddenly found a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour of his life. Li Xiaoqiang's nickname wasn't something that just anyone had the qualifications to claim. His eyes turned and his mind began to shine brightly once more. What Saint Ju Yang said was right. It was simply right. Although the Eternal Fire was powerful, it was like a double-edged sword. If one couldn't find an effective way to drive it or make it recognize a master, then in truth it wasn't a treasure that could be used as a hidden trump card. The reason it was so precious, the reason that the dark world and mysterious races were willing to pay any price to fight over it, was because it was likely a precious key. Chapter 1361. After being injected with chicken blood by Qin Yu, Li Xiaoqiang was smoothly revived. He felt that he had grasped the hope of turning things around. Of course, he had to thank the Third Highness who hadn't appeared yet. Otherwise, with his status, he could have ordered Liuzhou to be forcefully sent back to the Western Desolate. Without the Third Highness holding him back, he was the person with the highest status and authority in the broken world of the Southwestern Desolate Domain. In other words, as long as Liuzhou didn't give up, he could continue to cause trouble. At this moment, not to mention Liuzhou's renewed fighting spirit, Qin Yu was also in a good mood. Things were going more smoothly than he had imagined. Because if there was no accident, they should be hurrying towards the place where the eternal flame was. As long as they arrived there and found a chance to release the furnace, their most important goal of this trip to World Zero would have been achieved. Sure, after the teleportation ended, the cultivators of the Dark World appeared in a desolate fragment of a small world. The so-called devastation and desolation probably referred to its current appearance. Qin Yu calmly swept his eyes around. He couldn't help but frown. Could the eternal flame be here? But no matter how he tried, he couldn't sense any aura. But even though he was puzzled, he couldn't reveal anything. Instead, he had to maintain a calm appearance. As a saint of the Western Desolate, he couldn't be lacking in posture. This was how he had to act. He had to think of everything and do everything perfectly. Luckily, time was tight. Li Yizhou was worried that his third brother would suddenly arrive at World Zero and attack without hesitation. He flipped his palm and light surged, condensing into a small square seal. The barren land in front of him began to violently tumble, as if a strong wind had blown past, stirring up layers of waves. A great array emerged from deep underground. At the same time, it released a restraining aura, causing the surrounding turbulent space flows to fall into a state of silence. In other words, it temporarily prevented anyone from arriving here through the turbulent space flows. The array released light that gathered towards the center, becoming increasingly thick and brighter. Then, it quietly split open from the middle. It was like using this light as a medium to open a door to another world. From this crack, Qin Yu could feel a terrifyingly violent chaotic space aura. If the chaotic space flows in World Zero were 10, then the one emitted from this crack was at least dozens of times greater. Even with Qin Yu's strength, just sensing it caused him to feel a suffocating pressure. Go! Li Yizhou rushed in first. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu and the other two Western Wilderness Saints followed closely behind and flew into the crack in the light. The intense feeling of being torn apart made his chest feel stuffy. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for a very short period of time before the scene in front of him suddenly became clear. Qin Yu's pupils slightly contracted. He had thought of many possibilities before, but he never thought that the eternal flame was not even in the World Zeroth land, or to be more precise, if he used conventional methods to find it, he would never be able to find it. At the end of his line of sight, a blazing mountain of flames was clearly reflected in his eyes. It blazed fiercely, recklessly, wildly spitting out flames and twisting about. Every tongue of flame was filled with a terrifying aura that left one in despair. Endless, never-ending, never extinguishing. This was the everlasting fire that Qin Yu had been searching for. Today, it had finally appeared in front of him. Turbulent space. Who would have thought that the everlasting fire would be hidden in there? Even if he had suspicions, there was no way to find it. Of course, he was pleasantly surprised. But soon, Qin Yu discovered that he had been too optimistic. The everlasting fire was indeed in front of him, but it was now wrapped in the violent turbulent space. The chaotic aura that he had sensed through the crack had erupted from here. Seeing it with his own eyes was naturally much clearer than seeing it through the transmission crack. Thus, he could more clearly determine how terrifying it was. The furnace was so excited that it was about to go crazy on the spot. If Qin Yu hadn't held it down, it would have rushed out without a care. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. He could understand its current mood. The everlasting fire to the furnace was probably 100 times more tempting than a thirsty man seeing a beautiful woman. But understanding was one thing, but he still had to hold it down. Calm down first. Do you see the turbulent space outside? Even I can't resist that terrifying power. Are you sure you can rush through it? Really, let's not be impatient. There must be another way. After much coaxing and scaring, he finally managed to dispel the thought of rushing over to the furnace. But the meaning it transmitted to Qin Yu was clear. He had to find a way as soon as possible. Otherwise, even if it knew how dangerous it was, it would still rush in. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. Only now did he have the mood to look around. Outside the mountain of flames that was wrapped in super-violent space turbulence, there were two irregular small world fragments. In such a terrifying environment and with the high temperature in the air, there wasn't even the slightest bit of life. All he could see was scorched black. The two small world fragments were separated by a certain distance. Somewhere in the middle, above their heads, there was a ship floating in the air. The ship wasn't large and it seemed to be pure black. But perhaps because it had been parked here for far too many years, it had been corroded by outside strength, causing mottled areas of varying sizes to appear on its surface. They were a faint dark red. Liajo's eyes fell on the ship. His heart finally calmed down and a sharp light shined in his eyes. In order to take back the eternal flame as soon as possible, he had lost some sense of propriety in his panic. In truth, as long as he controlled this ship, even if he lost the eternal flame, there wouldn't be any irreparable consequences. In addition, there was still something puzzling in his heart. If all of this was His Majesty's will, then the Third Highness would have been able to enter the battlefield in a dazzling display, retrieve the eternal flame, and throw him into the abyss where he would never be able to rise again. But the strange thing was that the third prince had disappeared without a trace until now. Now that he had brought his men to the outside of the Mountain of Flames and had prepared a battle formation to wait for the rabbit, it meant that he had regained his footing. It was no longer the best time to retrieve the eternal flame. Just what was His Majesty's meaning? Liajo couldn't figure it out. He even began to reflect on himself. Could he have been wrong about this? Perhaps taking away the eternal flame wasn't His Majesty's arrangement. But soon, Liajo suppressed these thoughts. Whether he was right or wrong, it wasn't important right now. What was important was that only by taking back the eternal flame would he have a chance to continue living. Otherwise, he was doomed to end his life in a tragic manner. The people of the Dark World flew towards one of the small world fragments. The cultivators stationed here had already come out to greet them. "Greetings, Sixth Highness." Several people bowed across from him. Liajo asked, "Has anyone broken into this place?" "No." Liajo relaxed a little. He turned and ordered, "Maintain vigilance. Even if a fly flies in, we cannot let it go." At this time, violent spatial fluctuations spread out. A massive number of cultivators arrived. They were the mysterious race. It was clear that they had also realized that it was impossible for them to leave this chance to the Dark World. Qin Yu's eyes were calm. Qin Yu's eyes remained placid. When he saw the two small world fragments, he already had a few speculations, and now he was able to confirm them. As he thought, the Dark World and the mysterious race both knew where the eternal flame was, and they had been trying to break into it. However, the Dark World was a step faster. Through some unknown method, they had managed to obtain some of the eternal flame. After he took it away, it led to the series of disturbances that followed. As for why Qin Yu was so sure that the Great King and Little King wanted to break into Blaze Mountain, the reason was the ship above him. Entering and exiting this place was through an array formation. The only place here that could use a ship was the super-violent space turbulence that wrapped around Blaze Mountain. But the two main camps only had a single ship. The camp only had one ship. What was the reason for this? Perhaps Liajo had been too ruthlessly tossed and turned. He glanced at the mysterious race several times from afar before returning to the station to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. And besides him, the Dark World camp was naturally led by the three saints of the Western Wasteland. Qin Yu certainly couldn't waste the convenience brought about by this status. And more importantly, he could clearly see several figures fly out from the small world fragment and enter the ship. It was some time before they left. And during this process, the Dark World cultivators guarding the small world fragment only glanced at them several times without any response. It was as if entering and exiting this ship was a very common matter for them. Qin Yu's thoughts raced several times. After he came to a decision, he walked over. "Greetings, Saint." On the observation platform, several cultivators stationed here hurriedly bowed. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Stand up. I saw several cultivators enter the ship just now. I will go and investigate." A cultivator stationed here respectfully said, "Saint, there is no need to worry. I can sense the state of the ship. They won't dare to mess around." Qin Yu frowned. He lightly snorted, not speaking. Another cultivator quickly said, "Of course. In today's situation, it is right for the saint to be cautious. If there is nothing else, I will lead you over now." Qin Yu nodded. Let's go. This person turned and said a few words. Then, he bowed and said, Saint, please follow me. The two of them shot into the skies. The small world fragment where the mysterious race resided only cast a few glances at them before turning back. Soon, they arrived outside the ship. A thick smell of blood wafted into their noses. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He finally knew what those dark red rust marks on the pure black hull were. Dried up blood. There was a lot of it, so much that it covered most of the hull. And, what was most terrifying was that Qin Yu discovered that these bloodstains seemed to be seeping out from the inside of the ship. Just the part that had seeped through had such a thick smell of blood. From this, one could imagine just how terrifying the interior of the ship was. Qin Yu wasn't sure how many people had to kill in order to obtain so much blood, but he knew that it had to be a mind-boggling number. Perhaps sensing the slight change in Saint Ju Yang's expression, the cultivator leading the way smiled and bowed. It's the Saint's first time here, so it's normal for you to not be used to it. We've been here for many years already, so we don't feel anything at all. Qin Yu pointed at the bloodstains on the hull. This is... The person hesitated for a moment. This can be considered a secret. But, with the Saint's status, since you have asked, I will tell you. I ask that the Saint not spread this out as much as possible. Seeing Qin Yu nod, he continued to say, in truth, the Saint should be well aware that the turbulent space flows outside of Blaze Mountain are far too terrifying. Only by relying on this ship that was barely constructed by that race can one pass through. But this ship isn't perfect. Every time it is activated, it consumes an astonishing amount of energy. Moreover, the quality of the ship is extremely high. And this level of energy cannot be provided by the broken world. We can only rely on the supply from the Western Desolation, and the consumption is enormous. In order to reduce consumption, after a period of research, we found a method of blood sacrifice. By carving runes on the hull of the ship, we can use this method to summon the power of the foreign blood demons to move the ship in and out. This is how the scene that the Saint is seeing now appeared. Qin Yu frowned. Blood sacrifice? Then the sacrifice. The guarding cultivator said, of course it is to capture the broken world, in order to avoid being discovered by the ruler of the broken world and causing unnecessary trouble. We cannot act against powerful cultivators. We can only choose low-level broken world life forms. In order to meet the requirements of summoning the blood demons, we can only use quantity to make up for the difference in quality. He coughed lightly. This matter isn't glorious at all. Once it is spread out, it is likely to cause public condemnation and damage the reputation of my Western Desolation. Thus, this lowly one is reminding you not to spread this news. Chapter 1362. Although he didn't recognize these beings that had been sacrificed, an intense killing intent gushed out from Qin Yu's chest. This was because on a macro level, they were all from vast young like Qin Yu, so they naturally stood on the same side. Although Qin Yu had never shown any mercy towards the Dark World cultivators from the very start, from this moment on, he felt that these people deserved to die even more. Qin Yu's chest surged with killing intent, but his face was as calm as a lake and his breathing didn't change at all. He indifferently nodded and said, to be able to use the sacrificial method to reduce losses is a great merit. Have you received any rewards? This person revealed a satisfied expression. He lightly coughed and said, a saint's foresight is like that of a god. I have studied many sacrificial methods and was able to help out a little. After completing the blood sacrifice, I was rewarded by His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign and was ordered to guard this place. Oh! To be rewarded by His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign, that alone is enough to show how extraordinary you are. Work hard in the future and you will surely rise up in the future. Qin Yu reached out and patted this person's shoulder, deeply engraving this person's appearance in his eyes. The cultivator stationed here revealed a look of excitement. I, Zhao Ta, will definitely continue to work hard and not disappoint the saint's expectations. His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign's reward was a supreme honor, but he was just a minor character that didn't have the qualifications to be remembered by His Majesty. It sounded nice but wasn't practical. If he could find a saint to rely on, then even if he looked at the entire Western Desolate, he would still have a thigh that would guarantee him future glory and wealth. Now, it seemed that Saint Ju Yang had a very good impression of him. Indeed, his decision to lead the way was correct. Zhao Ta suppressed the excitement in his heart, but he didn't know that he had already been placed on Qin Yu's death list. Otherwise, why would Qin Yu bother remembering his appearance? Of course he wanted to kill him. Let's go in and take a look. Zhao Ta respectfully gestured. Saint, please follow me. After smoothly entering the ship, Qin Yu saw the sacrificial runes that Zhao Ta spoke of. Although he was already mentally prepared, when he saw the interior of the ship that was dyed red with blood, his eyes couldn't help but twitch. He quietly stood there for a moment. If he looked carefully, he would discover that the interior of the ship was dyed red with countless tiny claw marks. It was really very subtle, like a withered branch scratching a hard rock. It might not be obvious 10 or 100 times, but once it was stacked up to thousands, tens of thousands, or even more, it would be enough to form a scene similar to the one before him. As it turned out, when the blood sacrifice was carried out, they were all still alive. That process must have been extremely painful. Otherwise, as Zhao Tuo said, how could they, who were just a group of low-level cultivators or even ordinary people, leave behind these seemingly minute but actually extremely heavy marks that made it hard for one to breathe in the great ship that could withstand super-explosive spatial turbulence? He didn't even need to close his eyes to hear the screams of despair and helplessness as they were shrouded in endless pain. Qin Yu asked, did the people of that clan also use a blood sacrifice? Zhao Tuo answered, yes, because the runes need to be engraved on the inside of the ship in order to operate smoothly, so we can only let them take advantage of us. There was a hint of unwillingness in his tone. Qin Yu nodded, indicating he understood. He took another deep look at the tiny scratch marks on the ship's hull and said, take me around. Following that, Qin Yu's expression remained normal. With an indifferent attitude, he observed the entire ship. During this process, Qin Yu asked some questions. Zhao Tuo, who already had the intention of joining Ju Yang's side and cozy up to Saint Ju Yang, naturally answered everything he knew. He answered all sorts of questions to help Qin Yu obtain the information he wanted. For instance, the ship beneath his feet was indeed a joint effort between the dark world and the mysterious race to enter and exit the super-explosive spatial turbulence outside of Blazing Mountain. Another example was that this ship was jointly owned by the Little King and Little King, so there were two keys that could only be placed together to move the ship. The third point was what Zhao Tuo had said before. To move the ship required an astonishing amount of high-quality strength. Zhao Tuo didn't know what was within the blazing mountain that was covered by the ever-burning flame. But, from the stance that the dark world and the mysterious race had revealed, he didn't need to be a genius to know that it was an extremely important object. The ever-burning flame was Qin Yu's goal, but it didn't mean that he couldn't add other tasks to it. Since he had already regarded the dark world and the mysterious race as his greatest enemies, he would destroy whatever the enemy wanted, or simply take it for himself. Perhaps the object in the blazing mountain could help the yard master regain her vitality. This was also what he had promised Peach. Therefore, Qin Yu had ample reason and position to stir up trouble here and make the dark world and the mysterious race pay a heavy price. Putting aside himself, he could at least comfort those who died in vain in the blood sacrifice. But everything in the world was like this. It was easier said than done. After seeing Li Izhou summon the Eye of Eternal Night, Qin Yu no longer had the thought of massacring them with his cultivation. Perhaps these people in front of him weren't enough, but once they locked onto him, who knew what kind of terrifying existence they could summon? Perhaps he would be dead with a single slap. Since he couldn't fight them head-on, he could only find another way and take a roundabout route to achieve his goal. What should he do? He wasn't in a hurry. He could think things through first. No matter how far he went, he would eventually reach the end. First, getting the ever-burning flame was the first step. To get the ever-burning flame, he had to break through the super-explosive space turbulence. In other words, he had to get control of the ship first. The key was split into two. Even if Li Izhou had one, Qin Yu couldn't snatch it away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance if the mysterious race was alerted. He didn't have to think about what to do first. In any case, he had to get the key. As for the ship needing high-quality energy to operate, it wasn't a problem for Qin Yu, who had the carnate spiritual energy in his body. As for the follow-up tasks, such as seizing the object in the blazing mountain or teaching the king bloodline and the king bloodline a lesson, he could make arrangements later. No, the latter task could be done now, but it would depend on the situation later. After flying out of the ship and returning to the fragment of the small world, Zhao Tuo left with a smile on his face. This was because before Sage Juyang left, he reached out and patted Zhao Tuo's shoulder. This was a clear sign that he thought highly of Zhao Tuo. As expected, I'm such an outstanding person that I've caught the eye of a sage. For the time being, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to pay attention to Zhao Tuo. He was just a small fry. If everything went smoothly, he could just kill him. It was fine as long as he remembered that he wasn't worth being distracted by. After returning to his residence, Qin Yu carefully sensed that there was nothing wrong. He sat down and tapped the armrest with his fingers rhythmically. The current situation was that the dark world and the mysterious race had arrived outside the blazing mountain at the same time, ready to wait for him to come to them. Although Qin Yu had quietly snuck in and gained the upper hand, it didn't have any practical use. Because it was very quiet. The dark world and the mysterious race waited quietly. In this situation, he couldn't do anything at all. If he stuck his head out, he might be exposed. Unless he broke this situation and made the water muddy again, he would have the chance to move around and hide in the dark to stir up trouble. How could he make it chaotic? It was difficult. The king bloodline and the king bloodline's strength was right there. If he dared to provoke them, he would lose his life if he wasn't careful. But it was actually quite simple. There was a ready-made method in front of him, it just wasn't very good. From the perspective of the king bloodline and the king bloodline, it felt like he was digging his own grave. But soon, Qin Yu extricated himself from these subtle thoughts. What was there to say about his own people? His hands had been stained with blood ever since he started cultivating. Which one of those he killed wasn't a native cultivator of the vast young world? TSK, people really couldn't be too unreasonable. Righteousness, morality, and so on. As long as he took care of himself, it was fine. If he stood too high and the wind was too cold, he might freeze into a popsicle if he wasn't careful. He felt much better. But what could he do to attract the wandering cultivators of the vast young world to this place? That's right, in Qin Yu's opinion, this was the ready-made method in front of him. If the king bloodline and the king bloodline were quiet and didn't move, then he would add in a third party. When they saw someone suddenly break into their territory, would they still be able to maintain their calm? As long as they fought, Qin Yu would have a chance. If there was something he couldn't solve, he would look for the stone pagoda. This was a habit that Qin Yu had developed over the years. He didn't need to rely on it for now, but the stone pagoda rarely disappointed him. This time wasn't an exception. After Qin Yu stated his request, he was silent for several breaths of time. Then, the stone pagoda said, "Spatial positioning, I've studied this before." Although the result was good, Qin Yu still couldn't help but rub his eyebrows after hearing the stone pagoda's confirmation. He asked a question that he had been suppressing for a long time: how did you become omniscient and omnipotent? The stone pagoda paused for a moment and then chuckled. "Are you praising me for asking this?" It continued to say, "But in truth, as Master said, being an omniscient and omnipotent person isn't something that makes one too happy. At the very least, if I had a choice, I would rather not have this ability. Being an ordinary stone pagoda is also quite good." He always felt that these words were an act, and a very, very powerful one at that. Besides that, there was probably a faint sadness in them. It seemed that there was some other story behind this. Qin Yu didn't choose to ask. The stone pagoda clearly didn't want to say anything more. The facts proved that those that dared to act were usually extremely skilled. Otherwise, if they failed to act, they would turn into an idiot. The stone pagoda soon completed the spatial positioning that it spoke of. A crystal the size of a knuckle appeared in Qin Yu's hand. The stone pagoda said, "It is very simple to use. As long as you pour strength into it, the crystal will be activated and transmit the location coordinates to the outside world. The specific range cannot be determined, but covering most of World Zero shouldn't be a problem." Those that receive the location can use it to tear through the turbulent space flow and open up a channel to reach the coordinates. Of course, there are some requirements for cultivation. If your strength is too weak, it won't be enough to open up a channel to descend. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Since this was the case, he didn't need to feel any psychological pressure. I am only giving you the coordinates. Whether you come or not is up to you. Like this, no matter what happens in the future, it is your own choice. That's right, it was like this. Then the next step was to activate the coordinates. This matter was very simple, it wasn't difficult at all for Qin Yu. But this seemed to be an opportunity. Regardless of what the effect would be, since it was an opportunity, he should be brave enough to try it. Putting away the crystal, Qin Yu stood up and walked to a corner of the room. His body sank into the shadows, and as the darkness wriggled, he quietly vanished from sight. Several breaths of time later, in another room, a dark world cultivator suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? The reason he only shouted out loud and didn't immediately attack or shout was because this person had no intention of hiding their aura. Moreover, this place was outside of Blaze Mountain. Besides the dark world, there were only cultivators from that race. And the one who came was clearly one of their own. From the wriggling darkness, Qin Yu stepped out. He lightly said, "It's me." The other cultivator's complexion changed. He hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Saint. What instructions do you have for me?" Although he was respectful, he was actually a bit nervous. After all, Saint Ju Yang had arrived with the Sixth Highness. In a crowd of cultivators, it wasn't difficult for Qin Yu to find some people who seemed respectful but weren't close to Li Zhouyi. In particular, as someone who was prepared and had a premeditated plan to stir up a wave of trouble, carefully observing the surrounding objective conditions was essential homework. Chapter 1363. Qin Yu had over 80% confidence that this person in front of him wasn't of the same mind as Li Zhouyi. That was enough. Before I arrived, I had a secret discussion with the Third Highness. I have an important matter to entrust to you. As Qin Yu spoke, he walked over. The person across from him was surprised. He clearly didn't think that the Saint Ju Yang who had followed the Sixth Highness to the broken world would say such words. Was this person probing him? No, with his status as a dignified saint, there was no need for him to lower himself to such an extent. Thinking for a moment, he cupped his hands together. I do not understand the saint. Before he could finish speaking, because his neck was grabbed, Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. His fingers tightened. With a light cracking sound, a terrifying strength invaded his neck. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up, because at this time, the stone pagoda had also attacked. This was an extremely cold aura, incomparably condensed like a steel needle. With a pa sound, it was like something had been pierced. The corpse of the dark world cultivator in front of him fell to the ground. It didn't dissipate into the power of darkness like he had seen before. It was like a true corpse. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. His intuition told him that this cultivator in front of him had truly died. Perhaps sensing Qin Yu's shock, the stone pagoda's voice sounded out. I have also studied things like puppet bodies. It's just that I haven't been able to find a way to deal with them. Only by killing this person can we avoid exposing Master's identity as much as possible and perfect your plan. Qin Yu thought for a moment. He said, have you guessed what I want to do? The stone pagoda, was that the main point? Master, your way of thinking can be quite novel at times. Inwardly, he relaxed. If Qin Yu really asked, the stone pagoda really wouldn't know how to answer. According to Master's past actions, I have a rough guess. Qin Yu frowned. He tilted his head up 45 degrees, a thoughtful expression on his face. He thought to himself, could this be the image that the stone pagoda had of him? Without saying anything, he guessed that I was up to no good. This involved one's personal image, so this was a very serious problem. Just when did I become so sinister and cunning? Thinking about it carefully, it was probably at the Lost Garden. Could it be that absorbing the power of the innate spirit would have such a drawback? Or was it because he was unlucky that the fire snake he absorbed and refined had such a sinister nature to begin with, so he was infected with this bad habit? If the deceased Xiantian spirit knew of this thought, no matter how thick the coffin lid was, it would not be able to suppress its determination to come out. This bastard's nature was clearly awakened, and he actually blamed it on me. This is absolutely intolerable. Image, I have to pay attention to my image. In the future, I have to reduce my underhanded methods. I have to be upright and use force to convince people. A man should be like this. But right now, there was a huge disparity in strength between them and the enemy. The main reason was that the dark world and the mysterious race cheated. Not only could they not be killed, but they could also call for powerful helpers. Although the first method of cheating had been restrained, calling for help was what Qin Yu feared the most. So, next time, Qin Yu, will definitely attack in an open and above-board manner. If I want to kill someone, I will do it. If I want to steal treasures, I will do it. As for now, it was best to use the old method to avoid accidentally losing his life. Qin Yu made up his mind to make a change. A sharp light exploded in his eyes. Stone pagoda, is this person dead? The stone pagoda nodded. His soul has shattered. He can't be any more dead. Can you use this method many times? Yes. Qin Yu clapped his hands together, his eyes shining. Good, very good. Since you have such a great killing tool, the next step will be much simpler. When Qin Yu decided to attack, he wanted to make use of the time difference. Even if the main body of the Dark World cultivator he killed learned of everything, it would be difficult for him to send a message to World Zero in a short period of time. But truthfully speaking, this was a bit risky. It was just that Qin Yu was relying on the fact that once he was discovered, he could simply change his identity. To him, this wasn't difficult at all, so he decided to do it after a moment of hesitation. But now, with the stone pagoda filling in the gaps, there was basically nothing to worry about. If he made some adjustments to his plan, it would surely be smoother and more stable. After throwing in the shadow of the abyss and discovering a nearly omniscient and omnipotent stone pagoda, Qin Yu felt that his luck was simply too good. But he definitely couldn't say this out loud. That fellow from the stone pagoda had dared to show off in front of him. If he knew what Qin Yu was thinking now, who knew how arrogant he would be? So, in order to stabilize himself, he had to put on airs and display the attitude of a master. Thinking of this, Qin Yu immediately restrained his expression. He coughed and said, "If that's the case, then I can change my plan." He flipped his hand and took out the crystal. He poured strength into it and the crystal immediately shined with light. It floated in the air from his palm. After finishing this, Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the corpse and retreated into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Several breaths of time later, with a light cracking sound, cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal. A powerful spatial fluctuation instantly erupted. Within the room, Li Izhou had carefully thought about it and determined that he still had a chance. But before he could catch his breath, he felt this strange spatial fluctuation sweep past him. Li Izhou tumbled to the ground, as if his butt had been set on fire. He revealed a flustered and exasperated expression as he turned and rushed out. Everyone on the small world fragment was startled awake. At this time, all of them had horrified expressions. Qin Yu was also one of them. Seeing Li Izhou come out, he took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. He said in a low voice, "Your Highness, we've been tricked." Li Izhou's face twitched and his face twisted. Spatial positioning. Damn it, who is it? Find him immediately. The location of the spatial positioning explosion was easy to lock onto. A group of Dark World cultivators rushed over, but besides the crystal fragment, they didn't find anything. A Western Wasteland true sage said in a low voice, "Who lives here? Where is he now?" After some questioning, they soon found the target. But, those who had recently come into contact with him said that this person had entered his room and hadn't come out at all. This was, knowing that he was about to be exposed, he fled to avoid punishment. But entering and exiting the mountain of flames required an array formation set up outside. This person couldn't open it, so where could he escape to? Li Izhou clenched his teeth and roared, Find him for me." Arriving outside the mountain of flames and laying down an array formation to wait for the rabbit was their last chance. But now, before the main target appeared, such a big mistake had already occurred. With such strong spatial positioning fluctuations, the range it covered could be imagined. In other words, without accident, a large number of Broken Realm rogue cultivators would soon arrive here. As for the existence of the Mountain of Flames, it had always been a strictly guarded secret between the Dark World and the mysterious races. Not to mention the arrival of the Broken Realm rogue cultivators, they would definitely disrupt his arrangements and cause his entire plan to change. Being full of change was a great sin in itself. Although he had said things like there was nothing to worry about in a land of death, it would be a lie to say that Leojo wasn't panicking right now. Right now, he even had thoughts of eating someone alive. Why? Why was everything going so wrong? The previous Desolate Emperor fought hard, and with his own outstanding performance, he obtained the chance to control the indestructible flame. He originally thought that this was his chance to rise up, but in the end, his puppet body was killed and he was almost imprisoned for his heavy crime. He used all sorts of schemes and methods, not hesitating to sacrifice Western Desolate's benefits, to pull that race into the fray to disrupt the situation. But after he descended to the southwest Desolate region's broken world for the second time and entered World Zeroth, bad luck followed him around. He suffered setbacks time and time again, and his heart was filled with despair. Leojo swore that if he wasn't strong enough, someone else would not have been able to endure it. But no matter how strong I am, no matter how strong my will to fight, I can't endure these setbacks one after another. Does the heavens really want me to die? But there was nothing. The Dark World's cultivators turned the entire fragment upside down, but they still couldn't find any clues. Leojo was so angry that his body was shaking like a sieve. How can a living person disappear into thin air? Continue to search. Previously, when the indestructible flame aura disappeared, it was like this again. How could he accept this? Moreover, in the current situation, he had to find this person and confirm some things that he didn't forget even in his frenzied state. For example, was all of this the will of the Desolate Emperor? Leojo had his suspicions before, but today's matter caused his suspicions to resurface, becoming even stronger. The reason was simple. Even though he was dissatisfied with the Desolate Emperor, Leojo had to admit that his father, who he wasn't close to, always placed Western Desolate's benefits first. It was highly likely that the Flame Mountain was related to something left behind by the fallen ruler. It concerned the future of the broken world, and was the key to the struggle between Western Desolate and that race. His Majesty, the Desolate Emperor, would never reveal this matter, lest the rogue cultivators of the broken world discover it and join the struggle. But such a thing had already happened. Could it be that he was wrong? But if all of this wasn't done by the Desolate Emperor, then who had the qualifications to do it? Leojo, who was originally filled with hatred and unwillingness, suddenly felt as if he was shrouded in a fog. He had already been beaten many times, but he couldn't even clearly see who it was that did it. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Face after face appeared in his mind. The Third Highness, whose whereabouts were still unknown, was also among them. There were also the other opponents of Western Desolate, and even some important characters of Southern Desolate. After all, strictly speaking, Western Desolate and Southern Desolate had the right to interfere in this matter. It was just that they were too anxious in the past and made a mistake. They could only hold back their hatred and give up. Everyone knew that Southern Desolate hadn't truly given up all these years. There were still some thoughts that were stirring within them. Of course, not far away, that race on another small world fragment was definitely one of the main suspects. Leojo thought about many things, but he never imagined that the person who did all of this was a rogue cultivator of the broken world. This was because in the eyes of Western Desolate's Sixth Highness, although there were some powerful characters in this barren land, they couldn't be compared to them, who came from Western Desolate. Moreover, this person had done such shocking things, playing with them and that mysterious race in the palm of their hands. Who was it? Who was it? Chapter 1364. The third prince of Western Wilderness, Li Quanji, was publicly recognized as the most outstanding among the princes and princesses. Whether it was his intelligence, temperament, methods, or his cultivation talent, he was recognized by the entire Western Wilderness. He was also the most favored prince of the Desolate Emperor. There were rumors that he would be appointed as the crown prince and inherit the throne of Western Wilderness in the future. However, there was no perfect person in this world. Lee Kwangji's only flaw was that he was too greedy for beauties. All sorts of rumors accompanied him all year round. Countless beauties of the Western Wilderness had been poisoned by him, but he had never caused any trouble, even though he had plucked all the beauties from among the thousands of flowers. Thus, the discussions in Western Wilderness were mostly filled with envy and admiration. This method of not getting into any trouble even gave the third prince extra points. It was seen as the best evidence to prove that his methods were brilliant. After all, women were the most difficult existences to deal with in this world. No one would doubt this. However, as the saying goes, if you always walk by the river, your shoes will eventually get wet. If you walk too much at night, you will eventually meet a ghost. This time, the third prince was not in a hurry to enter the world zeroth. His original intention was to let Lee Yejo take the lead and wait until the race was almost done fighting. Then, he would easily take advantage of the situation. As the most favored prince of Western Wilderness, there were many people who were loyal to him. Even though he had never descended into the broken world, he still had his eyes in the world zeroth. He was able to accurately control the situation at any time. Thus, he was in the mood to bring people to see the broken world. He hoped that he could meet a beautiful lady and have some things happen. Strictly speaking, Lee Kwangji's wish was half fulfilled. Because he did meet a very beautiful lady. With just one look, he felt his mind being captivated. He had an unprecedented impulse, no matter what, he must get her. His many years of success had forged Lee Kwangji's strong self-confidence. With a face full of smiles, he stepped forward and cupped his hands to strike up a conversation. He had thought that everything would go smoothly, but he never expected that the first time he kicked an iron plate, he would fall with his head and face covered in blood. This was not a description but an objective reality. Lee Kwangji was really hammered and his face was covered in blood. Out of the 7 true sages that descended behind him, only 5 remained. The other 2 had been killed on the spot. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes and experienced it for themselves, who would have believed that the elegant lady before them would possess such violent and ferocious means? Not to mention, her strength was terrifyingly powerful. True divine. She was actually a genuine true sage in the broken world. Her strength was definitely at the peak of the true sage stage. And what was most terrifying was that this woman could use an extremely strange and incomparably terrifying soul imprisonment technique. Lee Kwangji's soul was currently in a sealed state. Although it was called a seal, it was clearly an extremely sharp blade. Layers upon layers of intertwining blades could descend and slice his soul into pieces with a single thought. So, this was the reason why our third prince of the Western Wasteland did not enter the world zeroth land. He had become a captive in the hands of a woman. Moreover, he did not even dare to escape. It was fine if his puppet body was killed, but if his soul was damaged, the consequences would be hard to estimate. It was a pain that Lee Kwangji could not bear. And this was something that no one could have imagined. The incomparably noble and powerful Western Wasteland Highness was accompanied by 7 true sages. This kind of strength could be said to be able to sweep through all 8 directions without fear. But it was these people who actually fell into the hands of a woman. From start to finish, they were beaten up and ended up in such a state. The 5 true sages were not imprisoned, but they could only follow behind and listen to the orders of this woman. This was because Lee Kwangji was the biggest threat to them. What a good hand! Even as true sages, they could not bear the consequences. If Lee Kwangji were to meet with an accident, the desolate emperor would definitely be furious. They had no idea what to do. They could only take it one step at a time and hope that there would be an opportunity to escape. Once they saved the Highness, they would immediately leave. What? Why didn't they take revenge? Could it be that they did not have any resentment in their hearts? Nonsense, there was a lot of resentment in their hearts. It was so much that it could condense into a substance. But what was the use of that? Looks could not kill. If they were to compare their strength. In the past, when the 7 of them worked together, the third Highness was still captured. Now that there were only 5 of them left, even if they were mentally prepared, how good could the outcome be? This woman was really scary. Even though her strength was not that strong, her strange methods were hard to defend against. And now, the woman who was scary in the eyes of the true sages was standing outside a peach forest. She had been watching for a while and her eyebrows were slightly furrowed as though she had met with some difficulties. The silence in the peach forest was broken. The space in the peach forest was slightly distorted and a man and a woman walked out. Seeing that there were people outside, she was shocked. The woman whose face was still flushed subconsciously tidied up her clothes. The sages were all experienced old foxes. With just a glance, they knew what had just happened. However, they were still a little surprised. They thought that the isolation method of this peach forest was really powerful. At such a close distance, they actually did not notice anything at all. They looked at the woman from the corner of their eyes and thought, how are you going to handle this situation? But in fact, before the tough woman who looked different on the inside said anything, the young men and women who walked out of the peach forest were already kneeling on the ground in fear, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Senior Sister Peach Girl, spare our lives. Spare our lives, Senior Sister Peach Girl. The air was quiet. Lee Kuan-ji raised his eyebrows and thought, after such a long time, this is actually your house. But if you want to go home, then go home. Why do you have to do all this and listen in like a thief? Are you crazy? However, when he thought about how he couldn't beat a crazy woman and was even captured by her as a prisoner, not even daring to escape, Lee Kuan-ji suddenly felt very sad. The woman's eyes flashed and she raised her hand to touch her face. She paused for a while and said slowly, it seems that I really look exactly like Peach Girl. This means that I didn't find the wrong place today. The young man and woman were stunned. They thought, what are you talking about? You are Peach Girl. They had long heard that the only daughter of the peach garden's first wife had always been in poor health and had been recuperating all year round. Could it be that there was something wrong with her mind? If that was the case, wouldn't they be dead today? At the thought of this, the two of them trembled all over. The woman had no intention of making things difficult for them. She waved her hand and said, go and report to the owner of the peach garden that there are guests visiting. As soon as she finished speaking, she blinked and said, I've been discovered. The yard owner's cultivation is really unfathomable. I admire you. The moment she finished speaking, ripples appeared in the air. The yard owner stepped out and swept the young man and woman back into the peach garden with a flick of her sleeve. She said lightly, distinguished guest, you're too kind. I hope you won't be offended that I failed to welcome you earlier. As she spoke, her eyes flashed and she glanced at the people in front of her. She released an invisible aura and showed a domineering attitude without the slightest restraint or fear. The demeanor of a top-notch true sage of the Haoyang world was unmistakable. The woman who looked exactly like Peach Girl said softly, since I've appeared here, the yard owner should know why I'm here. The yard owner was expressionless. Although I sensed that something was wrong, I didn't expect you to show up. This was the truth. Although she looked calm now, the yard owner's heart was full of shock. Peach Girl cultivated the myriad soul path. She split the soul that she couldn't maintain and turned it into seeds that were scattered all over the world. Some special seeds would become the same person as the original body after reincarnation. To put it simply, they could be called avatars. They surpassed ordinary seeds and had a similar relationship to the original body. They had a great influence on the original body. For instance, Ning Ling was in such a situation. She was the reincarnation of Peach Girl's soul seed, but she looked exactly like her. If it weren't for this, Qin Yu wouldn't have been able to determine this and try to enter the peach garden. It was an extremely rare situation for a special soul seed to give birth to an avatar. Not everyone who cultivated the myriad soul path would have such a situation. But not only did Peach Girl's soul seed give birth to an avatar, but it was also an even rarer form of twins. The woman in front of him was Peach Girl's other soul seed avatar. She looked at the yard owner and said, I can feel that her life is nearing its end. Please give her to me. I can become Peach Girl, your daughter. The yard owner shook her head. My daughter is behind me, not you. The woman sighed. You've already paid a great price for her. You can be considered a great father. You really don't need to persist any longer. Moreover, I can assure you that after I become Peach Girl, I will be a true Peach Girl. I will have everything she has, and you will be my true father." The yard owner took a step forward. He didn't say anything else, but a terrifying aura broke out from his body. The peach forest behind him instantly flared up. Countless peach blossoms left the branches and whizzed towards him, circling behind him. Actions were more powerful than words, and they could better express one's attitude. The woman frowned and stared at the yard owner opposite her. She seemed to be weighing her options. After a few breaths, she suddenly took a step back and said, "Since you insist on not letting me, I will leave for now. But in your current state, how long can you protect her?" With that, she turned and left. Her figure instantly disappeared. Li Quanji, who had already recognized the yard owner opposite him, was filled with anticipation for this damned woman to fight with a peak true saint of the broken world. But now, he felt extremely disappointed. Why didn't she make a move? "I will only have a chance to escape if you guys fight." However, the conversation between this woman and the yard owner, as well as what he had seen previously, made Li Quanji feel that he had grasped something. Suddenly, he let out a muffled groan, and his face turned pale. Li Quanji didn't dare to delay any longer. He turned around and tore apart the space to follow her. The 5 darkness true saints had solemn expressions. They cupped their hands at the yard owner and left. There was no other meaning to this action. It was purely out of respect for the strong. When the aura erupted just now, the yard owner had displayed a disdainful attitude. Her power was completely revealed. The 5 saints of the West Wilderness knew that even if they attacked with their true bodies, they might not be able to contend against her. Moreover, this was still limited by the broken world of the Southwest Wilderness. Under the circumstances where the rules of heaven and earth were incomplete, the yard owner's Tao was inevitably flawed. If they were in the West Wilderness, the yard owner in front of them might even become a demi-emperor. It was no wonder that there had long been rumors in the Great Wilderness that the people of the Southwest Wilderness were not only stubborn, but also capable of producing some stunning geniuses. The ruler of the Southwest Wilderness was the best example. If it wasn't for his wild ambition, perhaps the ranking between the upper 5 wildernesses and the lower 4 wildernesses would have long changed. The yard owner covered the corner of her mouth with her hand. Her face was slightly pale. Looking in the direction where the woman had left, her eyes were filled with worry. A seed of a dividing soul could actually grow to such a stage and possess such frightening strength. What exactly happened? The scariest thing was that the other party had already seen through his situation. That was why a fierce battle hadn't broken out today. She was just unwilling to take the risk of fighting with someone who was about to die. Once he left, this woman would make a comeback. The people of the Peach Garden wouldn't be able to resist her at all. After all, they still lacked some time. The opportunity for the great changes of heaven and earth had arrived. The rise of the disciples of the Peach Garden was just around the corner, but he couldn't wait any longer. Chi knew. Perhaps he would be the only one who could support the Peach Garden in the future. Chapter 1365. World Zeroth Land. The Eye of Eternal Night descended and shattered the small world fragment. At the climax, the entire matter suddenly came to an end. The dark world and the mysterious race had left. The loose cultivators of the vast young world could only gather together and not disperse. It was like watching an extremely lively drama. The process was indeed very exciting, but no one knew what was going on. Of course, the vast young world loose cultivators didn't leave without any gains. First, they knew that the dark world and the mysterious race still had cards up their sleeves, so they had to be more careful in the future. Second, some of the people that were scattered around World Zeroth and knew each other had gathered together through this opportunity. For example, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao now had 3 more people by his side. Stacking Yuan Half-Sage's disciple Xian Ji, Xiongzhong Academy's Wan Jing, and the ancient and powerful Thunder Dominion's disciple Zhu Lei. After the 4 of them went through the Endless Sea, because they kept a common secret, their relationship naturally became closer. Meeting again today, their auras were connected and they could feel that each other had made great progress. Among them, the Heavenly Sword Sect's Ling Xiao was the leader. The sword intent around him was condensed, giving off a feeling that he could slash out at any time and cut open a path to the heavens. Next was Julei. His skin was slightly darker than before, so when he smiled, his white teeth were even more eye-catching. His every movement gave off a powerful pressure. One could faintly hear the roars of thunder in their ears. Ruan Jing secretly clenched his fists. He believed that his cultivation had made great progress during this period of time, but he had fallen behind the other two. As for Qin Yu, he had already soared into the sky, becoming the Peach Garden's Miss Ninth who could stand on equal footing with a true saint. Xianji's aura wasn't too strong, but from her calm tone and how she faced Ling Xiao and Julei, it could be seen that she was secretly hiding her strength. In other words, it was very likely that he had already fallen to the last place amongst the four of them. To the sensitive and prideful Ruan Jing, this was naturally something that was very difficult to accept. However, this was the truth and it was not something that could be changed even if she was willing or not. The four of them gathered together because they felt the danger of World Zeroth. They wanted to join forces to ensure their own safety. Not long after they reached an agreement, a shocking spatial fluctuation swept past. Julei blurted out, "Spatial positioning." Ling Xiao, Xianji, and Ruan Jing's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly focused their senses, and a coordinate mark appeared in their minds. They were very far away. More importantly, when they sensed the coordinates, the four of them simultaneously felt a powerful oppressive aura. It was very dangerous. This didn't scare the four away. Instead, it made them even more interested. Things like spatial positioning wouldn't happen for no reason. Who did this? Where did this GPS point to? After a short silence, the four of them looked at each other. Ruan Jing was the first to speak. "I suspect that this matter has something to do with the actions of the Dark World and the mysterious tribes." The other three nodded. They had the same thought. Thinking back to how the Dark World had summoned the Eye of Eternal Night and destroyed the fragment of the small world with a single strike, his heart began to race. Ruan Jing was the first to speak. "I want to go over." Julei hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I'll go too." The paper looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but did not speak. The paper thought for a moment and said, "Before I saw you, I couldn't be sure. But it's obvious that during this time, your cultivation has greatly improved. I believe that in your hearts, there is a faint sense of unease, as if some terrifying change will occur soon. An invisible oppressive aura will force us to constantly squeeze out our potential and become even stronger." Julei looked at the three of them. He said in a low voice, "Not long ago, the Domain Master said that the world is about to change. She ordered all disciples to cultivate and increase their strength as soon as possible, so everyone has the same feeling. It seems that a great change is about to occur." Ruan Jing said, her eyes staring at Ling Xiao. "I have a strong intuition that this is the last chance the world has given us. Only by working hard to become stronger can we survive this great change. Otherwise, we are destined to turn to ash and be eliminated by the world. Ling Xiao, you may be the strongest of the four of us right now, but if you lose this opportunity, you will be surpassed by us in the future. You might even die in the great changes of the future." Ling Xiao finally said, "It's not that I don't dare to go. It's just that I was once an enemy of the Dark World. If I'm discovered, I'm afraid I will implicate you." The paper let out a sigh and rolled her eyes at him. "I was wondering what it was. So it's like this. Don't worry. This time, there will be more than just the four of us. With so many people, the Dark World cultivators might not be able to care about you." If that was the case, Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "Okay, let's go." Boom. The four of them combined their strength and forcefully opened up a passage. They stepped into it. At the same time, similar things were happening all over the World Zeroth land. No one was stupid. Of course, they could vaguely guess that there was a problem with the spatial positioning. Danger was necessary, but as the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. If they didn't even dare to take risks, how could they have any harvest? Moreover, the cultivators who dared to come to World Zero, other than a few who were forced to do so, would not be too timid. This caused the empty space outside the flaming mountain to suddenly rain heavily. As the rain fell, layers of ripples appeared. Then, figures appeared from within. Li Ijo, who couldn't find anyone, had a gloomy expression. Especially when he was in a bad mood, he still had to face the accusations and questions from that clan. Because the spatial positioning came from the fragment of the small world where the dark world was. They didn't care about the reason, they believed that it was their responsibility. All of you shut up, unless you want to start a war now, Li Ijo roared. His eyes were filled with madness and ruthlessness. The vast young rogue cultivators barged into this place. This is a situation that no one wants to see. The most important thing now is to kill them all, not to complain about each other. The cultivators of the dark world and the other clan were all shocked. The vast young rogue cultivators were the weakest among the three parties. If not for the ruler's intervention, they would have been banished long ago. But the ruler's intervention was an indisputable fact. If they killed all these people, it would definitely lead to unimaginable consequences. Li Ijo grinned as he looked at everyone. Are you afraid? Haven't you thought about the consequences if the broken world ruler finds out about the existence of the flaming mountain? Or should I say, what would happen if the broken world ruler obtained the item in the flaming mountain? His expression was solemn and his eyes were heavy. That's right. None of the vast young rogue cultivators that descend here can be spared. They had spent a lot of time and energy. They were almost certain that the flaming mountain was the only place that hadn't been searched yet. In other words, if the ruler's relic existed, it would definitely be here. This matter couldn't be leaked at all. Even if it angered the broken world ruler, it was worth it. Moreover, so what if the broken world ruler was angry? If they really attacked and killed them, did they really think that they wouldn't pay a price? Although Western Desolation and that clan couldn't openly invade, if they wanted to severely injure one or two rulers, they still had a chance. Li Ijo and 327 spoke at the same time. No one could deny them. Hence, the Great King and the Little King joined forces and decided to attack the vast young rogue cultivators. Kill them all. None of them can be spared. All intruders must die. Attack. With loud roars, the cultivators of the dark world and the mysterious race attacked together, rushing towards the vast young rogue cultivators that had just crossed over. Like this, a great battle erupted. Qin Yu was expressionless. In truth, he had already imagined this scene before. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't have felt so much guilt and hesitation before he made his decision. But then again, he had only given them spatial coordinates. Coming here was their own choice, so no matter what the result was, they couldn't blame anyone else. Moreover, there was indeed a great lucky chance here, and it lay within this blazing eternal flame mountain. There really is a problem. Look at that flame mountain. My intuition tells me that the dark world and the mysterious race are here for it. Let's go all out. Let them know that the cultivators of my vast young world aren't to be provoked. Seeing the flame mountain and seeing the reactions of the Great King and the Little King, although they were frightened, none of the vast young rogue cultivators were willing to retreat. Of course, the other side clearly wasn't prepared to let them leave alive, so what was there to hesitate about? Let's go all out. From the moment the battle began, it entered a white-hot phase. The vast young world's rogue cultivators wanted to preserve their lives, and the Great King and Little King wanted to silence them. Qin Yu swept his eyes around the battlefield. As he was thinking about what to do next, surprise flashed in his eyes. All of them had come. On the battlefield, soaring firmament's fingers were like swords. He lifted his hand and a dreadful sword intent swept out. After 3 sword strikes, the dark world cultivators weren't able to resist. With pitiful cries, they were cut apart and vanished. Beside him, Xianji, Wan Jing, and Zhu Lei weren't as tyrannical and fast, but they were still able to easily cut down their opponents. The 4 of them gathered together and attracted the attention of many vast young rogue cultivators. Joining forces to resist the enemy, they were like a giant moving flesh and blood machine. Any dark world or mysterious race cultivator that rushed over was directly cut down on the spot. Li Ijo sensed something. He frowned and turned his head. His complexion changed and he clenched his teeth, roaring, "It's you." He recognized Li Ijo, that damned sword cultivator. All of the changes and accidents had started after he appeared. If someone said that all of this had nothing to do with him, he wouldn't believe it even if they beat him to death. In the midst of the slaughter, Soaring Firmament's complexion changed. His sword heart fiercely shrank and he became extremely vigilant. He looked up and met Li Yizhou's eyes. He shouted, "Let's go." Xianji, Ruanjing, and Zhu Lei nodded. The four of them pushed their way through the encirclement. Li Yizhou had a callous expression. If you want to escape, then stay behind. He had to capture this sword cultivator. Perhaps he might be able to find the key to unraveling all the mysteries on his body. Qin Yu reached out a hand to stop him. The situation is chaotic right now. Your Highness must not act rashly lest others take advantage of you. I will act on behalf of your Highness and capture these people for you to deal with. He pointed a finger. You all follow me and suppress these vast young rogue cultivators. As his voice fell, his figure flickered and he rushed out. The several dark world cultivators that were pointed at revealed hesitation on their faces. But under the gazes of those around them, they braced themselves and followed. Li Yizhou hesitated for a moment before choosing to acquiesce. He looked at the several people flying away with a gratified expression. Of the 3 true saints that descended, only Saint Zhu Yang treated him sincerely. Before this, he had pointed out the situation for me and encouraged me. Now, he has even taken the initiative to help me. It seemed that I had misunderstood him before. Saint Zhu Yang was the backbone of my temple. But I, Li Yizhou, am a person who knows how to repay favors. Since Saint Zhu Yang has treated me so well, as long as I can smoothly pass this trial, I will definitely repay you in the future. I will also let the world know that following me, Li Yizhou, is not a mistake. Qin Yu rapidly approached, not wasting any time. Anyone that blocked his way was sent flying away with a slap. As Soaring Firmament and the other 3 were rapidly retreating, their complexions changed. As they saw Qin Yu rapidly approach, fear filled their eyes. So strong. They weren't his match. Run. The 4 no longer cared about the people gathered around them. They turned and ran, exploding with their fastest speed. The Dark World had clearly sent experts to deal with them. If they continued to take care of others, that would be irresponsible for their own lives. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a trace of appreciation. These fellows really knew how to judge the situation. Of course, this wasn't derogatory or ridicule. In this world, if one blindly tried to be a good person or always wanted to help others, sooner or later they would die without a single bone remaining. Hee. Where do you think you're escaping to? Stay here for me. Qin Yu grinned. His eyes swept behind him and he chased after them. One chased while the other fled. The 2 sides quickly left the battlefield, running away from the direction of the mountain of flames. The sounds of fighting gradually faded away, but the terrifying aura coming from behind them could not be shaken off. Soaring Firmament glanced at the pale-faced Ruanjing and Xianji. The 2 of them did not specialize in speed. Forcing themselves to flee here was already their limit. Unless he abandoned the 2 of them, they would not be able to escape today. Skyreach sword cultivators did not have the tradition of abandoning their companions. Moreover, he knew that all of this was because of him. He took a deep breath and said, "We can't escape. You and I will stop here and fight together." Xianji's eyes flashed with a trace of emotion. She could certainly see that Soaring Firmament still had some strength left. She pursed her lips and said, "In the past, Qin Yu was able to slaughter a saint before he stepped into the saint realm. Now that the 4 of us join forces, can we still not compare to him?" Ruanjing shook her head. "Qin Yu killed a half-step saint in the past, but the one in front of us is at least a true saint." Zhu Lei grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. "So what if he's a true saint? This is the world 0th. How much cultivation can he have left? My family's old ancestor said that in the world 0th, he can chase after several true saints and beat them up. Also, let me correct you. Qin Yu killed a half-step saint, but he has also killed a true saint. Moreover, he has yet to step into the saint realm." With just a few words, the pursuers had arrived. Saint Zhu Yang sneered as he approached, "Not running anymore? Then let me send you on your way here." He lifted a hand and a terrifying aura instantly erupted. The several Dark World cultivators that had caught up with great difficulty gasped for breath. Their complexions changed. They thought that since Saint Ju Yang's strength was so tyrannical, there was no need for them to do anything. Bang! His palm pressed down. A terrifying strength burst forth like a dam, descending with overwhelming momentum. The Dark World cultivators' complexions changed. Their eyes widened in horror. This was because when Saint Ju Yang attacked, his target was actually them. Caught off guard, the few people who were completely unprepared could only let out a miserable scream before they were crushed to pieces on the spot. Chapter 1366. On the other side, the four youngsters who appeared to be heroic but were actually a little flustered were all stunned at this moment. What was going on? He hadn't even started and he had already killed a group of his men. Was this Dark World true Saint crazy? Looking at their expressions, Qin Yu could guess what they were thinking. He was too lazy to argue with them. He shouted, "Don't resist. Leave with me first." He flicked his sleeves and a powerful force swept over. This voice, Ling Xiao's eyes widened. When he recovered, he hurriedly said, "Listen, to him. Don't resist." Xianji, Zhu Lei, and Ruan Jing who were about to attack stopped. They let themselves be swept away and then stared at Ling Xiao, waiting for him to explain. "Don't look at me. You will know in a moment." As he spoke, he looked up at the back in front of him. If it was a guess before, now it was almost certain. Soon, the force that wrapped around the four of them dissipated. Qin Yu turned around and returned to his original appearance. "Qin Yu!" Xianji exclaimed. His eyes widened in disbelief. But he quickly covered his mouth and hurriedly bowed. "Xianji, disciple of Sage-to-be Stacked Kite, greets Mr. Ninth. I didn't mean to offend you before. Please forgive me." Ruan Jing and Zhu Lei hurriedly bowed. Only Ling Xiao's expression was calm. He had already met Qin Yu before and had a guess when he heard the voice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped them from resisting. Qin Yu waved his hand. "Stand up." His eyes swept over the four people in front of him. "You're quite bold. You actually dared to come here." Xianji, Ruan Jing, and Zhu Lei didn't know what he meant. Ling Xiao bowed. The spatial positioning and the actions of the Dark World and the mysterious race, was it all because of you? Qin Yu nodded. He didn't hide anything. When he saw the four people in front of him, he already had a plan in mind. He needed their cooperation so he knew what to do. Xianji, Ruan Jing, and Zhu Lei were all stunned. They thought that it was no wonder the extremely dangerous but stable World Zeroth suddenly turned into a pot of rotten porridge. The chaotic Dark World and the mysterious tribe went crazy together. So the root cause was here. As expected of the Peach Garden's Mr. Ninth. Wherever he went, he could set off perilous waves. The Endless Sea was like this, the Lost Garden was like this, and it was still like this today. It was only because the matters of the East Sea were kept a secret that news hadn't spread far and wide. Otherwise, they would have discovered that in terms of tricks, Qin Yu was indeed a formidable existence that they couldn't match. Qin Yu guessed that it would have a certain impact on their hearts. He waited for the four of them to come back to their senses before saying, "It seems that all of you have been working hard in your cultivation during this period of time. You have all made great progress. You are not far from the divine path now." On the other side, Ling Xiao and the other three had complicated expressions on their faces when they heard this. These words were not wrong, but coming from his mouth, why did it sound like he was mocking them all? Perhaps Qin Yu also felt that these words weren't appropriate. He lightly coughed and rubbed his chin. "Don't compare yourself with me, otherwise you will lose the joy of cultivating. In short, there is something I need you to cooperate with me on." As he spoke to her, his lips curled up in a smile. "The Netherworld Saint was killed by me and the Garden Master. Do you all know about this? The battle where the Peach Garden's Mr. Ninth became famous throughout vast Sun City and established his status had long since spread throughout the entire Saint Dao Circle. He was revered and worshipped by countless people, so it would be difficult for us not to know about it. It's good that you know. Let me tell you one more thing. After the Netherworld Saint's Dao collapsed, I seized a very large Great Dao fragment. When the Peach Garden's third Mister by Feng broke through to the divine path, I gave him about a third of it as a congratulatory gift. Gulp, Zhu Lei subconsciously gulped. His face immediately flushed red and he revealed an embarrassed expression. But at this moment, no one laughed at him. This was because although they didn't swallow their saliva, that was only because they had better self-control. In truth, they were quite envious of him. He had just broken through to the half-saint realm and now he could immediately obtain a true saint's great Tao fragment. Just how fortunate was this? Just thinking about it made his eyes turn red with envy. Qin Yu snapped his fingers. Help me complete this task. As long as you cooperate well, each of you will have a share of the great Tao fragment. Ruan Jing blurted out, is Mr. Ninth serious? Then he waved his hand and explained, this junior doesn't dare to question your promise. It's really, the reward was too precious. It was unbelievable. Qin Yu interrupted him. Don't worry, I always keep my word. But if any of you dare to leak anything, I guarantee that you will regret it. A cold light burst out from his eyes and a dense aura erupted. The four people suddenly stiffened. Ling Xiao said in a low voice, this junior swears that I will never tell anyone outside of this place about what happened today. Otherwise, the great Tao will collapse and never be able to reform. Ruan Jing, Shen Ji, and Zhu Lei nodded. Qin Yu restrained his aura and smiled again. Very good. I believe that you are all smart people. Then, tell me what you need to do. Don't worry, it won't be too dangerous or difficult. As long as your acting skills are up to standard, it will be fine. He beckoned with his hand and the four people gathered over. At the start, Qin Yu was the one speaking and the four of them obediently listened, explaining the situation. Shen Ji raised her hand. Mr. Ninth, I understand your meaning. But, I feel that there are some flaws in the plan. How about, seeing Qin Yu indicate for her to continue speaking, Shen Ji's spirits rose. She began to speak her thoughts. Seeing Qin Yu nod in approval, Ruan Jing and Zhu Lei couldn't help but speak up one after the other. The usually cold and silent Skypiercer sword cultivator also raised several suggestions for modifications. The ancients said that 3 heads were better than Zhuge. Although they didn't know who Zhuge was, this name sounded fierce. In short, the ancients weren't wrong. After the 4 people participated in the plan, it became much more plentiful and feasible. They were all talented people. Qin Yu had a satisfied expression. Everyone, think about it. If there aren't any other problems, then hurry up and prepare. Our first scene will begin soon. A moment later, Qin Yu's figure shook, and he transformed into a cultivator of the mysterious race. Unlike the Dark World faction, he had less contact with the mysterious race. He chose one of the people he had met at the inn at the entrance to World Zero. Afterwards, he saw this person twice. It seemed that he had some status in the mysterious race and wasn't too eye-catching. This was the best choice. They watched helplessly as Qin Yu transformed into a living person in front of them without them even noticing anything. The 4 youths subconsciously shrank back, awe in their eyes. Not to mention anything else, just this superb body transformation technique alone made Qin Yu's degree of danger so high that it made their scalps tingle. What nonsense, how could they not be afraid? If they offended Qin Yu, everyone around them would become untrustworthy. Who knew when he would reach out a hand and grab them by the neck when they were least prepared and gently twist? Catcher, their lives would be gone. Just thinking about it left them in despair. Qin Yu keenly sensed the awe in the eyes of Ling Xiao and the others, but he pretended not to see it. After all, at this time, it was a good thing to have more awe in their hearts. Let's go. With a shout, Qin Yu led the 4 people and shot into the skies. My name is Li Xiong, the Xiong from flying. Ever since I was a child, I yearned for freedom. My dream was to live a carefree life. It was only after I grew up that I realized how big my dream was. It was so big that there was no way to realize it. This is because in the world of adults, there are only restrictions and compromises, there is no shadow of freedom. For instance, I didn't want to descend into the broken world and participate in the struggle for power in the Western wasteland. But because of my background, it was impossible for me to stay out of it. Thus, I appeared here, chasing down the broken world rogue cultivators that were fleeing in all directions. These people are actually quite pitiful. Even now, I don't know where they live or how vast the world is. But even though they are pitiful, when it is time to kill them, I won't hesitate at all. This is because this is the mission I had to bear after descending into the broken world. The broken world cultivators in front of me are nearly spent. If I kill them for a bit more time, I will send them on their way. There was movement in front. From the fluctuations of strength, it seemed that someone from that clan was attacking. In truth, this sort of situation was normal. After all, everyone was chasing down the broken world rogue cultivators. Moreover, with the current situation, the Western Wasteland had temporarily allied with that clan. It was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. Thus, there was no need to care about them. Just as he was thinking about this, 5 people suddenly flew in front of him. The one leading was a familiar face. He had definitely seen them before. The 4 behind him. They looked familiar, even more so. Damn, I remember now. Weren't they the people that Sixth Highness wanted to personally capture? Sage Ju Yang stopped him and chased after them. Why were they here? Moreover, it was obvious that they were involved with that clan. Where was Sage Ju Yang? Why wasn't he here? Could it be that he had been schemed against? The more he thought about it, the more he was shocked. The expression of the familiar-looking cultivator from that clan changed. He pointed, attack, kill them. My name is Li Xiong. I am a little panicky now. The people from that clan have already charged over. I have no other choice but to bite the bullet. My name is 637. Don't ask me why I have such a name. It's because it's the same for the entire clan. Ever since the matter of the succession was ruined, my clan has been in an extremely awkward position. Only when everything is set in order can we regain our former glory. So, there's no need to worry about the name. It's just a name anyway. Not long ago, I was leading a few clansmen to kill the broken world rogue cultivators. 418 suddenly appeared with 4 broken world rogue cultivators and told us that this was a secret. Even though we saw it, we could not tell anyone. Everyone's first thought was that our clan had actually allied with the broken world rogue cultivators. Are you sure nothing will happen to us? But 418 is a trusted aide of 327, and 327 has a high status in the clan. It is very likely that he will become the next clan leader. So, this is probably the clan's secret, which is why we do not know anything. Just as 418 was about to bring his people to leave, we coincidentally bumped into a group of Western Wasteland cultivators. Perhaps in order to keep the secret, 418 ordered us to kill them. But, I think he panicked a bit. This matter can be concealed, for instance, that the 4 of them were captured. Haha, there was a rumor in the clan that underneath 418's wild and arrogant appearance, he actually had a smart and vigilant heart. What nonsense. This fellow is clearly not as smart as me, 637. Since things had reached this point, there was no need to say anything else. In order to protect the clan's secret, we could only attack the Western Wasteland cultivators. The slaughter began. The several broken world rogue cultivators that were being chased had stunned expressions. They clearly didn't know what was happening, but they soon regained their composure and turned to flee without hesitation. Fuck. The prey they were about to kill had actually run away. It was all because of these Western Wasteland trash. Brothers, attack. Don't let a single one of them escape. But, the problem was that everyone had an undying body. Even if they killed these people, would the matter not be leaked? Or was it that the clan was just waiting for a time gap and weren't afraid of the Western Wasteland finding out? Forget about it. Let's kill these bastards first. After leaving their line of sight, Qin Yu put down Ling Xiao, Shen Ji, Wan Jing, and Zhu Lei. He told them to hide well and not be discovered by others. They had to wait for news from him before acting. Without further delay, he turned and flew into the skies. Of course, he didn't forget to change into Saint Ju Yang's appearance. It was just that his face was pale and he had an incomparably weak appearance. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Qin Yu was already far away. Zhu Lei was the first to speak. I think that even if Mr. Ninth wasn't as strong as he is now and was even a bit weaker than me, I still wouldn't be his match. Although his words weren't clear, Everyone instantly understood what he meant. Although the plan had been made after some discussion, after witnessing Qin Yu's acting skills, they finally understood what it meant to be the best actor. There were no flaws at all. Whether it was his tone, movements, bearing, or expression, everything perfectly matched the scene. Even the extras nearly believed him. Ling Xiao said in a low voice, "All right, since we've promised Mr. Ninth, we have to do it well. Let's find a place to hide and wait for his signal." "That's right, don't mess it up, or else we'll be in deep trouble." Xianji wrinkled his nose and revealed a fearful expression. It seemed like he was also frightened by Qin Yu's series of performances. Whoosh, whoosh, the four of them turned and left, quickly disappearing without a trace. Saint Ju Yang had returned. His face was pale and there was no trace of blood. Those who had left with him had all disappeared. Li Yizhou's expression changed slightly. "Saint, what happened?" Saint Ju Yang had a gloomy expression. He looked around and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, this matter shouldn't be publicized. Please leave for now." The other two true sages' expressions changed slightly. It seemed like something big had happened. Li Yizhou took a deep breath and stretched out his hand. "Three sages, please follow me." He turned and landed on the fragment of the small dimension and entered Li Yizhou's residence. With a wave of his sleeves, the restriction array was activated. At the same time, after the four of them left, the other two Western wilderness cultivators each found a reason to leave in a hurry. Dead, those who had left earlier were all dead. Did something really happen, or was the Sixth Highness using this opportunity to get rid of them? Although they couldn't be sure, they had to be careful. Li Yizhou sat down and asked impatiently, "Saint Ju Yang, what exactly happened?" Chapter 1367. Although the two true sages did not speak, their gazes landed on him and revealed a serious look. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said in a low voice, "Luckily I stopped your Highness. Otherwise, you would have met with an accident." Seeing Li Yizhou's expression change again, he continued, "Your Highness wanted to capture 4 people. After seeing me chase after them, they fled and only stopped to fight with me when they were far away from the battlefield." Speaking up to here, Qin Yu paused for a moment. His face twitched slightly, and anger and fear appeared in his eyes. "But I didn't expect that just as I was about to suppress these 4 people, a powerhouse from that clan would suddenly launch a sneak attack. If I hadn't reacted quickly enough, I fear my puppet body would have been shattered on the spot." "That race." Li Yizhou frowned and said hesitantly, "How would they dare to launch a sneak attack on Sage Ju Yang in such a situation?" Qin Yu shook his head. "I also could not think of a reason. It was only when the few West Wilderness cultivators that followed me actually cooperated with the expert from that race to attack me. The moment I was injured, I suddenly understood many things." "What? They dared to launch a sneak attack on a sage?" The two true sages had ugly expressions and their eyes were filled with uncertainty. Li Yizhou's eyes widened as he looked at Sage Ju Yang in front of him. Suddenly, he felt that his already chaotic mind had been poured into a ball of paste. Things had become even more chaotic. The expert from that race might have launched a sneak attack on Ju Yang to weaken the strength of West Wilderness in advance. However, how would the West Wilderness cultivators dare to attack a sage? Were they not afraid of death? Looking at Li Yizhou's expression, Qin Yu knew that this Sixth Highness of West Wilderness had probably been confused by all the twists and turns. TSK, with such a brain, he actually dared to descend into the vast sun world. Even if I did not make a move, there were many old monsters that could toy with him until he collapsed. For example, my Yard Master and the old dragon from the East Sea. Neither of them were easy to deal with. However, mocking him was just mocking him. If Li Yizhou could not understand, he had to think of a way to help him. As the main character of this scene, he could not be absent. Therefore, Sage Ju Yang laughed bitterly and said, "Your Highness, have you not realized it yet?" His words were filled with disappointment and helplessness. His face was even more pained. "Your Highness, don't forget that I was chasing after the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realms. How could it be such a coincidence that I was ambushed by the experts of that race? It's as if they were there all along, waiting for me to deliver myself to them. There's one more thing." Since you know that broken world sword cultivator, could it be that he doesn't know that he might be discovered? He clearly knew that he might be exposed, but he still appeared in front of you. Your Highness, think about it carefully. What kind of situation is this? Li Ijo's expression changed. He gritted his teeth. The sage is saying that all of this is a conspiracy. Qin Yu fiercely clapped his hands, interrupting him. Without giving Li Ijo any time to think, he continued to say, "That's right, this is a plot. I suspect that all of this is the plan of that clan. These broken world cultivators are originally with them, but the only thing I can't figure out is why the Western Wilderness cultivators would sneak up on me. Although they aren't close to your Highness and they likely represent the will of others, when it comes to the interests of my Western Wilderness, how could they dare to do such a thing?" The words "not close to your Highness" suddenly awakened Li Ijo. His body stiffened and he felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed through his mind, instantly tearing through the fog. In the current broken world of the Southwest Wilderness, the strength of the Western Wilderness was in truth divided into two factions. One was him and the other was naturally the Third Highness. He already knew that there were definitely people working for the Third Highness here. Could it be that the person that Li Ijo took away was one of his people? If so, then there seemed to be an explanation for why these people sneak attacked St. Juyang. The Western Wilderness Third Highness, his third brother, had joined forces with that clan? Thinking of this, Li Ijo felt a chill penetrate into the crown of his head. He shivered and his thoughts became incomparably clear. He thought back to when the previous Desolate Empress had interfered and he had obtained the qualifications to control the undying flame. The Third Highness had a gloomy expression. Then there was that sword cultivator that had suddenly appeared. He clearly wasn't too strong, but he was unable to kill him again and again, causing him to suffer heavy losses. And now, that sword cultivator had joined forces with that clan. It was obvious that they were working together. Then, it was that valiant and terrifying body cultivator who killed his puppet body and took away the undying flame. Then, the Third Highness obtained permission to descend into the broken world. Even though he had yet to show himself, the cultivators under him had sneak attacked St. Juyang, creating an opportunity for the experts of that clan. Step by step, the more he thought about it, the clearer his thoughts became. At the same time, his heart grew colder. Perhaps he was really wrong. The Desolate Empress had not interfered in this matter. All of this was caused by the Third Highness and that clan. They had even joined forces with the rogue cultivators of the broken world. Damn it, Li Siji deserved to be dismembered. For the sake of the throne, he did not hesitate to abandon the interests of the Western Wilderness. However, he had selectively forgotten that in order to obtain a chance to turn the situation around, he had purposely leaked the news to that clan. Hey, that's not right. If everything was as he guessed, that clan had already known everything. Everything that Li Ijo had done had already been calculated by them. Or perhaps, even if he did not do anything, that clan would have interfered. Originally, he thought that he had made a wise decision in a desperate situation. But now, it seemed like a joke. That clan, the Western Wilderness Third Highness, the rogue cultivators of the broken world, the three of them had joined forces and each of them had their own gains. Obtaining the undying flames and defeating the Western Wilderness, there was no need to talk about the benefits of that clan. Perhaps they might even be able to obtain the item within the Mountain of Flames. Eliminating him, as long as the matter was done cleanly, Li Siji would still be the prince that His Majesty valued the most. Without him as a stumbling block, Li Siji would still have hope of inheriting the throne. As for the rogue cultivators, it was even simpler. Eliminating the Western Wilderness was equivalent to removing a huge mountain from their heads. They might even be able to obtain some benefits and promises from that clan. All three parties had their own standpoints and motives. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was right. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of fear and shock. Li Ijo finally reacted. Why did everything go so smoothly after he descended into the broken world? No matter what he did, he would only receive setbacks. So it was because he was facing such a dangerous situation. That clan, the Third Highness, and the rogue cultivators of the broken world joined forces. How could he not suffer setbacks? In fact, The fact that he was still alive now was already considered lucky. For instance, what Sage Juyang had said before was that he was lucky he had stopped him. Otherwise, his plot might have already come to an end. Qin Yu looked at Li Yizhou. At this time, Li Yizhou's complexion was extremely wonderful. There was shock and disbelief mixed in with anger and fear, as well as a bit of joy that came from surviving a calamity. He knew that his plan had succeeded by more than half and he had successfully led Li Yizhou down the wrong path. As for what happened next, he didn't need to say anything. Li Yizhou would make his own judgment and fill in the gaps in his mind. It was clear that the Sixth Highness already had a clear judgment in his heart. Because this judgment was something he had deduced himself, he would definitely believe it without a doubt. It would be much more effective than Qin Yu explaining it to him. The two descended true saints were silent, their complexions solemn and complex. They weren't idiots. If Li Yizhou could think of something, then there was no reason that a dignified true saint couldn't. But they still found it hard to believe. The Third Highness was actually so daring to do such a thing. Wasn't he afraid that the news would leak and incur the wrath of the desolate emperor? However, the two true sages reacted very quickly. If Third Highness's plan was successful, he would definitely push all the blame onto Li Yizhou. Then, he would be the perfect scapegoat. With the cooperation of that race and the rogue cultivators from the broken world, it wouldn't be difficult to achieve this. At that time, even if they knew some inside information, would they choose to say it and offend the Third Highness? Even the desolate emperor might not be willing to hear these voices. After all, the son that he had high hopes for betraying the West Wilderness and harming his own brother in order to fight for the throne wasn't something to be proud of. As for the desolate emperor's bloodline, they were the head of the West Wilderness. As the head of the Great Wilderness, the lineage of one of the top clans in the Great Wilderness, he had to take into consideration things like face. Previously, they thought that the fight between the princes and princesses of the desolate emperor was like a child playing house. It wasn't enough for a sage to intervene. But now, it seemed that they had underestimated them. The Third Highness methods today were far more than just ruthless and sharp. Taking in a deep breath, he slowly exhaled. Because he had taken in too much breath, it took a long time for him to exhale. Li Yizhou gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Sage Juyang, I already know about the situation. What do you think I should do?" Not long ago, Li Yizhou thought that Juyang was his backbone. Now, he saw him as the only reliable support in this dangerous situation. Even though he didn't express it explicitly, it was already proven that Sage Juyang was sent to him by the previous desolate emperor. He was the most loyal helper. The two true saints had a subtle look in their eyes. From Li Yizhou's actions, they could feel the importance he placed on Juyang. The two of them had never thought that they would really stand by Li Yizhou's side and do their best for him. Naturally, they didn't expect to be friends with the Sixth Highness. But we were ordered to follow Li Yizhou to the broken world. How could the two of us behave like this? Furthermore, taking a step back, why would Sage Juyang choose to be together with Li Yizhou? Especially when the situation was already clear. From the corner of his eyes, one of the sages said, "Juyang, we haven't finished talking about what happened previously. After being ambushed, how did you escape?" The other person nodded, "I am also very curious." After all, if that race, the Third Highness and the rogue cultivators of the broken world really worked together, they definitely wouldn't show any mercy. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and revealed a look of embarrassment and helplessness. "I broke a life-saving treasure and used it to escape by faking my death. Are the two of you satisfied with this answer?" Speaking of an actor's basic appearance, at this point, Qin Yu's expression and tone matched perfectly with his previous ambiguous narration. He was a proud true saint who had no choice but to escape by faking his death. He felt that he had lost all his face. Because it was real enough, the two true sages believed him directly. However, they were shocked that Sage Juyang was even willing to use a life-saving treasure to fake his death here. It seemed that he was determined to protect Li Yizhou. Previously, they weren't sure, but now it seemed that the previous desolate emperor must have made some promise to Sage Juyang. Otherwise, how could a true sage be willing to risk his life for someone else so easily? Li Yizhou was even more touched. Indeed, Only Sage Ju Yang was truly one of his own. There was nothing more to say. As long as I can survive this calamity, I, Li Ijo, will definitely not be ungrateful in the future when there's wine and meat to eat together. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Li Ijo finally felt a trace of warmth in his heart. He cupped his hands and bowed. Sage, in your opinion, what should I do now? He didn't even address himself as Sage anymore. His attitude was extremely respectful. Qin Yu's nose felt a little itchy. He resisted the urge to touch it. He thought to himself, if you knew the truth, you would definitely open your mouth and eat me. Now that I've received your attitude. Cough cough, I actually feel a little ashamed. TSK, I can't be unreasonable, people can't be unreasonable. Coughing lightly to calm himself down, Qin Yu said, now that the other party thinks that I'm dead, I will temporarily hide in the dark and go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. Your Highness, you can just pretend that you don't know anything. Li Ijo nodded his head. Sage is right. I believe that the matter of you coming back alive will definitely not be leaked. When the other two sages saw his gaze, their expressions stiffened. They both snorted and cupped their hands. Your Highness, please rest assured on this point. Although they weren't prepared to be as stupid as Ju Yang, they also wouldn't do something like snitching and get themselves in trouble. Chapter 1368. Although the two sides did not say much, the seed of distrust had already been planted at this moment. It was just a casual word. Li Ijo's cooperation was very gratifying. Qin Yu lightly coughed and continued to say, in addition, there are those people that His Highness recruited. Your Highness can use my murder to launch an internal investigation and find an excuse to eliminate them. This is a bit risky, but keeping them by your side is like a bomb. There is no telling when a problem will occur. Li Ijo hesitated for a moment. He clenched his teeth and nodded, the sage is right. These people cannot be left alive. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Two sages, I didn't mean to offend you before, but this matter is too important and I had to be cautious. I ask for the two sages' forgiveness for my inappropriate words. Since Imperial Grandfather allowed you to follow me to the broken world, he naturally trusts the two of you. I believe in Imperial Grandfather's vision and I believe that the two of you will not disappoint him. These words were reasonable, neither servile nor overbearing. Not only did he express his attitude, he also gave the two true sages a warning. Don't forget, you were sent by the previous desolate emperor to follow me to the broken world. I can fail, but if your performance is too excessive, don't blame me for biting you a few times before I die. Don't think you will be comfortable either. TSK, if one were to say that Li Ijo was stupid, his intelligence could not be underestimated. But if one were to say that he was smart, in this situation, looking at Li Ijo's respectful attitude, Qin Yu really couldn't say anything. The two sages' expressions changed. They took a deep breath and said, Your Highness, do not worry. If you make a decision, the two of us will cooperate. Li Ijo cupped his hands together. Many thanks to the two sages. I will remember this. As he spoke, his eyes fell on Qin Yu. He stood up and said, There is no time to lose. Although I did some concealment, there were still several people who saw me. Your Highness should immediately control them so that the news won't leak out. As for why I didn't warn Your Highness, you will soon understand. For the next period of time, I will go into seclusion to recover from my injuries. Your Highness must be careful. Li Ijo's eyes flickered slightly. This was indeed a suspicious point that he had already noticed. However, since Sage Ju Yang had taken the initiative to mention it, there was naturally no problem. Feeling a little ashamed of his suspicions, he bowed and said, Take care, Sage. A moment later, chaos erupted in the small world fragment where the Dark World was located. Dozens of cultivators who had gathered together were surrounded. When the crime of conspiring against the Dark World was announced, internal fighting erupted. The people who were surrounded were shocked and angry. They thought that their previous guess was right. The sixth prince wanted to attack them and weaken the third prince's power. On the other side, Li Ijo was seething with killing intent. If it was said that he still had some doubts about the deduced conclusion before, then now, he no longer had any doubts. Otherwise, why would these people gather together to resist the encirclement? It was obvious that they were prepared. It was no wonder that Sage Ju Yang said that he would understand very soon. Clearly, he wanted him to witness this scene with his own eyes so that he could strengthen his desire to eliminate these people. Humans were like this. As long as they fell into a fixed mindset or had preconceived notions, it was easy for them to become extreme and one-sided. These people gathered together because they saw that Sage Ju Yang had returned, but the brothers who followed him were nowhere to be found. Of course, they had to gather together to discuss. As for resisting, it was even simpler. Others wanted to kill them. If they did not resist, were they supposed to obediently stick out their heads and wait to be slaughtered? At this moment, the Western Wilderness cultivators who were being surrounded were filled with anger and confusion. The sixth prince had already acted, but the third prince was still nowhere to be found. His signal was not even the slightest bit of response. At this critical moment, was it really good for him to run around like this? As the internal fighting erupted in Western Wilderness, on the opposite small world fragment, 327 was leading people to watch from afar. His brows were furrowed and his face was dark. If this was a different scene, he would not even blink even if the people of Western Wilderness collectively slit their own throats to commit suicide, much less internal fighting. He would only feel that there were too few deaths. But now, they were working together to kill the rogue cultivators of the Broken Realm and protect the secret of the Mountain of Flames. If something happened to Western Wilderness, what if someone escaped? They were recruited by Western Wilderness, but once the matter of the Mountain of Flames spread, he would have to take the blame and bear the pressure from his tribe. Thinking of this, 327 said in a low voice, "Go, warn the people of Western Wilderness not to have internal fighting at this time." He did not need to think to guess the reason for this scene. It must be that the third and sixth princes of Western Wilderness had some dirty thoughts. They must have killed their subordinates before they arrived. After so many years, the people of Western Wilderness did not improve. Back then, when the previous emperor of Western Wilderness abdicated, there was an endless storm. It could be said that heads were rolling and blood flowed like a river. Now, the younger generation also continued this tradition. With this kind of bloodline, they actually became one of the royal families of Great Wilderness and controlled the huge Western Wilderness. Haha, what a joke. If not for the accident that happened back then, which caused my tribe to not be able to successfully inherit the throne, with this kind of standard, maybe Western Wilderness would have already ceased to exist. Yes. The person behind him received the order and flew towards the small world fragment. Very soon, this person flew back. His face was ashen and his eyes were filled with anger. He said indignantly, "Sir 327, Western Wilderness's sixth prince is too arrogant. He told us to mind our own business and not interfere with Western Wilderness's internal affairs. Otherwise, don't blame him for being impolite. Bastard." 327 cursed. These Western Wilderness bastards. Wait until my tribe obtains the key to the broken world and rebuild the Southwest Wilderness. I will definitely let you know what pain is. Taking a deep breath, 327 suppressed his anger. Don't care about them. Let them do whatever they want. Pass down the order to get rid of the rogue cultivators of the broken world. Don't let any of them go. While 327 was giving the order furiously, on the small world fragment, Liuzhou was also laughing coldly. "Seeing that I acted against the third prince's subordinates, you can't help but want to interfere. Unless we fall out with each other now, I will not give you any face at all. That tribe, you joined hands to plot against me. Do you think that I have no power to resist? I have the help of the previous emperor of Western Wilderness and the support of Sage Ju Yang. I have long seen through your tricks. What you think I don't know, I actually already know. This is called strategic advantage. So, it is still uncertain who will win and who will lose in the end. Do not let me make a comeback, otherwise the grudges between us will be too great. I will definitely slowly settle accounts with you in the future." Qin Yu took in all of this. Now, he had changed his appearance. He was a strange dark world cultivator, looking at the two small world fragments from afar. Now, the situation had opened up. But, he needed to be even more cautious in order to put on a good show. From the very start, Qin Yu had chosen to become a dark world cultivator. It wasn't that he couldn't change into someone from the mysterious tribe, but that he instinctively rejected it. This was a loathing that came from the depths of his heart. But now, it was time to move against them. He couldn't keep hammering down the western wilderness. Both sides had to be evenly matched in strength. Only then would it be lively enough. Moreover, both sides had to grit their teeth and view each other as great enemies. Only like this would it be even more intense. Sure, Qin Yu turned and walked away. His figure flew far away, soon vanishing from sight. At this moment, no one noticed that some minor character had left. But from this moment onwards, the song of praise for the burial world Zero Land and the Little King continent would be sung. The two vast young loose cultivators hurriedly fled, panic on their faces and anger in their eyes. Crazy, the dark world and the mysterious tribe had gone crazy. They had actually attacked and wanted to kill all of them. Were they not afraid that their actions would anger the ruler and cause his wrath to burn them all down? But the facts were right in front of them. Thinking about these things was meaningless. Behind them, the three mysterious tribe cultivators all had icy cold killing intent on their faces. Their eyes were sharp. You can't escape. Prepare to die. The broken world was the territory of their tribe. This was a belief that the cultivators of that tribe had always believed in. Everyone believed this without a doubt. But now, the broken world loose cultivators had intruded. This might threaten the fundamental interests of their tribe, so they couldn't be forgiven. It was because of this that when the 3, 2, and 7 issued the kill order, not only did they not oppose it, but they attacked with all their strength. They were willing to pay the price to kill the broken world loose cultivators. The secret of Blaze Mountain could not be leaked out. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared in their line of sight. The dark aura around him was rich, releasing a powerful oppressive aura. This was someone from the western wilderness, and he was very strong. The expressions of the 3 cultivators from that tribe changed slightly. They stopped in their tracks. The 2 vast young loose cultivators in front of them were filled with despair. The mysterious tribe was chasing them from behind, and the dark world expert was blocking the way. How could the 2 of them survive? Run in different directions. Go. The 2 vast young loose cultivators ran in different directions. This was their only chance. If they were lucky, they might be able to survive. But very quickly, the 2 vast young loose cultivators who were running in different directions revealed expressions of joy. Then, they revealed expressions of confusion. This was because the dark world expert blocking the way did not stop them. He walked towards the 3 cultivators from the mysterious tribe, not caring about the 2 that were running away. It was natural for them to be confused, but it only existed for a moment. Right now, they didn't even have time to run for their lives. Run, run, run. The 2 retracted their gazes and ran into the distance. You. The 3 cultivators from that tribe were filled with shock and anger. They had spent so much energy chasing them. They were just about to catch up, but they had been let go just like that. Sir from the western wilderness, what is the meaning of this? Don't forget, the order to kill the broken world loose cultivators was made by both sides. I will definitely report this matter to the higher-ups and demand an explanation from the western wilderness. He waved his hand. Chase after them. We cannot let them go. The 3 turned to leave. But at this time, their expressions changed. What are you doing? Across from them, the dark world cultivator had already made his move. He lifted his hand and pressed down. Pitch-black flames instantly descended, submerging the 3. Flame of eternal night. Angry screams came from within the flames. The western wilderness intends to harm my tribe. Rush out and report this to 327. The person who could easily control the flame of eternal night was naturally Qin Yu. Since he had acted, he would not give these people any chance to escape. Thus, within the flame of eternal night, the mournful screams became weak. Instead, they were filled with hatred and anger. We won't really die. This matter will definitely be exposed. Your western wilderness will pay the price for this. Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand and grasped forwards. The flame of eternal night wildly twisted. The screams became filled with terror. No, this is impossible. How could you? The screams came to an abrupt end, filled with endless fear and disbelief. With a flick of his sleeves, the flame of eternal night was taken back. Then, Qin Yu turned and left. As he silently hurried along, the stone pagoda's voice suddenly sounded out. Master, did you already know that you could fatally wound the cultivators of the mysterious race? Qin Yu said, I killed 2 of them before. Didn't you hear what they said before they died? Stone Pagoda shook his head. Master, you are not telling the truth. Qin Yu said, in truth, I am not sure what is going on either. But, that doesn't matter. As long as the effects are in place, then it is fine. Stone Pagoda hesitated. Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. What do you know now? Stone Pagoda said, too much time has passed and my memories are a bit fuzzy. So, from the moment Master killed those 2 people from the mysterious race until now, I have been carefully recalling everything and I have finally found something that might be useful. Speak. Just speak. A long time ago, there was a rumor that the only one who could kill the members of the mysterious race was themselves. Qin Yu paused for a moment. But, it was only for a moment before he continued forwards. You are saying that I am related to them? The word relationship was broad and profound. It could extend to all sorts of different meanings. What he was saying now was one of those meanings. The stone pagoda certainly understood. It subconsciously shrunk back, its neck that didn't exist to begin with. It dryly laughed and said, it is only a rumor, and it really has been a long time. I almost forgot about it. Perhaps it doesn't count, or perhaps there are other circumstances. How could someone like Master possibly be related to the mysterious race? That is absolutely impossible. Qin Yu took a deep breath. Since you know, then there is no need to speak any more useless nonsense. Let's go. There are still many people we need to kill. Chapter 1369. When the 3rd prince received the message from his subordinate, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. He cursed the 6th prince in his heart. How dare you touch my people? I will not let you off. As for why there was no response even after receiving the message, the reason was very simple. It was because the treasure used to receive information from the world Zeroth was currently being played with by that woman. She was currently looking at Li Siji with interest. Let me explain here. The Zeroth world was sealed from the inside out. It was very hard to directly transmit information. It required a special treasure to do so. Western Wasteland's 3rd Royal Highness, I never expected that you actually had such an esteemed identity. In that case, wouldn't the way I'm treating you right now cause a lot of trouble? As she spoke, the woman frowned. She seemed to be in a dilemma as she muttered to herself, but I've always been afraid of trouble. Li Siji's heart almost stopped beating. Sis, what do you mean by this? Sis, don't joke around, it's true. Don't think that my body is strong, but in fact, my mind is extremely fragile. I can't take any blows at all. With a dry cough, he squeezed out a smile. No, absolutely not. It's my greatest honor to know such a beautiful woman like you. I can't even wait to feel gratified. How could I dare to feel the slightest bit dissatisfied? The woman glanced at him. You used the word dare very well, but it doesn't matter. Even if there's trouble, it'll be in the future. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Putting away the communication treasure, the woman said, lead the way. I have only heard of the world Zerothland in the past, so I borrowed your light to go in and have a look. Maybe there will be other harvests. In any case, it is very boring now, and I have nothing better to do. Ah, you want to go to the world Zerothland? No problem, no problem. Li Siji nodded continuously, his eyes bursting with brilliance. He didn't dare to speak about other places in the broken world, but the world Zeros was definitely Western Wasteland's home ground. As long as he could enter it, would he still have a chance to escape? The woman suddenly said, if I tell you now that I was just joking and that I am not going to world Zerothland, would you be disappointed? Li Siji smiled bitterly. Whether you go or not, it's your choice. I have no opinion on it. However, in his heart, he was already cursing loudly. You damned bitch, you better not fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, this prince will definitely let you know what regret is. Pa! With a crisp sound, Lee Siji was sent flying and a red fingerprint appeared on his face. The faces of the 5 true sages changed. However, after taking a step forward, they stopped abruptly. This was because after being slapped away, Lee Siji was caught again. Although the 5 fair and delicate fingers that were placed on his neck looked extremely good, the true sages were even more clear about the power that these beautiful hands could unleash. This was because the 2 true sages who were killed on the spot previously were killed by this pair of jade-like hands. The woman's expression was calm. One day in the future, I might become someone else's wife, but I definitely won't be yours. So don't have such thoughts again, or I'll make you suffer. Lee Siji exerted some force on his fingers. His face was flushed, and he nodded vigorously. Bang, he was thrown to the ground and the woman got up. Let's go. Yes. Lee Siji got up and patted off the dirt on his body. He turned around and said, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me." He acted as if nothing had happened. However, there were still 5 bright red fingerprints on his face. The dignified Third Highness of the Western Wilderness was highly regarded by His Majesty. It could be said that he was under only one person and above billions of people. Yet, after being humiliated like this, he could still act as if nothing had happened, putting aside everything else. Just this point alone showed that he had a good temperament. Of course, the 5 true sages knew that the Third Highness was truly enraged. As the saying goes, greeting people with a smiling face but with a murderous intent, it was probably referring to this scene. Qin Yu was killing people. Or more accurately, he was deliberately hunting down the cultivators of that tribe. This person who controlled the flame of eternal night was a powerhouse of the underworld. His actions were very successful. This was because before they died, the cultivators of that tribe were roaring for the Western Wilderness to pay the price. This was a part of Qin Yu's plan. While he was recovering, he would kill the cultivators of that tribe to weaken their strength and create hatred. But as the killing continued, Qin Yu soon discovered that he was a little addicted. That's right, he was addicted to killing people. He had said many times before that Qin Yu did not mind or fear killing people. However, he did not like to be a person whose hands were stained with blood. However, a change had occurred when he faced that clan today. Every time he killed a person, he would involuntarily feel a sense of joy and enjoyment, and his spirit would become extremely excited. He had a feeling of venting to his heart's content, and it was as if the feelings that had been suppressed at the bottom of his heart had been completely released at this moment. Kill. 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 They all deserved to die. These people all deserved to die. In this state, Qin Yu was naturally dangerous and ruthless. Thus, the direct result was that the tribe suffered heavy casualties. They really suffered heavy casualties. After being killed, they could not be revived with the help of the tribe's secret treasure. These people all needed to enter the spring of rebirth and undergo a long period of recovery before they could be revived. But as mentioned before, when they came back to life, they would still be them, but at the same time, they would no longer be them. For that tribe, this was death. After 2 of the tribe members died, they still hadn't found any clues. Before they could lock onto the murderer, the other party attacked again. And this time, it wasn't just 2 people that were injured. The number rapidly increased in a short period of time. The other party seemed to have gone mad and began to slaughter without restraint. Moreover, his actions were extremely cruel and savage. Every tribe member that died under his hands was sent into the spring of rebirth without exception. The high priest was enraged. He requested powerhouses to descend from the tribe and capture the murderer no matter the cost. The patriarch agreed. He could send powerhouses to Boundary Zero, but they needed time to prepare. Before this, he could only send out an order to Boundary Zero, requesting that all the tribe members retreat and gather together to avoid further casualties. It wasn't just because they didn't want to bear more casualties. Another important reason was that the capacity of the Spring of Rebirth wasn't infinite. If the number of people killed continued to increase, it would soon surpass its limit. At that time, the entire tribe would have to withstand the terrifying suction force from the Spring of Rebirth. This sort of feeling had appeared many years ago. As long as they had memories of it, they would never want to experience it a second time. Is this the rumor that our tribe will face a turbulence? The patriarch slowly spoke from the main seat of the hall. His eyes lit up. Perhaps the high priest's actions have left behind hidden dangers. But as the patriarch, I will do my best to protect our tribe. No matter who you are, I will find you, kill you, and completely erase everything. The order had been passed down. The tribe that was originally crazily chasing after the wandering cultivators were now desperately running back. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. This was the first time. This was definitely the first time. As the most powerful faction in Boundary Zero, they were being hunted down by others. It was said that the tribe had suffered heavy casualties. Many people had been sent into the Spring of Rebirth and could only wake up after a long period of time. But entering the Spring of Rebirth was something that none of them wanted to face. Damn it, just who was the one who did this? Our tribe is an anomaly in the desolate world. We have long surpassed the norm. Besides those of the same bloodline, who else could do this? Could it be that the one who did this today was someone of our tribe's bloodline? No, that's impossible. The number of people in our tribe has been determined by the heavens and earth. It cannot be more or less. Unless the fate of our tribe collapses, there will be no change. Find the culprit. We must find the culprit. If we can't get rid of this person and find out the root of this matter, our tribe will never have a day of peace. In the fragment of the small world, 327's face was ashen. Because the anger in his chest was burning and his fingers were trembling. Who was it? Who was it that massacred our tribe and caused endless slaughter? For many years, that tribe had never suffered such a huge loss. Plus, in the broken world, he was the leader. The tribe order did not express any dissatisfaction with him. It only ordered them to recall their tribe members and wait for the experts of the tribe to descend to the broken world. However, this matter happened when he was in power, so no one would care about it. This matter had nothing to do with him. In other words, 327 would lose a lot of points. His support in the tribe would also decrease. 418 said in a low voice, 327, you must maintain your calm. What we can do now is to gather back our tribe members as soon as possible. We must not give the culprit any more chances to take advantage of us and do our best to avoid more casualties. Once the experts of the tribe descend, they will naturally have a way to find this person. At that time, we can think of a way to make up for our mistakes. With a deep breath, 327 nodded. I will find him. I will definitely find him. Master, you must stop. If you don't act now, then the plan we spent so much effort preparing will be for naught. The stone pagoda loudly roared. But, he had done similar things many times already. Yet, he still couldn't wake Qin Yu up. Because at this moment, he seemed to have fallen into a demonic trance. Within his blood-red eyes, there was only an icy cold killing intent that tumbled about. At the start, as he watched Qin Yu wantonly slaughter the cultivators of that tribe, the stone pagoda also enjoyed it. In fact, the joy he felt wasn't any less than Qin Yu's. Thus, he chose to acquiesce. When Qin Yu attacked, he even took the initiative to help him. At the same time, the cultivators of that tribe died more cleanly and cleanly. Of course, they would also suffer more pain. But now, the situation had changed. The cultivators of that tribe were rapidly retreating. They seemed to have sensed something and there were fewer and fewer of their clansmen left outside. They had to stop the slaughter, otherwise the plan couldn't continue. Although all of this wasn't in vain, it wouldn't be able to achieve their original goal of killing people. In addition, after seeing Li Ijo summon the Eye of Eternal Night, the stone pagoda was worried that if Qin Yu continued, he would soon suffer a backlash from that tribe. Master, wake up. Hurry and wake up. Qin Yu's eyes were blood-red and his face was filled with cruelty and madness. He raised his head and took a deep breath, as if he could smell something in the air. His lips curved up in a diabolical grin. I've found you. Sure, he stepped forwards. His speed was terrifyingly fast as he vanished without a trace. A moment later, he reappeared. His figure fell down from the skies like a great stone, blocking the path of two cultivators of that tribe. He lifted a hand and punched out, die. Run. Hurry and run. The two cultivators of that tribe turned and fled. They had already received the message and knew that their enemy was formidable and unrivaled. But even if they wanted to escape, they didn't have enough time. The terrifying fluctuations of strength behind them swept towards them like raging waves. Bang! With a loud explosion, the relatively unlucky one was sent flying backwards. His body was like a ripe persimmon as it exploded in midair. His flesh and blood splashed out in all directions. But in the next moment, it howled as it gathered together. But just as it gathered together, it exploded again. Then, it gathered again and exploded again. This process repeated 4 times before it ended. The remaining blood that was less than a third the size of a human head was wrapped up by an invisible strength and vanished into the void. Demon, you demon. The surviving cultivator was scared silly by the scene in front of him. He lifted a hand and slapped it between his eyebrows. He would rather kill himself than fall into Qin Yu's hands. Bang! A terrifying strength instantly arrived, imprisoning him within. Qin Yu's eyes were blood red and he diabolically grinned as he walked forwards. Even if I die, I will personally kill you.